Hello, friends. This is Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant, welcoming you to this section of the Likeable Leaders. Today, we'll be talking to a very distinguished personality who has traveled the world, lived in many countries. He has been coaching a lot of leaders. He has been interacting with a lot of chief executives and guiding them. This is going to be very, very interesting discussion. And, this is going to be pinnacle of what we can learn from such an experienced soul. So stick around to this outstanding show and we'll be starting our discussion in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And we have a very distinguished personality in our studios today. He's joining us from Singapore. He's CEO of a very different type of company called Global Nomad. His name is Mr. Kevin Cotton. Welcome to the show, Kevin.
Thank you so much, Chandra. It's wonderful to be here with you.
It is our pleasure, Kevin, and I think there'll be a lot of learning in today's discussion for our viewers. And you have been a very, very accomplished leader, globally known. We would like to know how your journey started. How you became what you are. We would like to enlighten us about your story.
Sure. I mean, it's quite a long story, actually, so I'll try to make it as short as possible for everybody. But when I'm Canadian, and I started my life on the west coast of Canada in a logging camp. So maybe many people won't know what that is. A logging camp is where you cut down trees, and it was very Canadian at that time. Then I went to school and became a figure skater. So in my figure skating days, I became a Canadian champion. And then I went on to become a choreographer because I was also a dancer. And I was able to become a choreographer for national world Olympic champions, so elite figure skaters. But also I reached out and I branched out to rhythmic gymnastics and also synchronized swimming. And so this was all wonderful. And then I also did very large productions. So one of the very, very large productions I did was the closing ceremonies of the Olympic Games. And as we know, it's all coming up in Tokyo very soon. And so I'm very excited about that. But that was part of my life. And then also very large touring figure skating shows, multi-million-dollar. And also, within that, I had to really spend a lot of time working with teams, and I think that was extremely important. Building teams, harmonious teams, ones that work together. Not just the skaters themselves, but in large shows, it was always departments, right? It's like the costumes, the lighting, the set design, everything there was, and even HR I had to deal with. So it was always that, because I was not only the choreographer, but I was also the creator and the director. But then after that, I thought, I want to move into something else. And so I moved into coaching. And even though I was coaching before, it was in a directive style in sports, but then it went into a non-directive style. And I thought, how wonderful would be this to be a full circle. And so that is what I did, and I loved the coaching, and so I started coaching at the European Union in Brussels, and in fact I still am. And so that's one of the areas that I do coaching in, with heads of unit and managers and directors and secretary generals and director generals. So it's really the food chain, so to speak. and and so, but then also I became an author, which was also very interesting to be able to do. And I never thought I would ever do that. But much of my life, I didn't really plan it well. It just sort of appeared. And most of the time, I just kept on moving on. And why did I move on? I realized only when I moved on, was maybe a few years ago, why I started to connect the dots of my life. And I realized that people kept on saying, why are you moving? Why are you changing your profession? Why don't you just stay put? You're successful, you're doing what you do, you love what you're doing, and you're making a lot of money. And I said, yeah, but I just wanted to continue to move on. And I realized that, in fact, I was not running away from things or running away from responsibilities. I realized that I was actually running towards. And I was moving towards an expanded and evolved self. And that is my quest. not only for myself in this journey of life, and as you would understand, as we talked about, Chandra, is we're just passing through this period in our existence, and I want to make the best of that. And so that is the self-discovery. And I realized that even though I was doing all these things, but I didn't realize I was actually self-discovering at the same time until the penny dropped. And I think that was something that was very exciting. And I realize now that I am a global nomad, and I've lived all over the world. And that I never, from a logging camp, you would never have thought that I would have been doing all this. And I never thought so either. I mean, it certainly was not in my family, and certainly not my surrounding. But so yeah, that's kind of where it all is, and it's been exciting.
Very interesting, Kevin. I think you have seen really all the transitions which happens with a lot of people. In fact, almost majority of people go through these transitions. So what are the learnings from these transitions? I'm sure there are a lot of learnings you have gathered all these years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the greatest learnings that I have learned, especially when I started to do very large shows, was that collaboration was extremely important. And the realize that I don't know everything is that it's important to have a lot of strong people around you, and there's a lot of people with knowledge. And as they would say, always surround yourself with very, very talented people, because then it'll make you look good, because then they will be supporting what you do. But also it was such a huge learning in that sense. So collaboration is one, and also to know that I don't know everything is another, and also to listen very deeply, to observe individuals, situations, everything, and to really understand that everything that is put in your way is a seed of opportunity. It's not a failure, it's not a success at that particular point, but it is a point of discovery. So the curiosity. And I think that's what started very early in my life, was curiosity of travel, was of different cultures. I remember the very first time that I ever came across Indian people. And so I had a client, and they were very well known in the area as a figure skating client. And the children, they're Sikh. And so I was fascinated not only with them, but they would bring me their food, and I always wanted to know everything about the food, and I just wanted to know about the culture. And to me, that was so exciting. Whenever I happened at one point, I went to teach in Kamloops in the interior of BC, and culture was interesting. I had a Japanese client, which I'd never had before, and I went, I'm so fascinated, and they started to teach me some of their language and their food, and I was just so fascinated. And I think that curiosity of people is really what the biggest thing is for me in my life, and I think for everyone ought to be, is that the human race is quite amazing, and we're so full of such great gifts, and from all different cultures we see things and listen to things, and we do things in a very different way. But I realized when I was doing my journey for the nomadic culture, from the nomadic mindset, the book, is that when I was sitting in a tent in the Sahara, the master of it, he said to me, because he'd known by others telling him what I'd been doing and why am I sitting there in front of him, and he said, what makes us all similar? And I had to think, because I was never really asked questions like this. And I said, it's your humanity. And it was the humanity at the level of the base level of values and behaviors is actually very similar across all. And we all pretty much want the same for each other. We want, and love is there, and heart is there, and being together, and belonging. All of these things are the same. And some of the traditions are the same in very different ways, but similar. And it depends on the environment. So they're shifted to environment, they're shifted to food, to language, to religion. And I think that's what the most important thing for me is humanity. And that's what I've learned most of all, the expansiveness of humanity, the joy of humanity. And the reason that I wrote my book, The Nomadic Mindset, was because I felt that we've become too narrow and we've lost the plot. Is that we need to explore, we need to expand ourselves, we need to get back to what is that base level of humanity, which I found from the nomadic cultures, which is there and rich within them. And so that's, one of the reasons that I wrote that. And what I do now with clients is helping them discover and explore and evolve, but to find, what is actually obvious, and simple. Chandra, so many of the clients, the businesses, they say, oh, can you help us on change management? Can you help us on leadership? Can you help us build trust? Can you do all these things? And when I ask nomadic cultures this, they look at me like, why are you asking such silly questions in many ways? Because it's like, this is just normal. This is just the way things are. You build respect, you gain respect, and then we'll trust you. But if you don't, we don't. That's as simple as that. You walk your talk, you're consistent, and that's it. Change, why do you even talk about change? Because it's a waste of energy, because it is just always changing. So, why we have this challenge? And I think that COVID has certainly brought an awful lot of understanding around resilience. And I think that is something which is, indigenous to us, is resilience. But we become too comfortable, and so we don't know how to bounce back. So these are things that I've learned, and which I think are rich. And I'm sorry that I've gone on too long, but it makes me very excited to talk about it.
Well, Kevin, I think it's very interesting, because my next question was about what are the learnings for the leadership, but I think you covered that. So, in changing situation, you have been to Sahara, you mentioned, you have been a figure skater, you have been a choreographer, you have lived across the world, different situations, you've tasted and tried different foods, different cultures, and all of this require a certain element of leadership. I think you have covered that subtly, and our viewers will understand exactly where the leadership quality is coming from, the journeys that you have. And you have many accomplishments. What is the one thing that you feel that you did not accomplish? If you like to tell us about that incident.
One thing I did not accomplish. From a very early start, I have this running joke with a friend of mine, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to be a millionaire." And so, of course, in early days, $1 million was like a fortune, absolute fortune. And so now it's really sort of like $2, so to speak. And so for some people, but so I have never made $1 million, and so that was one of the. But I've made $1 million, trillion in other things, and that is what I would say in my experience. And the knowledge and the people that I've met, that is more important to me than heaps and heaps of cash, so I don't relate it to cash, and maybe I should, and maybe that's the problem. but I think that one of the things that I haven't done is that the other thing that I perhaps haven't done is travel to certain countries, which I would certainly like to. And I have never been to South America, which I would love to. I have only just started to touch Africa, and Africa is my next exploration. And the journey hasn't stopped. The journey continues. It just keeps on evolving. And I think that that's the important thing for all of us, is to continue evolving. We take a rest, and then we move on again. We take a rest, and we move on again. You can't keep doing it like crazy. So, accomplishments, I've had a lot of accomplishments. The biggest accomplishment that I love most of all is seeing the glint in someone's eye when they have realized they have made an achievement, or seen or come to an epiphany. And that is what's the most exciting thing for me, is for them to be able to see their potential. And that's what my life has been about, and it will continue to be about.
Kevin, you talk to so many chief executives, leaders, coaches, and your interaction on day-to-day basis is with these kind of people. What is the one or two essential ingredient of success, especially when it comes to senior leadership? If you can tell us that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, we come to that whole concept of what is success, because success is absolutely different for everyone. Some people it's just money, some people it's position, some people it's title, some people it's, just finding themselves. So when I look at leaders, they're all different, and most of them have in their mind the success of their company and bringing it to higher, returns on investment and everything for the bottom line and profits. But I believe behind that screen is the actual humanity, is deep. They sometimes fight with that as to how to be able to bring that to the table and to be really authentic with it, because of the pressure from boards of directors, shareholders, the stock market, everything, the pressure which is on them. But I do believe that the ones that I see are struggling, and they're struggling today and even before with not enough time to actually reflect on not only themselves and their life and their families, but they don't have enough time to reflect generally. And I think that is one of the weaker parts that has come across very strongly from everyone that I've met in and been working with in coaching, is the time of reflection. And the wealth, as you know, Chandra, the wealth that comes from reflecting and sitting still and being and observing and just allowing that, what I say, to allow the mind to move, to go into a variety of different pathways, to be creative. And so this is one, I believe, as I said, humanity is at the base of all of that, for all of them. Some not, I would say. Some it's just money. But it's hard to get past that layer, because it's all layers of onions, right? And you need to get down to that. And I believe that's the place that I move towards, is getting to the center of the onion. And because that's where you really get the truth.
Kevin, I know for sure that you are in the arena of, teaching the teacher, or leading the leaders, whatever you want to call it. And I see there is a book which is on your shelf, and you have written that also. So what are the growth areas where you want to participate going forward from here?
Growth areas. I mean, I would say that growth areas are simply always, it's personal. It's the personal growth. It's the continual personal growth. And not only for myself, but also for clients. It's that continual personal growth of them and helping them to expand and to explore, because that's what I do, as I help them as a coach, to help them widen so they can see the bigger picture. And growth, I think, growth in business, that's a different part of the layer, is to expand to as many different cultures as possible, and to be able to reach as many different organizations. But I'm interested in working with people that are really on the verge of moving into some sort of exploration, that they want to emerge, they want to evolve, they want to shift, they want to change, not only personally, but how does that help them? So that's my space, and I want to continue to explore the growth from them myself. How can I help them and guide them? But also how that can also be extrapolated from them, pulling it out from them. So growth is really, again, around personal development for me, and also achievement of that soul, bringing it out.
Friends, we had such a beautiful discussion. We learned so many things today in our discussion with Kevin, and I was personally energized after talking to him and learning about so many things. And obviously, 20 minutes is not sufficient to talk about lot many things. So we will request Kevin to join us in future again and talk about specific subject, basically to train us, train our mind, and also prepare us for the future. So friends, I like to say goodbye, only to meet you next time.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Assimilate Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Neville, welcome to the show.
Good morning, CK. And how are you today? Bright sunny day in the UK.
It's a bright sunny day here as well.
Fantastic.
We are actually much closer to summers. The temperature is already in the range of 35 degrees in India. But
Wow.
we are at home. It's day 14.
Day 14 of lockdown, and we're at home, and we are live digitally, as we have been for some time now, you and I. In fact, since our relationship started, because I haven't had an opportunity to come to see you in India yet, but I'm looking forward to that and enjoying some of that Indian summer, hopefully before the summer finishes, but you never know, depending upon air travel, etc. But over the weekend, you had a very big event on Sunday, I believe, 8 o'clock Sunday evening.
That is right, Neville. The Prime Minister of India united the entire country by calling all citizens to light the candle or some sort of light for 9 minutes, starting at 9 p.m. on Sunday, which all Indians did. And by switching off the light, so there were proper arrangements were also made by the government to stabilize the grid, because if you switch off the entire India light, the grid might get destabilized. So the electricity grid was also stabilized so that the lights were off across India for 9 minutes and candles were lit.
Fantastic. And in recognition of, I'm sure, lots of things, not least for the Corona warriors, but for all those friends that people have lost over these tough times. And if we're taking a step through our vocabulary, as we were before, we got to the letter G on Friday. Well, we need to get up to K today. So H, I, J, and K. And we're going to start with that K, because that's a vote of kindness, to be kind to everybody. So that candle, every time we light that candle, maybe there's an opportunity to just a short reflection, not just on the Corona impact, but on everything else. And being kind to your team, because they're stuck at home. Their dogs are barking. Their dogs want to go out and have the long walks. Small dogs don't need much walks, but if you've got a big dog, then they're getting bored at home. So you imagine all that pent up emotion that the dogs have got. Well, I've got it too. So some people can get out into their gardens, which is great, but lots of people live in apartments. So just think about your team. And we're going to go back, so we're helping. So H, we're going to help them. You need to help yourself. So you need to be in the right frame of mind when you're talking to your team. So make sure when you pick up the phone and you start the video conference, have a smile. Let them see your face. There you go. You're smiling already. I've just mentioned it and you smile, because that's in our very nature. And if we're going to inspire people, and there's your I, because today's all about inspiring. How are we going to get the best out of ourselves and out of everybody else? Well, we're going to inspire them by helping them, smiling, being happy, injecting some joy. Notice the letters we're using, H, I, J, and K, and it's all about kindness, because fundamentally, if we're kind to our team and inspire them, we'll get the best out of them. They'll come through this real difficult arena in a far better state. And we've got a great example over here in the UK. We've got one of the most can-do people that we've had in very senior arena for some time, Boris Johnson. Sadly, he's in intensive care in a hospital, and we all wish him well, and we hope he recovers very quickly, because he's got that get up and go spirit. He uses the term can do, all the time. And you start to use those terms, and all of a sudden you start thinking that way, because this is about practicing the right things, not being perfect, but keep practicing the right things. So if you practice helping people, giving some joy, happiness, being kind to them, you will inspire them. And more importantly, you'll inspire yourself, because you're going to get a reaction. Someone's going to say thank you. If someone says thank you, CK, thank you for all you're doing, how does that make you feel?
I personally feel that I'm valued, and this other person is really appreciative of what I am doing, or me as a person. I always revert by saying you're welcome.
And there you go. And in some respects, it's an automatic response, but there's a lot of thinking that went into that to make it automatic. And that's really good teamwork and really good leadership. So it's not a dismissive, oh, you're welcome. I know when you say you're welcome, there's all the cogs in your brain and all the sparks and the interaction have all gone through there, because I can see you're listening. I can see you're thinking, and we're having a conversation despite the fact we're several thousand miles away. So we can do it in the digital world, perhaps not as well, if you like, in the real world of the physical interaction, but I can still give you a high five. There you go. And those people that are into Star Trek, live long and prosper. So,
with the help of another finger.
well, it took me a little while to do that, but after a while it comes naturally. So you can do these silly little things, just have a little bit of joy, and inspire people that are around you. It is, day 14, we're not 2/3 of the way through, because even in the UK, there's no expectation that this is going to really be 21 days. If you think it's really going to be 21 days, you're on a different planet, frankly.
Right.
The measures that are in place are there for our own safety. So let's do the right thing. Let's help everybody else succeed through this, particularly horrible virus. And we're in it together. There is no two ways. We're not fighting wars here where people are taking up arms against other countries. We're fighting a war against something that affects human nature, humankind. So it doesn't matter what color we are, what our religion is, where we live in the world, it's affecting us all. So let's feel inspired, get that spark, pass it on to someone else, and remember, all of your team is at home. They may have parents, children, grandparents, animals that are fighting to get out and get walked. Be appreciative of where they are and inspire them to do what you're doing in your home so they do it in theirs. It's a very simple message. And again, give us feedback. What are you doing? How are you inspiring people? Simple things. We've just launched the Rainbow Project. We've done it locally in certain districts around the world, and it's really good. It gets young people involved, gets them to paint and draw, and then stick the rainbow in the window so other people can see and might bring a smile on their face. So when we do, in the UK, we can walk around the district for exercise. In other areas, you can't. There's the complete lockdown. But when you do start to walk around, and if you saw all these rainbow pictures in the window as you're walking around, it will bring a smile on your face, because that's the feedback we're given. And this is about sharing and being happy, really. Now's the time. 2/3 of the way through official lockdown, it may be extended. Who knows? But let's make the most of a bad situation and pull out of it together. So there's the message today. Inspire. Inspire yourself, inspire your team, and give us your feedback. What are you doing? How are you inspiring people? Because we can share it with everybody else and they'll say, oh, I'm going to try that. Oh, that's a good idea. You know, sharing is caring. Simple messages. We often lose them. Hope that helps, CK. You know, 7,000 miles away. You inspire me. Hopefully I inspire you. So.
Oh, a lot. You inspired me a lot. In fact, while talking to you, I learned so many great things. And of course, you are such an experienced person. You had vast experience. So you inspire me a lot. And that is why I look forward to these sessions every day. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are also getting inspired. I think the word is very powerful. Thank you so much, Nebel, for sharing all this positive words of kindness with us.
And remember, nobody's perfect. So you're all the expert at the point in time that you're talking. So be the expert and use these.
Yes, certainly. So it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow with some more inspiration from you and more words of wisdom.
Good stuff. Enjoy your day. Have fun. See you tomorrow.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and today we would like to discuss about how do we bounce back into business. And this is a very, very important subject. To discuss this further and to take advice, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena, and he works globally. He has organizations and clients and partners world over. So I think he's the best person to discuss on this subject. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Mike Bradley.
Good afternoon, good day, Chandra. Good to see you again, as always.
Yes, by the way, it's your birthday also. So from all of us in India, from Akulmak, we wish you many happy returns of the day.
Dhanyawad.
That's awesome. And you remember this word, dhanyavad?
I do indeed. Bahutacha. The one I can remember, or the three words.
Okay. So, Mike, I think the world is struggling because of the pandemic. Everyone is in the same boat, whether you are a large organization or you are a SME or you are a solopreneur or anybody, you are in the same boat. We are all in the same boat. And now with vaccination drive is kicking in, at least in a few countries to start with now, and soon it will become a global phenomena. So that means at least few variants of COVID will not trouble us, but I think there will be more to worry about. But I think we will protect at least 50% of the world. So now we need to discuss about how do we bring our economy back, how do we create our business from the scratch, what we should do. Would you like to throw some light on this subject?
I've got opinions. Hopefully it will be seen as light. Obviously, our economies are all connected. There is a sense in which all businesses all over the world are living entities, and we interact with each other, much like the natural world. We're all part of a global economic ecosystem. And within that environment, each entity is a key worker, because we all have to do our best, generate energy, generate sustenance for the economies that we all work within, and whether that be a geographic based, whether that be sector based, whether it be size based, we are all actually key workers in pulling back these economies from the brink of, let's face it, pretty much disaster. Our own Chancellor in the UK did his budget speech yesterday, and I think, you know, it was one of the toughest budgets apparently that we've had for 50 years, they were saying, because COVID has, you know, taken every economy by the throat and giving it a good shake. So we definitely have to all work together, in my view, to support our economic ecosystems, whatever they are. We're probably members of lots of different ones at the same time.
So I think the reason for Scale Up Arena becoming very popular globally, if it is Africa, India, China, I think your platform is bringing a lot of businesses together. And I think
Yep.
it is one of these ethos of, you know, working together that you are trying to bring. Would you like to give our viewers a little bit a flavor of how we can work together?
I think the important thing is with the whole global economic ecosystem, and within that our own sectors and sizes of operation, is that we all have to, a bit like the Three Musketeers. I don't know if you know that in India, the Three Musketeers, all for one and one for all. We all actually have to succeed, but in order to succeed, we all need each other. And the whole ethos of the ecosystems, the online digital presence that we have, is that we help each other to succeed through the abilities to connect, collaborate, communicate, and also to close businesses together, you know, to close business, because ultimately that's what we're all going to have to do to recover from this COVID economic vacuum that we find ourselves in. Yeah, vacuum being a gentle word for something that we're all in, economic chaos. But I think in order to do that, there are certain areas that we have to focus on, because the post-pandemic world cannot return to what it was pre-pandemic for all sorts of reasons. So there are a number of things that I think are important that we change. One of them is we have to, and I like alliteration, so apologies for this, I smash the silos. You know, in the public sector, we have this idea that we do this. In the quangos, we think we do that. In the telecoms, we think we do this. But actually, what we all need to do is work together and break down those barriers that say, oh, well, we can't do this because you're not the same as us. So in order to optimize the opportunities across all organizations and structures, we must get rid of this mentality of blinkered mentality, because we're missing opportunities, whether it be, oh, well, we can't see outside our state, we can't see outside our country, we can't see outside our sector, because actually we're all interrelated. So I think the first thing we have to do is get rid of that silo mentality and think, actually, we've all got to pull together here. The next one, the first couple are a bit negative. The next one is banish the bureaucracy. Get rid of the red tape, because actually we're in a fast-moving, competitive, dynamic world. And if we impose red tape on enterprise in that environment, we're actually not going to make it thrive, not going to make it profitable and generate taxes. What we're going to do is, in effect, governments are cutting off the arm that feeds them. We need to simplify bureaucracy, make it as online as possible, as simple as possible. A lot of tax collection can be done electronically. The amount of paper filling we need to do can be reduced vastly, and it's far more effective that our businesses spend 80% of their time selling and optimizing their potential rather than 80% of their time filling out a tax return or ensuring that, oh, this bit of money stays in the country, because actually what we need is to generate funds in all directions and not have these bureaucratic situations. And another one I think is really important, and a post-pandemic particularly has changed this culture, is we need to cease city centre centric commuting, because commuting takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of resource, it means that we spend a lot of money on infrastructure. And what we've all learned, I think, in this pandemic is that actually we don't need to spend 2 to 4 hours a day traveling to an office. We can actually work just as efficiently when we're working locally, maybe in a local working hub, maybe working from home, whichever your preference is. It's not saying you don't meet together, but it's saying that when you do meet together, let's do that more efficiently and effectively rather than sitting in an office with a lukewarm, rather distasteful cup of coffee. Maybe it's the opportunity to go to a hotel, to go to a nice facility, spend quality time together with the team or with your clients, rather than insisting they come into a rather bland, expensive situation with a lot of travel time and cost. There's a few of the negatives that we need to change. I don't know what you think about those.
Well, I think I fully agree with you, Mike, for making these very important points. I have one very peculiar question. I think all the governments are now trying very, very hard to bring their economy back. Even the developed countries are having, like, for example, in your budget also, you might have seen, and you already mentioned that it is one of the most difficult budget that you have seen in the past. And most of the governments are now going towards protectionism or localization, although we are more global than ever, and it was a wretched virus which came and taught us all. So I think we are at a place where we just need to get a little nudge so that people start really becoming global. I mean, we have been saying global for last, I've been hearing this word global for last, 30 years. But, I think for the first time, we are truly global, even though the governments are moving towards localization. How do you
Yes.
see Scale Up Arena filling these spaces in such a situation?
Well, I think one of the positive points is I think we've realized that we can go for global growth without having, again, to travel. Just like commuting, we don't have to go for a week to this particular place and spend thousands of dollars or pounds or rupees or dirhams in a hotel to do business and have a couple of meetings whilst we're there. What we can actually do is spend a lot of our time working virtually, presenting, having people from all over the world on calls, on webinars, on briefings about new technologies, about opportunities, about trading, about joint ventures and partners. We can do all of this stuff remotely. It doesn't mean we don't want to meet. Of course we want to meet. I'm looking forward to that curry we're going to enjoy in Delhi one day, Chandra, but we can do that on a less frequent basis. It doesn't have to be the thing that starts our opportunity to work together. It's the thing that complements our working together. So we can do the remote working, we can deploy and deliver digitally. We can go global working with local people in country. And if by having less red tape, having less protectionism, it means that companies are more likely to say, actually, I'm going to open a subsidiary in India because I don't have to worry about losing my cash on withholding taxes. What we should be doing is actually saying, how can we ensure that foreign companies want to come and invest here, work here, employ here, without being penalized by greedy, dare I say it, by greedy approaches to withdrawing their own cash back out of the company? I think that's a really very negative approach that is taken, which doesn't help. The Scale Up Arena helps in the fact that we have a global platform with the ability for people to showcase, to train, to educate in their new innovations, in their products, in their services, in their capabilities. Also for potential investors, potential growing businesses to find each other, interact with each other, and then trade and do business together. So, that's the whole ethos of Scale Up Arena, is it brings people together to generate energy, to generate sustainable deals together. So I think the whole ethos of Scale Up Arena and the other ecosystems for different sectors is all about making those interactions work, making it work on a global and digital basis, even if it is building roads out of plastic in Delhi, or it's reducing pollution by using rubbish and turning that into electricity. The technology can be deployed locally. And the great news with that is it can generate revenue and business for the economy and for enterprises locally, and it generates employment, and it raises everybody's quality of living.
Yes, Mike. And one particular question which is running in my mind with respect to the Indian businesses here. Let's say if there are tech companies here in India looking for tech partners in other countries, how Scale Up Arena, I mean, you can go step by step, what is the first step, so that, our viewers knows exactly how Scale Up Arena is different from other forums that they have to go through.
Yep.
And one thing I understand is that if I join Scale Up Arena, you can actually reach a lot of people in one shot. I mean, one thing is very clear: you can reach people in UK, Africa, Japan, China, everywhere. So I
Yep.
think, but I would like to hear from you step by step what happens, so that
Okay.
people can.
Yep. So if you're an Indian company wanting to reach the global markets, the first thing you could do is come along to a session that we run once a week called a Why Join, and we take people through what's it all about, how can you optimize it, why is it there, what's the philosophy behind it, and then we encourage people to come on board to sign up, and we've got a special offer for people who are coming through Akumak. If they want to, if there are SMEs that want to join or interested in joining Scale Up Arena, we run a Why Join Scale Up Arena session. And then if they sign up, we will give them a 20% discount on the usual engagement fee if they mention Akumak and they come via the Akumak route. So that is a great opportunity for them to then get part of the ecosystem, become part of the online meetings, the online mechanisms for sharing blogs, creating courses, creating product service entries, sharing those out through the social media channels. Who knows, even maybe coming back onto Akumak and saying, find our entry on Scale Up Arena, which is the great opportunity, of course, to broadcast that not just into India, but into Africa, America, all the different places, the Middle East, Australia, UK, and Europe as well. So it's a great opportunity for SMEs to do that. The other area that we can really help organizations is for the multinationals, the larger organizations who are looking for ways to differentiate moving forward in the future. we're on the homepage of scaleuparena.com. There is find a solution for your multinational. So if you are there and you're thinking, we need to improve the way we service our customers, the way we do our manufacturing, the way we do our artificial intelligence or our client loyalty programs or our cyber security or our payment management, go in there and free of charge, you can click enter a little summary as to what you're looking for. And we will then matchmake that with the innovators and the advisors and the experts that we have at the back and try and bring together a solution. Costs nothing. We've got a network of people with, let's say, 10,000 years worth of expertise and experience in business. That's a lot of hours. So we've got that resource free of charge to help the SMEs and the multinationals, the large organizations, to optimize the future, the post-COVID world.
Absolutely. This is so interesting because as we move towards the gig economy, even the big brains behind the data and machine learning will be available through Scale Up Arena to large organizations. So,
Yeah, yeah. And I think with the gig economy as well, what we're looking at is we're looking at the ability to optimize the expertise of people on a more affordable and realizable basis, geared to results, because you don't need somebody full time. You could take somebody on a project basis or a time size basis to utilize their expertise in that particular challenge. And then you can have somebody else to help you with the next one, be it strategy, be it marketing, be it finance, be it funds. So you can bring that blend together, a bit like an a la carte menu of services, depending on what you actually need for your business at that time. The other area I think is really important that we haven't talked about in this post-COVID situation is we need to recognize the potential of the emerge up companies, not the startups who, we all know what a startup is. They've got a very, they go to the bank, they have a long conversation. I'm planning to do this business. And the bank manager gets you to sign a piece of paper and then says, I'll send you a debit card and you can start your business with us. Then there's the scale ups, which have 3 years of 20% year-on-year growth and 10 employees at the start of the process. So they're a well-defined group. But in the gap, mind the gap, as they used to say on the London Tube, okay, underground, mind the gap, because the gap is where the energy is. The scale-ups make up 60, 70% of all the revenue from SMEs, okay? So they're important. But the ones that are going to be the next scale-ups, generate the most jobs, generate the most revenue, profit, tax returns, are going to be the emerge-ups. And they are typically characterized by a shortage. They're short of the working capital they need. They're short of the time to deploy as many clients as they could. They're short of resource to go into international markets. They're short maybe of expertise in a particular field because they can't afford to take someone full time. That is the market which we have to support. So we've got to energize those emerge ups. And I think in this post-COVID bounce back better environment, we have to recognize that they previously have been largely unsupported. And we need to support those emerge ups as we move forwards, because in 3 years' time, there'll be the scale ups.
So I think this is an amazing story. The Scale Up Arena provides a lot of synergy for SMEs as well as enterprises world over to come together and work together across the level. I think it's an amazing story, and it's an amazing platform. So the good news for Akulmac viewers is that if you use Akulmac as a promo code, you will get 20% discount. So I urge you to explore scaleup.com and leverage their presence, global presence, find clients, find merger opportunities, merge up,
basically with other SMEs, and also funding probably. So I think the possibilities are immense. So with this,
They are indeed.
yes, absolutely, Mike. I think I'm quite excited, and viewers of this program must leverage this excellent offer. And I think this is one of the very good method of bouncing back with economy.
Fantastic. Absolutely. I mean, to reach out to us with that code, all you need to do is go to contact us on the homepage of scaleuparena.com, or you could just send an email to info@scaleuparena.com. And if I get flooded out with requests from India and Asia Pacific, fantastic. And we'll look forward to hearing from them.
Absolutely, Mike. And once again, wish you many happy returns. And it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I mean, you found time to talk to us today with this very important subject, even though it's supposed to be your off day. So thank you so much. And we will catch up in the next edition with you next week.
Look forward to it, Chandra. Have a great day and a pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mic Live, and I'm Chandrakant. We are all working from home, and because of that, most of the workforce is now becoming a hybrid type of workforce, which is even the senior people have to work from home and they cannot go to office, and that is why the whole business scenario is changing rapidly. And that is a discussion that we want to have today with a very well-known global guru. Before we start our discussion, let me remind you there is a giveaway. Please stick around to this very important discussion today, and we will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And today's topic is about hybrid workforce. And to discuss this topic, I have a wonderful personality in our studios today. His name is Mr. Jeremy Blaine, and he's CEO of Performance Works International, headquartered out of UK and Singapore. And he's also a best-selling author. So without further ado, let me invite Jeremy to the show.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be on again.
Well, Jeremy, good to see you. And, after your book has become so popular, you have become a very busy man. How this celebrity status treating you nowadays?
Thank you very much. But it may look that way, but honestly, I mean, my life has not changed one bit. I've been really pleased with the uptake of the book. I think the topic really hits the theme for now in many organizations, and using the power of our people. And that's been great, but it's also, as you know, is when you do something like this, keeping on top of it, and on the social media and all of this, it creates its own brand new workload on top of everything else. So,
Of course, because social media requires a lot of your time and attention, and it also forces you to be consistent with the time that you are spending there. So I think the discussion for us today is about learning how to get adjusted to the hybrid workforce environment. And this is more so to do with the development professional. So it's a very, very important subject. I'm sure you have a lot of data points on this.
Yeah, it is, because not only are our organizations transforming and we're finding new ways of working, and we're realizing now that many organizations are now opting for the hybrid work as their new normal, if you like. So there will be office workers, but there will be also remote workers and a blend of those. It's also giving a rise to asynchronous working, so not in the same structured way that we used to do it when everybody was in the office. Also, it's giving rise to welcoming a workforce that is potentially global, even for small organizations, as they look at blending permanent resources with the most appropriate independent resources. And therefore, the challenge for human capital professionals is what structure suits that from a workforce perspective. But one thing we're not hearing enough of from my point of view is what are the role of learning and development professionals now in understanding the new knowledge, skills and behaviors that are going to be needed within the hybrid space for all of our workforce, and including all of the, not just the sharpening the existing toolkit, but the new things that we need to do and how they're delivered.
I think this is a very important and critical. I think it requires a lot of attitude development and a lot of changes in their own approach. So do you have any opinion how we can actually bring about the attitude development, attitude towards a hybrid workforce environment? What is that we need to do? I'd like to know from you.
So there are two aspects to this. The first is at organizational level. The organizational level mindset from a learning and development perspective is that we have to get out of old habits, the old, as I keep saying, the old 20th century way of delivering learning in our organizations. We're in the age of the consumerization of learning. So if you imagine TikTok and social platforms like that, and think about those of us with kids or, teenagers, Gen Z who are using it, they're owning those platforms. They're creating content. They're learning from each other without even knowing it. So the consumerization of learning is putting learning in the hands of the individuals rather than solely at the hands of organizational level. So organizational attitude needs to reorientate to think about what does that mean for our workforce, wherever they are and whoever they are, for whether they're permanent, whether they're independent, etc. And how do we best support them to own it themselves while putting some structure behind it and putting some corporate elements in there that we might need, but in a much more flexible way than we used to. Once that's in place, that's when we can actually start to impact the attitude of the individual learners who may have seen it all before and said, you've tried to change the way we've done this years ago and it's not happened. It's like, here we go again. But with a fundamental shift, there is the opportunity for great communication to bring people on board with it, engage, mobilize, and motivate individual contributors in this new approach for learning, one that they can own themselves largely and is fueled by the most appropriate digital platforms to enable them to do so.
Well, Jeremy, in fact, there will be a new type of workforce, and this new type of workforce will require a new skill. So are there any mechanism to acquire these workforce? Because, while on one occasion we can say, hey, hybrid workforce is out here for everyone of us to understand, accept and leverage. But where I can get these hybrid work skills? Is there a place where we can attain all of those?
Well, it's a good point, and I've been a strong voice in our industry, the learning industry, for the last sort of 18 months, challenging other organizations, and not just in my own, to upgrade and do something different with the offering that we have, which is more appropriate for today. So, and I have to put my money where my mouth is, here as well. And so I've invested heavily in doing things and it's not just, by the way, the content that you need, it's the delivery mechanism and how you do things to put learning in the hands of the individuals rather than, if you like, so that they can kind of pull things from where they want rather than us pushing everything towards it. So having the resources there. So, for example, I worked on the delivery side of things and doing things differently for, mastering virtual classes, remote delivery. And I'm really pleased to say that we've won 2 global awards on this for the best remote training and virtual classes. And I've been shouting in the industry on social media, say, look, more needs to do the same. The more of us doing this, the more of us championing this, the better. So that's one aspect. And then the content is actually the first thing is not throwing away all of those trainings and all of those development areas that we've done in the past, because some of it is still very appropriate. But how do we add on to that the new knowledge, skills and behaviors that are appropriate today? So for example, digital skills, how to operate in the virtual world, how to collaborate in remote teams, for example, how to manage remote teams, how to motivate a hybrid workforce. What does hybrid working look like, and what are the rules of the road to get on board with it, and what do we need to show you how to do? And on top of that, the non-traditional, if I call them non-traditional areas, but very, very present now, of course, what are the associated supportive trainings that we need to have in place, and safety infrastructures to allow people to step out, do it themselves, so that we're looking after the whole individual, not just the skill sets for their job role. So their well-being, their mental health, their inclusion in the team, how they feel part of the culture of the organization, be they permanent or independent workers. So I've been doing a lot of work on that, and I've been doing a lot of research on that. And that research has not only informed what I'm sharing with my clients and helping them evolve for their organization, but it's helping myself in terms of what are the products, solutions and services that we bring, which are most appropriate for today, which are more attuned to both the organizations that still like a structured approach to learning and development and that suit them, but also suit individual contributors and individual learners who like to pull learning from different sources and access it in different ways, through video, through reading, through classes sometimes as well, and through peer-to-peer learning as well. So there's lots more opportunity, and learning and development professionals, or traditional learning and development professionals, really, as you so rightly said, there is a big attitude shift that's needed first, but probably an upskilling ourselves as learning and development professionals. If it's anything like my learning curve over the last 18 months, it's pretty steep.
I second you over there, because it's not easy to accept the hybrid workforce immediately, because there are people who are very senior who spent a lot of time in the industry. They are basically not accepting the fact that the environment has changed, and that is why I think the courses like your company is offering are very, very important. I think there is a partnership opportunities here as well. If people want to partner and take those courses back into their own country, I think this is the future. I think it is very, very important to partner with Performance Works and Jeremy Blaine to bring those those knowledge and those courses back to the rest of the world. And that brings me to the third question, which is about the tools required. Are we going to use any special tools to train people quicker and faster?
Yeah, so there's a few things, and I just respond to something that you just said there as well, and reinforcing this point that it's a huge attitudinal point, and it's not just about learning and development and human capital professionals. The most amount of work that I'm doing this at the moment are executive leadership sessions to help them understand how the workplace and workforce is changing, and how leadership is changing to become more human-centered, community-focused, as well as upgraded from a business perspective around what competitive means in the modern workplace. So that is a big shift that's needed first, because many leaders don't understand that within the next 2 to 3 years, 50% of their workforce, for example, will be independent workers, but they're still part of your workforce. And while we might treat them more as an ad hoc project-based resource at the moment, what we need to do is have a more structured approach to them, to look at how we can include them as part of the team, how they can feel part of the culture and be part of the culture, how we can invest in them so that they feel valued and do more for us and be loyal as great independent workers, as much as the permanent employees that we have and those that we're trying to attract. So there's a big play at that level first. So I think as we're moving forward, we're within this, the kind of things that need to be in place are, first of all, we are in the industry 4.0 era, and we need the most appropriate technologies that drive great collaboration, communication, and curation of learning. So it is going beyond the traditional learning systems and learning management systems and into an ecosystem mindset. So what are all of the connected things that we can bring together and house in the cloud? So many of the traditional LMS providers like Saba, for example, have moved to the cloud, moved app-based, bringing in more different aspects to it. But also you've got the integrators, as I might call them, like Open Sesame, who are bringing lots of different things together, and Udemy, Better You, all of these things, lots of these different things together into one place to put it in the hands of the individual learners as much as the organization. I think that's a big key. But there is also no substitute for the human touch. So my big call here is to repurpose management away from supervision and performance management and back into coaching mindset and growth. So on the job coaching through line managers, but also peer-to-peer and individual peer-to-peers learning is going to be just as important. And these can be done in short bursts. So while we might have the digital technologies and all of these different spaces, we can go for 5-minute podcasts, 15-minute videos, 2-minute quick skill sessions on everything. What is really going to be embedded if we don't have that supportive skills coaching behind it at a human level in the workplace to observe, feedback, demonstrate, build the skill? So that traditional element needs to come back and be refreshed for the modern workplace so that it supports this great consumerization of learning, which is being fueled by digital.
I think you made a very valid point, and the individual attention is very, very relevant even now. And that is when your company, your work, and your knowledge comes in into the picture. So Jeremy, it was a great pleasure talking to you about this very, very critical subject, and we will catch up in the next show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Thank you very much for having me, CK. Goodbye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today yet again we are taking you to a very interesting city, and we have an interesting guest on our panel today for this discussion, and he will be discussing our great connection with that particular city of the world, which is one of the cosmopolitan city and a great city. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will find many more information about the city. Welcome back, and today we are going to a very interesting city, and our esteemed guest is taking us to that particular city, and I will definitely ask him where he is taking us. So I would like to welcome Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is an IT professional. He has a deep interest in radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing?
Kombamba Kanchan-san, Genki desu ka? That means good evening, Kanchan. And today I would like to take you and our viewers to a famed world-class city which I was destined to meet my own,
Very nice.
Tokyo.
Okay. Going to Tokyo today, and it is one of the interesting city of the world, and definitely many people eager to go to this city and work there. Many people work there. So, what is your experience with the city?
Well, what best today to tell you that Tokyo is waiting for the Olympics to happen from next month. And despite the pandemic, the Japanese resilience is on the show again, where they say that we will go ahead with the Olympics. And that is one of the small revelations about the Japanese society that I got to see when I went to Japan in Tokyo, and I lived there. And I lived there for almost 6 years of my life. 6 years of my precious moments in Tokyo. So, Kanchan, how have you been? Would you like to go to Japan with me?
Definitely, I'm very well, and I really am eager to come out of the house from social distancing. I'm really eager. So, take me to the Tokyo.
Well, Kanchan, so Tokyo, as we all know, this is not an unknown capital of the world, one of the greatest financial centers, the heart and soul of Japan, the place which brings us to great innovations, great developments, and also all of this in the last 70 years, in the 70 years of the modern history after Japan was defeated in this World War II, when the bombings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened. So it is very remarkable to come to Tokyo and see how the soul of a country comes together and makes it great once again in this world. And I had a great chance to be there. And I thought, no, I can't sustain here for more than 6 months. And I stayed there for 6 years. And I loved every moment of it. And I saw, going from India, I felt that it is heaven on earth. And this is the medal that I gave Tokyo, or probably Tokyo gave me. So its journey has been amazing. It has been really historic, personally as well as professionally. And I have learned a lot, many things from this city. And from this city, I saw the Japanese culture.
Let's find out what is the history of this city, and this is one of the premium city of the world. So, how it originated? What are little history of this city?
Well, if you go back to, let's not go back to the ancient history of this place, but I am more interested in the modern history of maybe 2, 3, 4 centuries before. If you see there around 1800s time, it was a the locked country Japan, the famed country Japan, which was not allowing ships going through the Pacific to harbor in the Tokyo Bay or the Osaka port. And it was all famed that this is a self-sufficient country. And Tokyo was a pride of that land. Only somewhere around end of 1800s, where it was open to the Western countries, the US and the UK, and then people saw from the outside world. Then they saw the place that we know as Tokyo. Actually, it is Tokyo, but we from the different parts of the world, we call it Tokyo. And it's a very, very bustling town, as much modern, as much ancient, as much medieval, and it is a cosmopolitan where one can find all kinds of indulgences, whether it is learning, whether it is earning, whether it is entertainment, fun, and the humility of the Japanese people. And great bustling Indian community over there, which I discovered, and lots of memories that come to my mind today. I'm really unsure whether I would be able to cover everything in one episode, Kanchan.
Well, I've heard a lot about religious places and political places in Tokyo, but I also heard that the nightlife of Tokyo is also awesome. So, tell us, what are the places we can visit in Tokyo once we visit this country, Japan?
Well, Kanchan, I am kind of unauthorized, travel evangelist for Japan and Tokyo especially. Whether it is a 2 days itinerary or a 2 weeks itinerary or a 1 week itinerary, I can tell you all how, when, how much money, where to stay, how to go about it. And this place, the city Tokyo, is surrounded by some great suburbs. Each of those suburbs have their distinct cultural importance in the Japanese society today. And it is also one of the densest population in the country. And we have seen the Tokyo Tower. We have seen a latest sky tree, which was made somewhere around 2015 or so. It was ready. And then there are a lot of temples in the city, the Shinto temples, the Buddhist temples in the city. And it has also famed the Japan metro train network inside the Tokyo city. And my special affection for Japan started with the Bollywood movie Love in Tokyo. That was somewhere in 1964 or 66. I hope you have also seen it, Kanchan. So the songs of that movie, they were so iconic. It just got imprinted in my mind. But I never knew that I would ever visit Japan. As the luck would have it, I visited Japan, and then I saw that movie many times in Japan again. Love in Tokyo was by Joy Mukherjee and Asha Parekh. And that was the first movie made with between India and Japan. And I was so enamored by it that I translated those songs in English, Kanchan, to explain the Japanese people about those songs, that the movie songs made impact. So Tokyo as such is, as I said, it's a metropolitan city, and it is surrounded by great suburbs, very, very rich suburbs, very, very quiet suburbs. And the best way is to see it by foot, as I always say, and also the metro train. The public transport is amazing. You don't need to have a car for yourself to drive around. And of course, Tokyo Tower which is known all over the world. Looks like sometimes that you are in front of Eiffel Tower, Paris. But it is a hallmark. It is a hallmark. And then there are some great, architectures, buildings that we can see in the Shinjuku district, in the Marunouchi district, in the Odaiba reclaimed islands, just outside of Tokyo. And then there's a great city called Yokohama next to the Tokyo. And then there are, for the international visitors, you can also see a German village over there. You can go and see how the German villages are. And one great attraction is the bullet trains, which they call Shinkansen.
Well, at this point of time, I want to ask two, three things. First is, you mentioned religion. I mean, you mentioned temples, you mentioned Buddhist temple. So what a religion is to Japanese people? Because here it is something very, very big thing for Indians. So I just want to understand how they react to their religion and other religions.
Well, when I reached Japan, I never thought that this country or the people would be so much of religious people. But I was taken by shock when I saw during the New Year's Day, lots of Japanese, almost all of Japanese, they go to the temples. In the last week of December, in the 1st of January, which is a holiday in the country, they go to all the temples. And that's where I realized that I need to understand the religious aspect of this society. And I was, told, I saw there are two main religions, Shintoism, and the second one is Buddhism. So Buddhism in Japan did not reach from India directly. It traveled from India to China, and from China it reached to Japan. So the Buddhism that we see in Japan is influenced by the Chinese sect or the followings of the Buddhism. And then there are more very popular Buddhism sects. Nowadays, actually, there's one very popular is Nichiren Buddhism, and there is one great international community called Soka Gakkai, SG. They also follow up. I think it is Nichiren Buddhism there. And so when I say these religions, Shintoism or Buddhism, it is basically Buddhism is like a middle path. So extremes are not seen. The religion is separate from the politics. The religion is separate from the administration. Its influence is not seen. And I think that is one of the great reasons for Japanese success, Japanese industrial success or economic success. Religion is a very, very private matter in Japan. People don't discuss about it. It is not taken very lightly to talk about religion in Japan. They also don't ask and they don't entertain these questions also. It's a very, very personal matter. And I think that's how they have kept their progress and their religion two different things.
Well, when we are talking about Japan and here in India and elsewhere in European countries or in US, we see ninjas and we see katanas, we see long films of katanas. So these kind of traditions are still popular in Japan.
Well, I think the traditions with the Japanese people, as I saw in Tokyo, culture is the utmost thing that they hold very, very close to their hearts. Culture, and second thing is their language, Japanese language. These two are non-negotiable things in Japan. Whether they become modern, whether they become anything, the culture and the language. And that is something I feel is one of the core of their success. The traditions are seen, the kind of festivals they have. I remember Tanabata festival, Hinamatsuri festival, and a lot of other such festivals. These are so close to the culture, so close to the culture. At the same time, they are able to mix it with the modern technology, modern aspects, modern outlook, and assimilating the world themes as well. But these two cultural traditions are non-negotiable in Japan.
Well, if anybody plans to go to Japan, or Tokyo, so what is the maximum time he requires to visit all the places and enjoy the visit?
As I said, you can ask them to connect with Sitesh. I can give them a 2 days itinerary to 2 weeks, 2 months, and 2 years of itinerary as well. But I must say, and I keep telling people, my friends, my colleagues, my customers in India, in UK, in South Africa, I have told them, one place in this world before you die, you must visit Tokyo. You must visit Japan. And I'm telling you, Kanchan, when people go, they come back, they hunt me down, and they ask me for a coffee, and they say, thank you that you asked us to go to Japan. And I would say leave August, month of August. It's a summer time, 1 month. So better time is to go to the Sakura season, or the autumn season. So Sakura season is also called Golden Week, which comes around the last week of April and the first 2 weeks of May. The whole country is decked with sakura flowers. Sakura is chrysanthemum. It's the national flower. The whole country is decked in those flowers. There is a great tradition of going out and sitting, beneath the sakura trees, and then with their families, and have the flowers falling and enjoying. The another great time is the autumn time. That is somewhere around October and around the end of November, when the whole country goes completely autumn colors, fall colors, golden, orange, reddish. And those are the great times to be in Japan. But again, Tokyo as a city is a place which is evergreen, ever inviting. And I have met people who have only come for Disneyland, or to see Disneyland. Some people have only come to experience the bullet train, which is Shinkansen. In the morning, you can sit in a train and travel to 800 kilometers in 2 hours time, spend the whole day there, and come back in the evening and have a cup of coffee again with your family or friends. So some people go there only for the cultural reasons. And some people are, looking for anime. Anime. All those TV channels that children see, the graphics. So it is anytime city. Tokyo is anytime city. And I know you will ask me about food, so I will tell you.
Definitely. Especially food for vegetarian people.
Yes, so Japanese also have a rich tradition of vegetarian food, and I have seen it personally. But it is a lot of boiled food, a lot of with just boiled and salt, with very minimum of oil. Of course, Indian food is available with Indian restaurants around the city. When I was there, I can think of around almost like a 400, around 400 or 350, 400 Indian restaurants in Tokyo itself. So food is never a problem. Food is never a problem. The only thing is that you would have to ask for it. You have to find it. So Indian restaurant, you will get it very easily. But if you try it out in a Japanese udon, you can try it out. Wakashi is the sweets, Japanese sweets. So it is a foodie's delight only if you experiment.
Well, we have traveled to you and find out that what is the culture and what are the places we can visit in Tokyo. So what is that one place which you just recommend not to leave while visiting Tokyo?
Well, I as always, I like to see the history. I like to see the historical aspects of the country, and that is what drives me again and again. So I think there are a lot of museums that I want to see. The Emperor's Palace that I want to see, and of course Tokyo Tower, and then Sky Tree, and there are numerous places within 100 kilometers range of Tokyo, which one can go and see what is the fame of this place in last 200 years or 250 years or so. And Indian embassy in Tokyo is at a very, very beautiful place called Yurakucho. There are some great gardens around. Shinjuku is a great neighborhood. Ginza is a great neighborhood. And as I said, a lot of model villages are in and around Tokyo to go and see. And then there is hop on and hop off bus as well. So you can see some sakura behind me as an image. This is in the Golden Week that one can see across the country. And these are the autumn colors that is decked across the Japanese landscape. And this is important to understand that there's no one place that I can recommend. There's no one place, because Tokyo, every station, every suburb has got a history to tell. People are ready to talk to you. The humility of people, when we realize, do these people still exist on this planet? And that is the experience that I carry with me, and you can say I carry a portion of the soul of Japan with me every time I'm around.
I've been discussing different cities with you every week, and I come to know that Banaras is also one of the city which is very close to your heart. Now, I have also realized that Tokyo is also a very city which is very close to your heart. Both the cities are sitting in your heart at the moment. So, what you will say, maybe describe Tokyo in 2 or 3 words?
Visit it once. Visit it once and come back, and you will thank me. Don't have any incident which will not impact you. I have lost money in the local train, and I have thought that I will never get it back. And I got it back with goosebumps. I have lost, left passport in a public transport, and I have got it back. And the humility is something that is to learn for all of us. To achieve what we want to do, we don't need to be in a rat race. That is the ultimate learning that I carried back with me when I came back. And the way the people live there there are lessons to be learned. And those lessons are about collective living, community living, where they believe in their leadership, they believe in their nationalism. And just to tell you, you go to the electronic district, which is called Akihabara in the Tokyo, which is supposed to be Asia's biggest electronic market. You ask for a phone, they will show you an iPhone. They will always show you a Sony or a Panasonic phone. You ask for a car, they will never show you a Mercedes. They will always show you a Toyota. And that is the nationalism I talk about, being proud about their products. They will never go for cheap and low value products. And nationalism is seen through everything that they do. Country, but their hearts are large, and their self-respect is bigger than the Everest that I can tell you. Go for it.
Well, as usual, it is so lovely to talk to you today and listen to all the feelings you have. You're pouring all the feelings which you have for this particular city because you live there and you have a special connection with this city. So we'll be meeting again with the same enthusiasm, with the same zeal for other city. And I'm sure you are the best person to describe a city. So till then, bye-bye, take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today I'm taking to a wonderful city. Earlier it used to be called as Singapore and now a modern name is Singapore. We'll be discussing more about the city with our guest today. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Welcome to our show, and today we are discussing regarding a very wonderful city, a city of future. You guessed right. We are talking about Singapore. Now, Singapore, if we look back, has a relationship with Rajendra Chola the first, and is being established by Shiv, a dynasty from Indonesia, if I'm not wrong. But we will be hearing more about this wonderful city by our guest Sitesh Srivastava. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hello, Kanchan. This is wonderful to talk to you. And basically, through you and Akulmak, I am visiting and revisiting those places which are in my lovely bucket list, and I can go again and again. So, thank you for this wonderful talk on Singapore, where I spent some time and I would like to talk about it. But first of all, how have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine and coping up with this pandemic. So I would like to know about the history of Singapore. I'm sure this city is quite popular in the world.
Well, Kanchan, Singapore's history is something which in the modern world is known from the British colonialization times. And the British, when they took that island around the World War II timings. But actually, there is an ancient Singapore, and it has a great Indian connections as well from the ancient times. But coming from the British colonial times during the Second World War, and around 1819, Sir Stamford Raffles, he started, he was the British governor of the Singapore, that island. And those times, from those times, Singapore got its new development that we finally see after the British left, and then it was part of the Malaysian empire, the Malaysian geography. And then it became its own country, a city state, the one and the only city state which actually is, I can say, the first world country. And thanks to the political leadership of the nation and the founder, the Lee Kuan Yew, is known as a founder of Singapore.
Well, rightly said that the modern city Singapore is founded by a person who is very known in the history of Singapore. But when I look back, I think there's an Indian connection to this city, because there was a king who came and he saw a lion, and he took this incident as a good omen, and he established the city. Later on, he was defeated by Rajendra Chola, the first. And from there, the history starts, and there the development of Singapore start. As I have read, I think in this historical timings, maybe in 19th centuries, early 19th century, it was being ruled by East India Company. Then it was sold to the natives, because many Chinese also come and start living there. So how it really came as being a city of future. Now everybody says Singapore is a city of future because the architecture, the development, and reclamation of the land, and again doing setting up buildings and employment for new generation.
Well, Kanchan, Indian Singaporeans or Indian Singaporeans are basically the local ethnic group. and they are almost like 9% of the country's citizen. And there has been a contact with an ancient India, as you have said. And they have had a deep impact on the Malay culture, which is the most popular culture found in Singapore. So Indian Singapore is a ethnic community which has its presence in its all walks of life, including the current Chief Justice. And because of, the political leaders of Singapore have told several times that this city state is basically not a country, but a community in transition, and which brings out the best in a community living. And that's where once somebody reaches Singapore, they see the boards written in Tamil, and people so familiar. But like in many parts of the world, the Indian Singaporeans, they have a very deep connect with the land that they have lived, their forefathers have lived, and they are very, very proud of the Singapore's development. At the same time, they are also very proud of the connections during the Indian freedom fights that was in the modern times that we have known. And very few people know that Indian National Army by our Subhash Chandra Bose was raised in Singapore.
Can we also know about the architecture of this city, how it's been developed, and what are those good places where we can visit and appreciate and bring the memories?
Well, the city is a small, you can say, a mirror of the world. The skyline is something which is endlessly beautiful. The kind of images that people go and click, and also makes it a great place about the museums, the art places, and British colonization times museums are there, and art museum, national Peran Museum, and there are a lot of Southeast Asia's history is basically showcased. And then there is something which is so lovely for us called Little India, and the place which brings us closest to India, and actually it is very close to India. So people in Singapore, they can basically travel back and forth from India to Singapore, and in fact they need not even miss India at that. So from perspective of the arts, I think Singapore holds, there is something called Singlit, which is Singapore literature, and there are a lot of budding authors who are writing about the Southeast Asia's history, not just based in the Singapore area, but also from the Malaysia and the nearby areas. And that's where makes Singapore is a city of choice, and as you keep saying, the futuristic city. And and food is the foodie's delight. Yeah.
So at this point of time, I would like to ask you, what kind of food is available for vegetarian people who are visiting Singapore?
Well, from a cuisine point of view, Chinese, Malay, and Indian food has got much prominence in the Singapore island. But the diversity of cuisine has definitely increased by so much of mix and match and hybridization of different styles. There are hawker centers, and there are cultural diffusion between the foods. And there is a Tamil food, Chinese stalls are selling Tamil food, and other way around as well. So Malay ingredients, in fact, Kanchan, there is a Malay food fusion found in South Africa also, which I will cover in my journey some days later. And that also shows that the Malay food has traveled across the world. And, Singapore's national dish is supposed to be Hainanese chicken rice. But going to any Indian restaurants, and there are plenty of them, Indian restaurants, vegetarian food is plenty available.
Okay, so somebody is planning to visit Singapore. So, what is the best timing and how long he should stay to really enjoy the city and know places within the city?
Well, Singapore is about, cultural and themes, and there are a lot of tours around it, and bird park, and, safari park, and then the Sentosa Island, and, endless attractions, walking and biking tours, and, theme parks. So Singapore is a tourist delight, but it cannot be covered in 2 or 3 days. I would say 1 full week, and when I say 1 week, I'm counting 7 days a week. So I can say 6 nights and 7 days, and it is worth spending that kind of a time seeing Singapore. And you know what, to standing in any part of Singapore and then thinking about the Asian history, Southeast Asian history, Indian connections, and the world, in the modern world, how Singapore has left its imprint with its education, with its science, with its technology, with its advancements. And in a small city state also holds an army, a navy, an air force, and that is something people talk about, and people are really proud of the strict laws inside Singapore. I remember seeing T-shirts on which it is written, for what offense there is a fine, $500 Sing dollars fine for this and that. And one thing that stood out at that point of time was having chewing gum. As simple as chewing gum is when I was there, I figured that chewing gum is not allowed because people throw it and then it gets stuck somewhere, and it is very troublesome to pick it away. So Singapore is a model for the modern governance. I would say from a democracy point of view, it is a unitary party model, which probably doesn't go very well with the democracies. But yes, Singapore has proven that its model is successful, and that model can be copied. And I'm sure there are good things, good governance lessons to be learned. And there is a great relationship with India and Singapore relationship, not because of just the ethnic Indians, but because we as Indians, we appreciate what Singapore has done for itself in last 50 years.
Well, you rightly said, because Singapore is quite a modern city, and it has a capability to be a role model for other upcoming modern cities, and it is very highly connected through trades, through people going and coming to the city and taking the unique memories about the city. I would like to ask you how you will summarize the city in 1 or 2 or 3 words, maybe.
Well, Kanchan, I think by now that I am very much, enthused by the modern history, almost like 200 years of old history, and I am very much proud of the Indian National Army. That was raised during the Second World War by our Subhash Chandra Bose, the great patriot, and the impact of Indian National Army, I think, was one of the key pressures of the British Indian government. And one more thing, by Singapore being part of the British Empire around the Second World War, it was also part of the British East India. So at a point in time, we were all together. So Singapore was part of Indian subcontinent, though it always has been, but it was in a legal terms around 1830s. And the Malay people, the Indian ethnic people, the Malay Tamils of those, they actually helped Indian National Army with their precious savings, and Subhash Chandra Bose was able to pronounce the first Indian government in exile, and that is what makes Singapore a very, very dear and close ally of India.
So it was so lovely to talk to you and really go through all the history and the modern aspect of Singapore. So, which place you like most in Singapore?
Well, there is something called Cathay Cinema. Okay. Now that Cathay Cinema building is now, it is very hard to find it, But in 1943, Subhash Chandra Bose proclaimed the formation of Provisional Government of Free India. And once you stand there, and this was in October 21st, 1943, even many Singaporeans today would find it tough to find that place. So once I stand there and I stood there and I could really feel the goosebumps that one man and a community around Singapore, the prisoners of war by the Japanese army and the Malay people, the Tamil ethnic Indians, when they joined hands, it made an impact on the British Crown back in, and that is one place that I would love to go again and stand there and think that what one man's conviction can do.
Lastly, I would like to ask you, is it a place to live? I mean, anybody can go and settle down in Singapore, or it's a professional's paradise?
Singapore is professional's paradise, no doubt about it. But Singapore is also a bustling place for arts, cultures, journalism, media, and conservation. And so when I say about professionals, I belong to IT, but that is not only the place for the IT. It's a place where the taxes are very high, but it is also a place where the quality of life is also equally high. And I hear that it's 5 years or 6 years later, the people have to change their cars because they have to, it is ecologically not good to continue. If that is the law of the land. So getting a visa, tourist visa is not a problem, but I think getting a Singaporean visa and staying there, several years back, it used to be like a long-term visa and then, serving in the territorial army and then all those things. But from a living point of view, if one is okay with high taxes and one is equally okay with a high quality of life, it goes hand in hand. And that has been maintained very, very well in Singapore. And I compare Singapore as an answer to the Western capitals.
Well, it is so lovely to talk to you, and no doubt Singapore is a city of future, and we'll be meeting again with another city in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Thank you. Thank you from the land of Lionhead.
Bye, take care.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we will meet a very accomplished Indian. She joins us from UK. She is also a beauty pageant and also a well-established doctor. But before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. Akulmak works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmak Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Friends, let me introduce you to today's guest. Her name is Neha Sharma. She joins us from London. She is a doctor by profession, and today we will learn about her journey as a doctor from India to UK. Welcome to the show, Neha.
Pleasure is absolutely mine, CK. Thank you.
Well, it has been a pleasure of us also to be able to speak to you. And shall I say, Dr. Neha, tell us about you. You know how your journey has been so far, and you're working for the UK government. How you do you like working for UK government, and you have also worked with in India? What is the difference? I think we'd like to know. There are so many questions. We'd like to know answers to those today.
Sure. Thank you, CK. It was a pretty interesting roller coaster ride, I would say, like any other medic which I had so far. But I can only say, when you say about India and UK, I can only say that I have a massive regards for both the system, and I've been trained from India, and I carry that legacy with me. And when I'm working in NHS, I never forget my root as well, that I'm from India, and I've been so far, I have worked so hard in my life, and everything, like if I feel confident, if I feel like aware about my field, then it's because I've been very robustly trained from India. So I carry that thing in my mind. I've never forgotten that, despite working for NHS. Yes, working in NHS itself is a pride for me that I got this opportunity, and I came to UK in December 2016, and now I'm finishing 4.5 years now. And since last 1.5 years, like I'm working as a consultant here. So I have really worked hard, but at the same time, NHS is one of the renowned health system in the world, and it is very well organized. And the things which is something which impressed me is a balance of work and personal life. And I think this is something which has actually led me to settle down in UK. Although this was never been a plan, but I don't know what happens in future if I get back to India. But yes, the journey was always very interesting, and I've been like, as you know, that it's so like appearing in the medical exams and getting a seat itself is a massive struggle in India when you're competing with millions and millions of students at the same time. And obviously, being from a general category, it was always a struggle to being a topmost to get whatever subjects I want. So it was a roller coaster ride, but so far I've been enjoying a lot. I've learned a lot, and I've been reflecting that on my practice now.
Well, Neha, a lot of people know you. And for those who don't know you, let me tell the people, the viewers, that Neha Sharma is also a beauty pageant. She is a perfect mix of beauty and brain. Why don't you tell us about how the beauty pageant happened in your life?
I think CK, that was just out of the way. It just came up, and I just thought, like, if you see the fashion industry, I think there's not even a single girl in the world who's not being fascinated by the fashion industry. And I think that was the main reason, like, I wanted to experience that, although I was not very sure whether I'm eligible, I'm not eligible, or what is there. And it just happened because I just want to do something side by side apart from my profession, which gives me a kind of broader platform to serve the community. And actually, that was the main intention why I entered. It was not with an intention to win any title or to go ahead or to go for international or universe or whatever it was, but it was with an intention that I wanted to do something for the community. But to do that, I wanted to have a wider platform where I'm being connected with various other women in the platform, and I know their like strength and weaknesses, which I can learn from them. So I think that was the main reason why I entered. But so far the journey is endless. I won Mrs. India UK 2019 second runners up, Goodwill gold title, and intellectual silver title. And I think intellectual was just because I was a medic. I thought probably I was the most privileged out of all the contestants. So that was really nice, and I felt that after that, like a lot of things changed in my life as well. The way I carry myself, although I was always focused being a medic and doctor, I think the most important thing which I've always focused is on my personality, the way I carry myself, my communication skill, and how I treat others. But I think when you go to different industries, like I'm saying, different fields, and when you get different exposure, I think you learn a lot of things from that, and you actually build up your personality in various aspects of your life. So I think that is something which happened. But recently, I was working for an NGO, like I'm still working for an NGO, which is called All Women Rock, which is based at California. And Carl Wilson is a founder of that. And I was very privileged when I got connected with him. He recognized my work, which I was doing anyway as a medic as well. And recently, I won the title of Miss All Women Rock Global Elite 2021 and 22. And I received my tiara, my beautiful crown, and even my Purple Heart Award, which was just as a Corona warrior, being a frontline worker and serving the community. So I think I'm very, like, I'm enjoying my journey, and I'm enjoying these various exposure. At the same time, I feel like there's a lot of work which we can do as an individual for the community. It's just not about keeping your knowledge, keeping your wisdom, or keeping your experience to yourself. It's all about giving to others. And I think I'm on a mission to pass on this to my next generation. And I'm helping a lot of immigrant doctors here in UK for Royal College of Pediatric and Child Health. I'm also their overseas trainee ambassador, and I am involved with them in helping all the immigrant doctors who are coming to UK. So I think I'm just learning from that, and I'm just helping other people in the same way where when I was coming to UK, people helped me in the same way. This is my mission to help others as well.
It is always amazing to talk to a personality like yourself because you have been recognized. You have been working to help the people. You have been working with the patient. You have been awarded a Purple Heart for serving the community. I think it's amazing. I think you are a all rounder, as we say between UK and India. You have been
You're
an all
modest. You're
round.
too modest, CK. I would say you're too modest. Thank you.
Well, having said that, you have done so much at such a young age, and you have been recognized world over at such a young age. Tell us something which you really like doing. Something, one incident which really, something which drived you, and you wanted to achieve that. Is there something like that in your, in your heart, which you can claim that it is yours, and you wanted to achieve it?
CK, I feel that as a human being, I think we all are greedy in one way or other way, and our expectations and our greediness in life never ends. And I would narrate one incident when I was doing my pediatric intensive care fellowship from India in Pune. There was an incident where I was the doctor on call, and there was a girl like 13-year-old who got admitted with seizures, with fits. And I was the person, and I was new. That was my first day in the hospital itself, and everything was new to me. And I have never managed a case like that by myself. And despite doing everything, that girl died. And although it was a difficult case, she already came in a very refractory seizure where her seizures were not responding to any medication, but she died. And that was something which impacted me very, very badly, CK. There was a time when I was like, as a human being, I was feeling, and I was feeling guilty for a very, very long period of time, and I couldn't recover from that feeling that I couldn't help that family, because I feel like losing a newborn sometime, like, I'm not saying that every loss is very, very traumatizing experience for the parents, for the individuals, but losing a 13-year-old child is a big thing for a family, because there is a bonding, there is a memory, there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of sharing throughout those 13 years of life, which parents and the kid or the other siblings, they have shared among themselves. And when that happened, it just changed my life. And I was more embracing my life. I started being more thankful for everything God has given me. Yes, there were a lot of things happened in my personal life as well. And a lot of things were going around. My dad got cancer. And there were a lot of things, like, I don't want to say on the social media, but yes, I was in love with somebody, and then it didn't work well. And everything was going all over the place, and I had no control over the life. And I was also there, like, when my dad was getting operated for his cancer prostate. The surgeon called me in the theater at the Leela. There was a hospital in Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital in Mumbai, and he was getting operated there. And I was being called in the theater to see the surgery, and I was just shaking. I couldn't see my father being on the ventilator and going through all these things. So I think that just changed my perspective. And the question which you asked me, that what I aspire, like what I want my future, or maybe what I want in my life, I think, CK, I just want to be happy, and I just want to embrace every little second which God has given to me, with my friends, with my family, with my husband, with everyone around. And I just want to embrace this current moment when I'm sitting and talking to you and sharing my pride with you, that yes, I've been through a lot, but I'm standing here in front of you with a vision that yes, like, my life is good, and my life will be much better in foreseeable future, and this is what I want in my life.
Well, I think you have shown us the human side of doctor, because normally we don't get to see that, especially when you mentioned about that case, the patient died. Uh, I think most of the doctors are sort of used to that phenomena, and patients don't see this side, what you're showing us today. So I think it's a learning for all of us that doctors are also human. They are also affected by
It's very
emotion.
difficult. It's very, very difficult. And somewhere, like, I'm a kind of person who doesn't think from brain. I think from my heart. And sometimes it is too heavy on me as well, when I am seeing that I can't do anything for my little baby. Like, I'm a neonatologist here, and I know there are a lot of things which happens. There are a lot of complications which can go here and there. And even if everything is going right throughout the pregnancy, there could be something which can happen during the delivery process or after the delivery as well. So it is hard for every medic, and I only request to the people, like whoever is listening to me, that it's not easy to be a doctor. And I know that in last few years I have seen that chemistry between doctor and the patient in India, and in a lot of part of world, I'm not saying just in India, but in many part of the world, it's being somewhere offset. And I think it has to get back to a same like, it has to get aligned, because I know there is an expectation from a patient side, and also there's an expectation from the doctor side as well, to be treated as a human being, as another human being. And I'm saying that just because even during this COVID outbreak, a lot of my colleagues, a lot of doctors, a lot of nurses, they've been died treating the patient. And it's not easy, and it's not fair for their family to be in a situation where they couldn't do anything now because the loss has happened. But I think this is the time when people should acknowledge that we all are human beings and we are working round the clock. And I'm saying that, CK, like in last 1.5 years, like I've been working without taking much of offs. Like, yes, I do got like in between some annual leave, but I'm non-stop working, and I'm like literally at a stage where I feel that I need a break. I really need a break. But I know at the same time that my colleague in the hospital, they need me as well. And it's a very difficult situation. And I got COVID as well in last year in March, where my family was like quite concerned. My husband was concerned. I was off sick for 3 weeks, and it was very difficult situation for me. I was just having a constant headache. I was sleeping for 16, 17 hours. I was having a chest pain. But at the end of the day, when you are being acknowledged and somebody just say thank you to you for saving the life of their child, or just a simple that, Dr. Sharma, you have done everything for my child. I think that is the reward which just makes me feel about that. Yes, probably I've done justice to my presence in their life. And whenever I see the patient in the clinic as well, like in the children's outpatient department, and when I'm discharging them from my side, I always say to them that thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to look after your child. And I feel being privileged to be a part of this journey. And the kind of gratitude which I see at that point of time, as soon as I say thank you to them for letting me to treat their child, and the kind of satisfaction which is there on their face, it's completely like I can't express this in my words. Like it's completely undefinable, and it just gives me a lot of pride. So I think it has to be acknowledged, but at the same time, we all are human beings and we have to get it better.
Certainly, Dr. Neha. In fact, doctors are also humans first. I think they are humans first, and we have to understand that as patient and also as as a human being ourselves. So, moving on to the next question, and that is about the journey from India to UK. Uh, and you could be inspiration to millions of doctors who are aspiring to build a career in India or in UK or elsewhere. What is your 2 cents advice to your fellow industry colleagues?
I think the two advice which I'll say is having a vision for yourself and knowing yourself, like where do you want to see down the line in 5 years or 10 years of time. That is one thing. And secondly, being resilient and being in a good books of your mentors. That's very important, because when you're coming to UK, first of all, you need to know what do you want to do. Like people wanted to go to abroad, like basically, but why you are going there, like what you want. I've seen a lot of immigrant doctors coming with something, doing something else and landing nowhere. And I think that's something which is heartbreaking for them, because at the end they get disappointed. And again, CK, like grass is always green from the other side. When I was in India, England was like, oh, everything is fantastic, everything is green, and everything is gonna be great in my life, and this and that. But when I came to UK, I was by myself, and it was such a lonely life, and it was such a depressive life I had, like literally. And I'm using depressive because I'm a very strong person. I don't impact my mental well-being to get affected by how I'm feeling. Sometimes I'm very harsh on myself. Sometimes I feel like I have to be kind to myself. But I think it's not easy. It's not easy by yourself, having no family around. And specifically when you are working as a full-timer doctor, and you're getting sick as well, there's no one around you to look after you. You have to manage your food. You still have to go to the grocery shop. You have to get your things done. You still have to work. You still have to manage yourself. You still have to get your medicines done. So, but the thing is, because when you have a vision and when you are determined, you will never quit from your path. And this is the drive which I had, that when I was thinking I can't stand this lonely life, I can't bear it. I think just because when I was determined, I think that gave me a different direction, and it kept on pushing me to the extent where I've reached today. And I'm very glad that I didn't quit. So I think, CK, having a vision was very important. And secondly, as I said, that being resilient and being in a good book of the mentors, because UK needs references. They need, like, none of the job will take you, none of the hospital will take you until you have got a good reference from your previous employees. So I was very blessed that I had a very strong mentors in my life, and I'm connected right now, even with my school teachers, even with my medical school teachers, my fellowship teachers, like from where I've done that, my postgraduate teachers, And right now, in every unit where I worked, and I'm on a WhatsApp group to everywhere. So even I ensure that every Christmas, New Year, Diwali, or whatever it is, I'm connected with my old mentors, because what I am today is just because of the direction and the wisdom given by my mentors. And I would like to quote few of my mentors. One was Dr. P.D. Pote sir. So he was my postgraduate teacher. One was Dr. Dhaneria ma'am. She was a pediatric head of the department when I was in my medical school. One was Dr. Suryavanshi sir, Dr. Pradeep Suryavanshi sir. He's a head of the department at Bharati Medical College. And after that, Dr. Soni, who was the prime person who brought me to UK. And thereafter, my mentor list is too many. But here in UK, I'm very privileged. I have got a very strong mentorship, like Dr. Umesh Prabhu, Dr. Ramesh Mehta, who are head of British Association of Physicians of Indian origin. Also, they are the head of the GMCs, and like they are in a legal team as well in the GMC, and a lot of indemnity team as well. So I think I'm very, very privileged that I have a very strong mentorships, and because of them, I have always got a direction in my life. And whenever I felt like I feel that I'm lost in my world, I just give them a call and they just give me direction. So you need to have a good mentors and you need to have a vision for yourself. And that is the two key things which I'll say that every immigrant doctor need to have that.
Fantastic to hear about that because, while I was listening to you, I was trying to relate it to other industries. I think networking is a more apt word. We need to network with our teachers, with our peers, with our friends, and also with mentors. So I think that's a very powerful message you have given. And we expect you to be back on the show, Neha, and we will talk about a lot of knowledge that you have, a lot of wisdom that you have accumulated at such young age. We hope we will catch you again very soon in the next episode of Dr. Speak. I'd like to say goodbye for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Absolutely my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm your host Chandrakant. Today we have a very interesting discussion which is about have we lost our way because of COVID? And to have this discussion, I will be joined by my friend, a very eminent personality from UK. So don't go anywhere. I'll just take a short break and join back along with my guest. Welcome back, friends, and I'm pleased to have Mr. Naval Gund, who's joining us from UK. Naval is the CEO of MindFit Limited, and he's going to tell us and probably give some tips and tricks. Have we lost our way because of COVID? So welcome to the show, Naval. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I'm doing brilliantly. Thank you very much, despite the fact the temperature has dipped about 5 degrees where I live in the UK. But, and that actually could actually change your mood. Because, CK, it's boiling hot where you are, isn't it?
It's almost very hot. It's almost like summer. It's 40 here. So this is very surprising because during rainy season, usually temperature is about 30-ish or 28, but today it's 40. For past 2 days, it's quite hot here.
And that's something that changes our mood. For some people, it brings a huge smile on their face, and for others, they go miserable. And that's what things like COVID do to us. So it's not surprising that when things happen around us, we tend to lose our way. And this is not just about businesses losing their way, but it's about you losing your way as an individual. So CK, let's just think about the weather. When you've just come out of monsoon season and now you've got this huge heat wave that's come through. How's that affected your mood?
Well, during the monsoon, we really enjoyed the rain because, you remember the great Indian summer. So usually temperature reaches 48 degrees centigrade. So the rain, when the monsoon was here, it was pretty nice, very pleasant, even though there was some accidents across India, but by and large, people enjoyed the rain. But for past 2 days, it is again very hot. So I think the mood is slightly changed a bit. Because suddenly it has become hot again. So we are now again praying for some temperature dips. So I think that is where the mood is today. So mood is slightly low, waiting for a better future.
And that's it, isn't it? We've had this cyclical event that happens every year. We've had the monsoon happening, and then typically you get this little heat wave that follows it. And we're used to it. And therefore, our mindset, our body, our relationships we have around us are used to that thing happening. But COVID, we're not used to COVID yet. So it's not surprising that if you are still finding it difficult to get out of this COVID mood, it's not surprising, is it? Because we haven't really adapted to it. We haven't got used to it. And the first thing really about this arena is, if you have felt brilliant all the way through COVID, I have to wonder, you have to ask your question, am I a robot? Am I completely unable to understand what's going on around me? I would suggest pinch yourself, because we need to find out if you're human. So just do that. Just pinch yourself. Just make sure it hurts. And if it isn't hurting, pinch yourself harder. Just make sure you're a human being, because COVID has affected everybody. But it's here to stay. So part of this program today is to help us, me included, to get over this mood swing that we're going to have. Get out of this doldrum arena of making COVID stop us doing things, because that's what it's done. It's actually stopped us doing things. The government has stopped us. They've made us stay at home, which actually, for some people I know, including people very close to me, they're now frightened of going out. Because for 4 or 5 months, they've been told you cannot go out unless you're going to exercise. And if you exercise, make sure you're nowhere near anyone else. And it's this fear thing that's been building up in our mindset. And we need to get out of that. There's lots of ways we can do it. But does this resonate with you, CK? Do you feel this way? Not all the time, but some of the time, when someone tells you you must stay indoors, you mustn't communicate with people when you're outside, you must wear a mask, you must wash your hands. How does that make you feel when you've actually gone out now?
Neville, to be very frank with you, I think more or less, me and my family are used to it, but we keep watching a lot of these National Geographic channel, a lot of these programs outdoors, So to compensate, we are going and visiting the mountains virtually and doing things like that. But going out is out of the question. So I don't know, in what sense I can reply to you, because we obviously can't go out. And for past 2 days, again, the corona cases are on the rise again. So it was going down a little bit, and for past 2 days, it is going to increase now. So, and the Delta Plus variant is being found, some deaths being reported. So obviously, we have to tell ourselves that, hey, we are not going out. But at the same time, we are missing outdoors. And hence, we are turning to TV whenever we are free. And the only channel that we like is basically some camping channel or, National Geographics and stuff like that. So I think the mood is definitely not really up to the mark. That's the only way I can respond to you, Neville.
No, it's good you say these things, CK, because what you're doing is you're adapting to the climate that's there. So when we talked about the weather before, when it's pouring down the rain, you've got a big smiley, happy face on you, because you know that because the monsoons come, something else is going to happen. And it's great. It's great for the plants, great for the farmers, great for you as an individual, because it's almost like a cleansing arena. I mean, I love it when it really does start pouring with rain. Even when it's thundering and lightning, I can't wait to get out there and not go out with an umbrella or anything like that. It's a bit like singing in the rain, really. I put the umbrella down and I'm dancing around all over the place. Haven't done that much recently, but I love to do it because it's that freedom that you get when those little droplets of rain are bouncing on your face. And that's the thing. It's how you feel. This is a mood issue. COVID is, if you're in the doldrums, it's because your mood is down. And you, by looking at National Geographic, I think that's a great way, because you're adapting to the circumstance. And we can all adapt to the events that are unfolding in front of us. And the point is, even if we don't think we can, we need to. So watching the National Geographic channel is a really good way. You know, going online and looking at these huge, wonderful panoramic views. And even these days, you can go on safari without actually leaving your sofa. It's really quite amazing what they do with cinematographics. And even documentaries on the Netflix. I mean, people have been binging on Netflix. Perhaps they're binging on the wrong thing. They should be binging and expanding their mindset and getting them really in that different time zone in some respects and enjoying what could be out there as soon as this COVID arena goes away. I mean, there must be nothing worse. I mean, we're now feeling like a caged animal. We all see what happens with caged animals when the door gets open. You ever been to a zoo when the animals are put to bed overnight, and then when you go in the first thing, if the zoo's open when they're letting the animals out, the animals know the doors are going to be open. And they're all sort of queuing up and waiting to get out of the door or the gate. And when that gate open, there's some rush out, and monkeys climb the trees and gorillas sort of amble along, and tigers and lions rush out. Even giraffes, hippopotamuses, etc., etc. They're all rushing out of their cage, and that's how we are. We're humans. We're no different. No, we do not like to be in a cage. So adapt to the circumstances. Say every morning, wake up, take a big deep breath, and fling open the windows, whether it's raining or sunny. Change your mood. My wife is a favourite of saying, let the outside influence the in, which is all right if it's nice and sunny or raining and that's what you want. But when there's no one running outside and everyone's stuck inside, you're just looking at nature. And that's not enough for the majority of people. We are humans at the bottom. We are like pack animals. We do our best work when we work with each other, when we collaborate. Just like we're doing on here, CK. You and I have a regular discussion every day of the week, and it's uplifting. It's warming. We may be talking about some real tough things that are happening in the world, but we're having a conversation. We're communicating with each other 6,500 miles away from each other through this wonderful medium that we call the internet. So we really are digital. By the way, I am real. If I pinch myself, it does hurt. We're not avatars. We're not holograms. We're real people. And even with the best AI in the world, I don't think they could repeat what I've just been doing. So, but good luck to anyone that wants to try, by the way. If you think you can, go ahead. But this is, you need to have a bit of fun. You need to put your life back into yourself. And yes, it's a really tough arena out there. We're all losing loved ones, friends, relations, distant friends around the world. And this thing isn't going away. So we need to learn how to deal with it. So, CK, any other mechanisms that you've personally got that helps you deal with it? We've mentioned several here without actually being very specific about them, apart from the National Geographic, of course. But people need to think about, phoning a friend, doing a puzzle, doing a jigsaw, doing Sudoku, doing something you've not done before and actually getting enjoyment out of it. What are the mechanisms that you personally do, or you've seen your parents or your children do to improve their mood?
Well, I think it's a very good question, Neville. I think it depends on the age also. For example, my parents, as a routine, and for children as well, the routine is to sleep in the afternoon. And there are few days where they cannot get sleep, but I think the routine is to do, just go to the bed after lunch and sleep for a couple of hours. And if you don't do that, then they will end up watching some crappy news, which is always doom and gloom. So instead of that, it's better to sleep. And so I think that is one activity which is we are now catching up with. I don't do that, but the elderlies and the kids are doing that. For me, there is still a lot of work because you know that I'm in the digital space, so I need to have a lot of communication with a lot of people. But some of us may not have that luxury because they may not know how to do reach out sessions with others. But I think Facebook provides a lot of such very nice features where you can actually have chat sessions within your family. So once in a while, I think they can start these chat rooms within the family and do chat, catch up. And this is another thing that we are doing usually in the evening around 6ish, where we call the relatives, check them out, what they are doing, how are things, have they got vaccination, if everything okay, things like that. So checking on relatives also is one of the activities which we were not doing earlier, because usually there are in India the marriages are a big affair, so we used to anyway catch up with the relatives during marriages. But now we have to make an effort to call them and find out how they are doing, if things are fine, are they facing any problem in terms of provisions and stuff like that. So I think that is something that we are doing, and that is where the life has changed for us, Neville.
You're mentioning very simple, practical things, and it's about taking action. Having a nap, a power nap. Some days I have a power nap around 4 o'clock. It might be 5 minutes, it might be 20 minutes. If I need it, I take it. If I don't need it because I'm excited and I'm doing something, I don't take it. But it's about having all of these different things that you can do, and the ones that make you feel good. Because this is about getting out of that negative, bad mood. Having a nice sleep for a couple of hours when you get older, just after lunch. Oh, the interesting thing is, I'm sure you've heard of siesta time, particularly Spain and Portugal. It used to be the case where lunches were around 2 hours because it was a business lunch, but it was time for siesta. And why was that? Well, because the sun was high. And everyone knows that when the sun's high and really strong in the summer, it saps your energy. I mean, if you've ever walked around in temperatures of over 30 degrees and you've just taken a little stroll, you sweat. It's really hot. You're doing a little bit of exercise and water's pouring out of your body. It's telling you something. Find shade. Stop doing what you're doing. It is tiring you out. Your body needs a bit of rest. And this is the thing that I think we've lost the tone of our body. It's a bit like a good orchestra. When a good orchestra comes together, whether it's 5 pieces, 6 pieces, or 100 pieces, when they're tuning up, it sounds horrible. It sounds like someone's got hold of an animal and swung it round and screeching. It's horrible. But when they start to play and the conductor brings them all together, gets them started on the right note, brings them in at the right time. That's what happens with our body. But you're the conductor. And this is about not someone else creating your mood. Your mood is a reflection or a reaction to what you're seeing. So you can change your mood. And I'm not saying, you laugh at the news. That's not going to be any good, really, because that's not going to necessarily put you in a good mood. Just turn the news off. As you say, it's all doom and gloom stuff, and do something that makes you feel good. And whether it's phone your friends, phone your relations on a regular basis. How are you? Oh, this is what we've done. Oh, we're looking forward to this. Have that upbeat discussion with them and with yourself. And this is where we need to start. Everyone needs to start this, because we can't change someone else's mood if you're miserable. We all know that. Any good counselor out there knows that they need to zone out. So no matter what's affecting them, they need to push it to one side, park it, ignore it, and actually deal with what's in front of them. That's what good coaches do as well. You deal what's in front of you. So you need to be a good coach to yourself. And maybe this is an opportunity for you to find out what you really do enjoy. Because until you ask yourself that question, how do you know the answer? I mean, do you wait until you really start smiling and laughing to say, oh, I really enjoy that? Or do you go and do something because you know you're going to get enjoyment out of it? It's a really tough question for a lot of people because they go, oh, I never thought of it that way. Well, you need to start thinking that way. What is it that makes you happy? Because happiness is a result of something happening. It's not, I'm going to be happy. It's something we're doing like this. You're smiling away, I'm smiling away here. Makes us happy because we're having a conversation. But what is it about that conversation that makes you happy? So we just got to ask ourselves a few simple questions. And now, actually, is probably the time to do it. Because we know that this COVID thing is going to last for some considerable time. It's not just a passing bug that's going to disappear. It's actually going to stay with us for some time, and it will change in itself. You already mentioned the Delta variant, etc. Things will change. But now is the time to get ourselves ready, prepared to address the next day, tomorrow, the day after that. Any of this making sense to you, CK? Any things that you've been smiling away there, I see. Have you ever thought about what makes you happy?
Well, Neville, I think there are many skills which we have forgotten. I think some of these skills are like carpentry and things like that. I think this is the right time to catch up these life skills because these are very, very important. So another thing that I learned today on TV is how to make fire using just water bottle. So all you need is a tinder, a dry material, and a bottle of water. So it was very interesting, and in fact my dad, my mom, everyone in the family, they were so glued because it's amazing, how can you make fire in the wilderness if you have a bottle of water and no matches? So I think that was very interesting. It was amazing. So I think some things like this we can pick up. This is a time when we are at home, we have a lot of time at hand. We can start doing things like carpentry or things like that, some sort of skill which will help us come out from this, because as you said, Neville, the life-changing time will continue for some more time, and we need to get fine-tuned to that. So I think that is my way of doing understanding it. But many people are very bored. Actually, there are many people who are waiting for this whole thing to come out. Within my family also, my mother wants to just get out. So I keep telling her, I'm younger than her, but I keep telling her, hey, just hold on, don't step out. You have an age which is plus 60, It's risky to go out and stuff like that. So I'm sure in other household also people are getting desperate to get out and mingle with other people. But I think we cannot do that for a couple of years, maybe, or maybe at least a year.
Well, as you say, CK, your mother is just like that caged animal. She wants to get out. I know a lot of people that want to get out for lots of reasons, not just to breathe different air, but perhaps change the environment, get away from where you are. You know, maybe she in the past, you know, not really had a place to meet some of her friends locally, but just because they were all walking in the street and they were just nodding away to each other, it makes you feel good. And the thing is, she knows she wants to get out. And the reason she needs to know that, she knows that, is because there's something out there that makes her happy. So already she's in that mood. And what she needs to do, you need to perhaps help her, is find a way she can not necessarily duplicate it or change those arenas, but maybe even dream. You know, maybe even close her eyes and think about, you know, fantasize, imagine. You know, we've got a very powerful thing up here and we don't use it that well, to be honest with you. Some people say we only use it 10%. Well, I'm not even sure we use it that much, frankly. But if we start to use it an awful lot, we'd be amazed at what can happen to it. But I think the message we got today is, do you know what makes you happy? If you don't, start making a list. And then when you get the opportunity, do more of it. And if you can't do those things currently, look at substitutes to what you can do. Watch the National Geographic Channel, if that's, you know, that's going to take you into that other world, and just see how it makes you feel. I mean, you said you were all mesmerized about how to make fire with a bottle of water and some, you know, some dry material. I mean, you've already got my imagination going. You know, I'm a scout, so I sort of know how to make fire many years ago. And even today, I do the same thing. But I do tend to cheat. I do tend to have a lighter or a match. But the point is, it's about making you happy. It's about what makes you happy. And until you know really what that is, how can you replicate it? So the message of today is you can get out of the COVID blues by knowing exactly what makes you happy. But until you know what makes you happy, you're not going to be able to do it. It's as simple as that. Anyone can make this really complicated. This isn't rocket science. It's not about how I feel. It's about how you feel. But do you know how you feel?
Well, Naval, I think we can end our discussion here. I think we have given a lot of tips and a lot of advices to people. I think one thing that I picked up from our discussion is have a nice siesta after a fiesta. So on this positive note, we can end our discussion and we will catch up with you once again in the next episode of Akul Mac Live. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies and welcome to the CEO Roundtable, and today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Miss Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today, the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really, really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns.
groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history, or they are studying Hindi graduates. So where is the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So, as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So, what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges, they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, you know, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually, bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because, like, for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah. So where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which Nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question, we all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital, they have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear. They can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platform. But if somebody wants to get into an arena of like a mechanic or like a chef or cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market. So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities? Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. it's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas, give learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. Uh, you can give online education in that. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because um, if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. A chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight, but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, uh, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to for instance say create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is, if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become chef. You have to come out of that hotel management and then eventually recognize, somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity. Really,
Absolutely.
in real sense, what really happens is you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do administration, you have to do billing, you have to welcome the guests, you have to clean the bathroom, you have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses, and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. Um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay-at-home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are training to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore, here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
I also feel, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CK is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking we do. There are some flower arrangement things which we can do, teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that, employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows? They might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. Um, for instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, um, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also, in order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena. For example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical, but until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that handholding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up and COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation. They need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right? Either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time, you need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students. And I also agree with Faiza's point when it's a buffer time. So you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime, you groom yourself. Because I also feel there's a shift in the operation system also. Like Faida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. Their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job or time. Train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities are available in the health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing, that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for, that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and, who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. uh, who knows, you might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care, and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you, to orient you in the right direction so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Assimilate Technologies and you are welcome to our shows, our series, Great Kings of India. And we have been discussing about the great king, Chandragupta Maurya, his administration, his army. Today we'll be discussing about economy at that particular point of time, position of women, social fabric of that era. And I've read somewhere that Kautilya has already laid down few rules for women, and one of the instances it is mentioned right to property to women. So I think it's great because anywhere, any country which follows gender equality, that country develop rapidly. So when we talk about right to property to women, so it is a great aspect because even today there are many communities where right to property doesn't exist for women. To discuss more about this aspect, we have Professor Meeta Joshi, who is an eminent historian, and she is also head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College for Women in Hyderabad. So without wasting any time, any moment, I would like to welcome Professor Meeta Joshi. Meeta ji, welcome to the show.
Namaskar, Kanchan. Thank you.
So we are discussing today about Chandragupta Maurya and economy and social fabric. So I'm eager to hear about that particular era and in terms of economy and social fabric.
See, if you see the overall Mauryan economy, they were, as I told you, they were very, very organized people. because of the influence of Chanakya or Kautilya in Chandragupta Maurya's life. So all the principles of Arthashastra were followed. And because Chanakya knew that economy is the backbone of any empire, so it was very, very, meticulously planned. Now, when Megasthenes was in India and he observed all the activities of the court and the Mauryan administration, then in his book Indica, he has mentioned that apart from the four Varna system which existed, he wrote that there were seven types of castes. So he has put philosophers, farmers, soldiers, and herdsmen, artisans, magistrates, and counselors, apart from the fourfold Varna system. Now, because economy was very, very important, and that time it was an agrarian based economy because agriculture was the main occupation. So, there was a need to plan the agriculture in a very, very, you know, proper way. So, for agriculture, you need water. Canals were made by the Mauryan government for for irrigation. And in one inscription which we found written by Rudradaman in the Junagadh inscription, in which it is mentioned that a dam was also built on the Sudarshan Lake. Channels, water channels were made so that the crop is good. The land was measured and the revenue was assessed accordingly. It was a very, very just system. If suppose by any natural calamity, drought, famine, you don't get a good crop, so those people were exempted from the taxes. And apart from this, the Brahmins, the children, and the handicapped people of the empire were exempted from any type of taxes.
Oh, that was great.
Evasion, yeah, evasion of taxes was supposed to be a very, very serious offense, and a strict action was taken upon the person who was not, you know, paying the taxes properly. So, apart from taxes, the economy, as I told you, trade and commerce was very much in the period of Chandragupta Maurya because we find evidences that even foreign trade existed. Indigo, cotton, medicinal substances, okay, they all were, silk that was exported. So a lot of revenue was generated because of that. And there were merchant guilds and associations as we have today. So in Mauryan administration, they had merchant guilds and associations. And there was a head of the guild. He was supposed to take care of the activities, the trade activities, a separate they had a separate army. As I told you, the army consisted of one portion of army who were provided by the guilds. So they guarded the routes, the trade routes, because there were chances of robbery and dacoity. So those army, they guarded the trade routes. So economy was, very, very well planned in Mauryan administration. Not only in Chandragupta Maurya's time, but if you see Bindusar's or Ashoka, after Ashoka, the successors of Mauryas were weak, so they could not take the Mauryan legacy forward. But in Chandragupta Maurya's time, the economy was very, very strong. Agriculture, trade and commerce, the export import of things which happened through land and through sea also. So that improved the economy to a very high extent. And if you if you want to know about the social aspect and the position of women. So women were respected in the modern society, and like we have this bridal gift. So istri dhan they used to say. So that istri dhan remained with the woman, and even if suppose there is a widow, but all rights were given to them. They were respected in the society, though polygamy existed in the modern empire. Polygamy means a person, a man marrying one or more women. So that existed in the modern empire, but still the women enjoyed a good position in the society. And this we come to know by the way Chandragupta Maurya's mother, uh, Chandragupta Maurya's father was the head of the Maurya clan, and because he was killed, so the mother ran away and came to Patliputra. So there are mentions of his mother, in the history. That, but another account says that he was an orphan, and he was there are herd people who used to, keep cows. They adopted him. So different theories. So women enjoyed a very good position in the society. And as I told you, Istri Dhan, it was for the security of the woman. That was always with the woman. It was never, taken by force, or it was woman's wish how to use that Istridhan for herself. So
Yes.
that way the society was very, very good, and because the administration was very sound, so each and every activity which happened in the reign of empire of Chandragupta Maurya was monitored. So the people were also, because as I told you, in Nanda Empire, in Nanda dynasty time, it was a brutal rule and very high taxes were there. So here Chandragupta Maurya kept this in mind, that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he has to give some relief in taxes to the people. And not only taxes, justice, there was department for justice separately, and that people had access to the king. If any grievance they had, they were free to talk or to approach the king. So all these things together made Chandragupta Maurya's empire very, very good. Whether you talk about economy, whether you talk about social conditions, political conditions, status of women, we can definitely say that it was a very good period. And then after Ashoka came, so because of his Dhamma, the principle he applied, religious principle, so because of that, and because of the spread of Buddhism, the society was a peaceful society. Like people were happy. And that's why every time we talk about ancient India, it is always mentioned that there was economic prosperity in the time of Chandragupta Maurya. So, how you get economic prosperity? Because your crops are good, number one, because you have a good trade in commerce, and because your revenue system, the taxes which you are implementing on your subjects, were just. There was nothing which by which people were suppressed, or people had this grievance that the ruler is not taking care of the subjects. Everything was very, very, meticulously planned, and a peaceful empire altogether.
So when you're talking
Administration.
about polygamy, I've read somewhere that a person who's married to a woman and woman give birth to a dead child, then that and he wants to remarry. So that person, that man has to wait for 10 years to really go for remarriage. And again, there is, as mentioned, that if women give birth to girls only, then again, there was a rule that man has to wait for 12 years to really think about the second marriage. So even polygamy is also not
not very easy at that point of time. So in case if you really want to have the second wife,
so one thing I want to tell you, Kanchan, if you see our Vedic age or post-Vedic age, and if you see ancient India before the invasions, before Muslim invasions, the society was a free society to an extent. Like if you see the Vedic age, you find mention of women who were very, very learned and well bred. They enjoyed a very, good status in the society. Equal rights were given to them. If a boy wants to learn, the girl child was given an equal chance. Same in Chandragupta Maurya's reign also. Only after the invasions, when the invasions started, after the invasions, this problem in the society concerned women, it increased. Why? Because they used to make women slaves. And all ill behavior, they used to take women as slaves to their land. So that's why now if you see, now I'm just shifting from the topic because this is very important. Because of the invaders only parda system started.
Right.
Before, there was no parda system because it was a free society. There were no taboos for that matter. In the Vedic society, only after the Varna system, you can say, and this feudal system, uh, when the kings started giving lands to the Brahmins, all these problems started from there. Otherwise, there was when you have a good society where people are broad-minded. So, and Arthashastra mentions even about the rules of marriage. If you are married to a particular woman, and suppose if you marry another woman, then you have to give equal rights to your first wife. You have to take care of her, livelihood, finances, her food, her clothing. So all that was mentioned in the Arthashastra. So that way, it was a very, very, organized society. And all now we are seeing that position of women is really vulnerable in our modern society. We are witnessing all types of bad incidents all over the country. So which is very, very sad. So if people had a little broad minds, and they had that respect for the other gender, then all these problems would not have crept in our system.
So it is so lovely to talk to you, Professor Neeta Joshi. And we'll be discussing more about our great things of India in our next episode. For today, I'll take a leave. Bye-bye. It was so lovely to talk to you today. Bye.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Bye. Hi, welcome to Applemet Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today, Monday, and we will be discussing some quick points about the opportunities in the market after this COVID. But before that, I would like to welcome our guest.
Thank you, Kanchan, and I'm absolutely fine. Thank you. It's nice to be back on your show every Monday.
Well, so what we are discussing, what are those crisp points we are discussing today?
I think we are talking about the career counseling, and where we are going to talk about the prospects any candidate can have after finishing the concerned course, whatsoever the person is doing right now in the time of COVID.
So, well, I'm sure that there are a lot of things which are emerging after maybe 1.5 years, because we were at home. Students have, most of the college students are out, they have cleared their exams, and now definitely and obviously they are looking for opportunities. So, what are those industries which provide career for current scenario? What kind of career a pass out should look at?
See, it all depends on what kind of course they are doing. And most of the industry, they are booming back. They're doing very fine. For example, let me just speak about the fashion industry. And, you know, the hub of all the fashion designers, it's being the defense colony and Shahpur Jad. And the kind of people now you see getting back, the footfall is very high. The designers, they have again reopened their stores and they're doing brisk business. So I personally feel, for example, if you a child has done fashion designing, they have the vast opportunity. They can work with someone, you know, and it is important that you work with someone under the guidance of some renowned designer or the export house or the fashion house, so that you get to learn about the nicks of the business, that how, you know, someday when they become the designer, they are doing the business also. So it is important that how you survive in a fashion industry, which is highly competitive, and especially in a city like Delhi, where there are supposedly more designers than compared to Mumbai. So one should know that how to survive in the garment industry, and where your garments are sometimes, you know, the designers, their garments are exorbitant in the price. So how you promote your garment, how you sell your garment, and at the same time you have to be always on the exhibit your collections on various platforms, on various fashion shows. It's important because the fashion show is a platform where you get international buyers, international export house coming in and looking at your design, and then they give you the bulk order. So this is the right time for any fashion student to survive in the industry, work with some renowned designer, and then can do their own startup, because the government is also giving so much of help for the startups. So if you have a very unique idea, you're thinking out of the box, you will get loan for startups. So this is for the fashion industry. And you know, there are other industries also. Let me say, for example, people who have done mass communication journalism, it is not the journalism field where you are only working. There are other industries also, like wellness and health and hospitality, the education industry, and blah blah, the corporate houses. These days they all look out for a media person, for the media management and the PR people, and the various other people. They those who have interest in various other sectors of mass communication, like marketing, advertising, and business communication, they are getting lots of opportunity right now. And I think this is the time that kids, they should take up some kind of job, some kind of internship, regardless of whatever money they are being paid, because they're going to learn something. Right now the competition is very high because India is booming back.
Well, as you mentioned that now market is opening up, and there are a few new things are emerging in the market, and people should look towards the fashion, which is an industry. But at the same time, I feel is that many world-class fashion designers, they are coming and they are using OTT platform. So how you compare? You said that there are opening of stores. So how you really feel that OTT provides a better job opportunities as compared to the physical store which are opening up?
Right. See, right now is the time for wedding in India. There's a season of wedding, and this is, the mentality not in India but otherwise also. The customers would really like to physically touch the fabric when they're spending the money on, lehengas, the wedding lehengas, the wedding attires, the clothes. Otherwise, they're exorbitantly priced. So people, they actually want to go. They want to give the trial, and then they want to buy. Here the designers, and you can discuss with the designers, these things are slightly missing digitally, because it's a process. You are buying the clothes, it is delivered to your house, then you're trying, then you're getting the money back. So this takes lots of time. So people are physically going out to different stores and they're buying, because you place the order, you give your size, you go back one day, see the trial, take the trial, and then you finally pay the money. And it also gives you different ideas. You can see various outfits, touch them, have a feel of the fabric, and then you can decide for other things also. And personally, believe me, the designers are also wanting people to visit their stores, and people are also going out, because they have stayed in the house for nearly 2 years. It's just giving them opportunity. People are vaccinated, so I think it's the time, and business will only go high for the fashion designing industry when people, they visit the stores. It's important for people to visit the stores also.
See, one sector is fashion, which is definitely, it will never be out of touch because of obvious reasons. Then you also mentioned about PR industries and communication advertising, because we require, even in OTT platform also, we require advertising on a daily basis actually. But there are one industry which I really feel suffered most, that is hospitality and travel industry. So do you really feel that we have an opportunity in these sectors also at this point of time?
Kanchana, you have asked me a very good question. The hospitality and the travel industry does not have much option right now. People are avoiding going for travel, and people, it's not that people are not going for holidays, they are going for holidays, but you will see a particular change that people do not travel very far. They are going for holidays, they are planning their own holidays. They are not taking the help of any outside third party, this outside agency. That the confidence is shaky in people. So they are not really flying. They are not really traveling in trains or going out anywhere till the time things become more better. So travel industry is slightly hit, but people, the students, what they can do is that they can take up some advanced courses. There are certain courses which are short courses. These courses are advanced, but the duration is short, maybe for 2 months or 3 months, so that they can keep themselves abreast with the latest happening. So when the things, they become much better in 2022 next year, they can get jobs, because anyway, any travel house, any airline, any hotel would want a candidate who's completely prepared. So it is a matter of another 2-3 months, and the candidate should prepare himself or herself for the market. So travel industry is right now slightly taken aback, whether it's hotel industry, hospitality, whatever. It is slightly not doing as good as the other industry. So there's still some time left for it to take a new leap.
As you must have seen that even on social platform, there are many chefs who are organizing their courses. Even I've seen Sanjeev Kapoor is also offering a world-class course and want people to really open up a hospitality joint. Now, is it good for children who are pass out this year? They can take up, especially somebody who is from hospitality sector. Take up social media and enhance their business. And also, do you really feel that if children take up any venture online, it will go better as compared to physically opening a hotel or a store for hospitality?
Absolutely. They should do these kind of courses because the cloud kitchen is going to be here. It's going to stay. So this is a very new kind of a thing. So these kids, they should do all these courses because someday when they want to start their own thing, let's call it startup, and they want to do their own business, a small business, a startup, then they have to do the cloud business. So these, you're talking about Sanjeev Kapoor. I have also seen Kunal Kapoor's achar making online classes, and there he tells you also about that how to start your business online. I think this is a very good platform they're getting right now. They should just go for it, learn something about it, and so that they can start their work, because this is the need of the hour, so they should follow it.
Lately I have seen that supply chain has really emerged out very prominently because everybody was at home and supply of goods and edibles were done very efficiently by supply chain partners. So what I feel is that education industry and supply industry, I think they also offer good opportunities for children. I would like to ask you one final question. What is the message you would like to give to young children who are looking out for a job?
The kids who are looking out for the job, they should take up job, any kind of job which is more closer to what they want to do. If they are not actually getting as per their qualification, then they should always have plan B. It is important for any person to have two plans in life, because most of the time plan A does not kick off. It is the plan B which takes you up. So they should go for the plan B, the kind of job which is more close to their career. They should take up the job regardless of whatever the salary is being paid, because Kanchan, this post COVID era is not paying you very good salary to none of the people. So whatever salary they're getting, they should take up the job, because the job is going to teach them that how to survive socially at your workplace. Number two, it is going to enhance their personality. Is very important. You cannot always remain a student or a baby. You have to behave like a responsible grown-up citizen also. And number third, it is the importance of the money. It's very important for any youngsters should to know what is the importance of the money. Go out, work hard, earn the money regardless whatever you're getting, because tomorrow things are going to go for a better this thing, the things are going to change, and by that time they'll be completely professionals in their field. So they should definitely take up the jobs.
I would like to request our audience that they should contact us in case they require any advices. We can connect to Ritu Gupta and they would be able to get a final advice. So as usual, Ritu, it is so wonderful to talk to you today, and we'll be discussing a very interesting and thought-provoking topic in our next episode.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very nice to get connected with you. Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live, and I'm going to bring very interesting facts about the movie industry. And if you remember that a few months back, Mr. Tom Cruise had announced that he's going to tie up with Elon Musk, space agency, to shoot for the first time in space. The Hollywood movie, which will be shot completely in outer space, all this you can sequences and all the action scenes will be shot in space in zero gravity environment. And then we had brought this news to you a few months back, and we also told you that the Russians have probably beaten the Americans once again, and they had blasted off in space for their own using their own space agencies and for their own movie production. And this time they have already finished the shooting, and they were there in space for 12 days, and they have finished the shooting in their entirely zero gravity environment, and now they are heading back to Earth. This movie is called Challenge, and this is starring a very popular actress in the lead role from Russia called Yulia Perislate. And the whole movie is about the emergency surgery being done in this space. And this is about the doctor, which is played by Yulia, traveling to space to ISS to perform this emergency surgery in outer space. So we will actually come to know more about this movie. I think the interesting part is this is the final frontier as far as the mankind is concerned, and this is the first movie ever shot entirely in space in zero gravity environment. So we are waiting to see how this movie comes out, because I'm sure the scenes will be very realistic. So friends, are you waiting for this movie or not? Do write in and send in your comments, and I will catch you in the next one.
Welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today is Remarkable Monday. And today we have a special guest, Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Season PR Agency, and she's quite seasoned professional. So first, let's welcome her. Welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today? As you know that we had been doing public relation tactics in different streams, different segments. So yet again, we are here to discuss about. So what we are discussing today, Ritu?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm so glad to be back on your show. And today we are going to talk about why and how public relation is being used in the charitable work and, by various NGOs. What is its importance?
Well, great. So NGO also require public relation activity. That is something which is quite remarkable. So how really we use these tactics in public relation in NGOs?
Yes, Kanchan. All NGOs, and whether they are big or small, they do their public relations as per their budget. Any NGO, every NGO has to do public relations. The charitable organizations, they take up the public relations work, because any NGO or the charitable organization can only function if they get good donation. So to generate the donation, you have to undertake various public relation activities. Then only you can survive, because to do any kind of charitable work, to promote your good self, your good activity, to show your concern for the society, you have to publicize about your work which you do at the ground level, at the government level, at various other levels. And for that, you need some money. And that money is being generated via donation. So to have donation, to raise the funds, you need to do public relations.
Well, when we are talking about public relation and especially for NGOs, so do we really require the same patterns of public relation activity like exhibition and creating awareness through newspaper, or maybe word of mouth, which is being used for maybe for a long time? So what are those pillar of activities which are used in NGOs?
Okay, So the public relation work in NGOs and the charitable organization is slightly different. It's pure public relations, but then the methods undertaken are slightly different. First of all, you have to make the case study of your own work, the work which you undertake, whatever your charitable organization does, your NGO does, you have to make the case study of that, and that case study has to go to the various functionaries in the government. And in case you want to generate fund from any private sector, any big giant in private sector, you have to present your case study. Number two, you have to be very active on the social media. You have to let people know what is your organization all about. I mean, your charitable organization, what does your NGO do, why it is required, what is the need of this particular NGO. And suppose if you or I make any kind of donation, then there should be a small interview by ourselves talking about the great work being done for the NGO and why we have made the donation, because this is going to, encourage other people, encourage the viewers, encourage other people who are there on the social media to make any kind of donation as it suits them. Number three, you should have some celebrity as your ambassador. It is very important that any NGO and every NGO should have some known face. The celebrity can be from Bollywood, can be sports person or anyone. The celebrity, having a celebrity, it really leaves an impact on the mind of the people, because you have to definitely play with the psychology of the general public who give the donation, and also with the psychology of the private sectors, the big giants, the big business houses, because they are the ones who do the CSR, corporate social responsibility. So there is a big chunk of money in CSR that you need to take for your charitable organization. So these the celebrities, they go and speak on your behalf to the masses. They are there on your publicity posters, and they speak about your good work. And if you see in today's world, most of the celebrities are connected with some kind of NGO. So it is a win-win situation for the NGOs also and for the celebrities also, because it saves their taxes also.
Well, definitely, because we require awareness about whatever work we do. And as you mentioned, social media is one of the key aspect when we are talking about public relation, because that gives a platform of interaction. But my question is, suppose if my NGO is 1 year old, so what kind of public relation activity we really start, and what is the duration we should plan, so that we are in the eyes of general public and people start realizing our work and appreciating an NGO, the work we are doing, or any NGO, which is whatever work, like child education or safe environment, any kind of work. So how we can plan it and how we can start that kind of activity, especially when PR we are talking about.
It's a very good question, Kanchan. So suppose if your NGO is a very new NGO, it's just 1 year old. So there are various programs which you do, because every NGO does various kind of programs on the grassroots level, whatever you do. So you need to promote those programs. You need to make file of those programs, because after 3 years or 5 years, you can generate government fund also. So to get the government fund, you have to present your case study. You need to have the pictures also of the various programs, various seminars, various activities you're doing. You need to give the complete report also. And at the same time, the same things are going to help you out in generating the funds. If it's 1 year old NGO, you will not get any government fund, but then you will get the funding from the private place, from the private sectors. So you do your PR on small level. You take small step every time. So sometimes you are teaching the kids, sometimes you're talking about their wellness, sometimes you are talking about giving education about child abuse to, or sanitizing the general public. So at various level, you approach different business houses and let them know that this is what we do. You make the posters, send them the posters, send them your social media promotion activity, and let them know that what you are doing and how can they be beneficial. because your promotion is going to get you the funds, and anyone who's giving you the funds or who's giving you the donation should also know that how it is going to be beneficial for them also. So these are small public relation works which you do, so that where you connect different members of the society with your project.
I would like to hear any case study which you know, and any NGO which you appreciate and they have marvelous public relation activity beside their crucial core work of generating awareness about the cause.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about one NGO which is called Samarpan, and it started in Uttarakhand. It started in Dehradun, and Samarpan was only initially was started from one room in a house in Dehradun. So they were only giving computer education to the kids. As you know, the most of the kids in Uttarakhand, they definitely go to the school. Whether they have to walk a lot, whether they have to cycle out or whatever, most of the kids, they go to the school, and the education is the prime concern for every parent living in the rural area also of the Uttarakhand. So they were giving computer education to the kids there. So when the kids would come back from the school, they would attend 1 hour computer education. They were taught how to use the computers. Plus, they were given some kind of small meal also, like lemonade, nimu pani, shikanji, and patty, burger, paratha, whatever. So they were given the meal also. The meal was given to attract the kids to attend the classes also. It's very important. So this Samarpan organization, it worked there. It worked on this similar level for nearly 5-6 years, and then they started getting the government fund. They moved out of Dehradun and they reached to the rural area where they were educating the villagers about the child abuse also. So from education, they went to the child abuse, and now I've heard that they have collected lots of money, and they are talking about old age homes. They're talking about senior livings. They have various senior people living with them. Also, they have made an orphanage also. So the kids, they have the senior parents, and the parents have the senior young kids living with them. So they have given a kind of a family atmosphere to the senior people also, and to the young orphanage kids also. They have become orphaned because of various calamities happening there, and so there is no one taking care of them. So this particular NGO has given shelter to these kids. So this is a case study that how the NGO can grow itself. You start with one cause, and you can then grow as you get your donation, and grow your cause to different aspects related with the main cause.
Right. When we are talking about public relation and then we are discussing about charitable organizations. Now, when we are talking about public relation professional, so the skill set which is required for NGO or charitable PR professional, are they different from other corporate PR professionals?
Not really. Not really. In the charitable organization, you have to again write very well, speak to the media people, because it is the media people who will give you the publicity. Media is always open to take interviews, talk about the charitable work also. So you should have the right contact in the media so that they can, showcase your cause. They can write about it. They can show on your TV channels. They call you for the interview. It is just that you should have good communication skill, and the work you do, you make sure that you speak to the people. So what I'm trying to say, you should have an outgoing personality, plus your language should be very good, so that people, they know about it, and you are able to get the fund. So in a way, you should have the marketing skills also. You have to sell your charitable organization work to various business houses and to the media also, because it is the media which helps you a lot in getting the funds. So you should have marketing skills also.
So, any last thought you want to share when we are talking about charitable organization? Because this is a quite an important segment in the society, and people who are engaged in charitable and NGO activity. So, first is that they are very concerned about the cause, and they want other people to be concerned the cause which we are working upon. At the same time, the public relation agencies who are working with them. So I think it is what personally I feel it's a long activity when we are especially talking about public relation for NGOs. So any agency who is engaged in especially charitable cause and doing a public relation. So any last thought or any professional who want to cultivate the PR skills, especially for NGOs, would like to share anything?
Yes, Kanchan. First of all, I really want to say that it's a tedious work to be working with NGOs, and since NGOs are most of the time under scanner of the government, so the NGOs are also very careful. They only take people who are qualified to do the job. So if you want to be a PR consultant for NGO, you should be actually qualified. You should have your degree, diploma in public relations or mass communication. Number two, you should have good communication skills, and you should have your marketing abilities also. And I think it's a very good thing if you get connected with NGO, because let me say CRY, Child Relief and You, then there is Kushi, then Being Human, just name the NGOs. And even I have worked with an NGO for more than 6 years. So most of the NGOs, they have proper public relations department. They have proper PR people working for them, because these are the people who make their annual reports. These are the people who are making their intercommunication reports. So these are the people who go out and talk. So if you really, any young student, any intern who wants to gain some knowledge about public relations, they must go and work with NGOs, because there you actually get the ground level knowledge. You work at the grassroots level. You at times are working with the, the poor segment of the society, but at the same time, you are going and talking with the business houses also, and you are going and lobbying in the with various government officials or bureaucrats also. So you actually are doing public relations. So I will say it's a very interesting field, but it is slightly tedious that you have to be hardworking. That's it.
Well, as usual, it is so lovely to talk to you today and know about the skill set for especially charitable organization. We'll be meeting again with next topic. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Recently, Supreme Court of India came out with a ruling which is related to alumni. And it is also related to how much alumni wife can claim from husband or vice versa, whichever the case may be, as per the law of India. And to discuss this very important judgment by Supreme Court, I will be joined by a distinguished guest in our studio who is joining us from Ahmedabad. Before I go and bring my guest, I have to tell you that you can now point your mobile phone camera onto this QR code, which is on display right now, right there. And this QR code will be visible throughout the length of the video. This is a very, very user-friendly way to get connected without typing long, web addresses and typing different codes. All you have to do is just point your camera and you will get connected to our channel instantly. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be back with my guest very soon. Welcome back to Legal Matters, friends. And today we have a very distinguished guest in our studio, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, joining from Ahmedabad. And we also have a very interesting subject. Jeet, how are you doing today?
Hello, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
All well. I think, Jeet, I have one very pressing question at hand, which is about the maintenance laws in India and typically maintenance of wife. So we want to ask and take your opinion today about this particular law.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. It's a very important issue with regards to matrimonial laws in India. And as you are aware, we don't have a uniform civil code. So every religion is governed by their own customs and practices, which have later on been enacted as particular laws of their own religion. So, but there are special laws which covers all the religions in India. And particularly, there are three laws which govern all citizens, irrespective of their religion. And they are the Special Marriage Act of 1954, then provisions for maintenance of wife, children, and parents under Section 125 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. And the third, which is the latest enactment, is the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act of 2005, which is also known as the DV Act or Domestic Violence Act, which also provides for a statutory remedy to women, irrespective of the religious community to which they belong, and apart from the personal laws applicable to various religious communities. So these are the three basic laws which govern irrespective of religious community. And apart from which, there are several laws in place with regards to different religions as well. So if we talk about Hindus, the law governing the matrimonial disputes is covered under the Hindu Marriage Act and also Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act. So these two are the primary acts which govern the matrimonial laws with regards to Hindus. But we will be speaking in general about the maintenance of wife, which are not religious specific and which govern to all religions. So basically, the major act which provides for safety and security of women, because it is also an issue of social justice, and therefore maintenance is very important, because we see several times that if women are abused or if they are subject to domestic violence, and if they are thrown out or if they do not have a means to survive themselves, then it becomes very difficult for them in the society to survive. And therefore, with regards to such situation, there are particular acts which ensure that the woman does not become a destitute, or the condition of vagrancy does not arise in her case. And therefore, she has remedies under the law wherein she can approach the courts under different acts and seek maintenance under different heads again from the husband. So we will be discussing broadly these special features when a woman would be entitled to maintenance, under what conditions, and what are the laws and what are the Supreme Court judgments with regards to the issue in hand.
Well, one question I have is that in any marriage or any relationship, there are always two parties, and in this case, it's a marriage, so there are parties which is husband and wife, and there could be instance where women can be upper sex and men can be a lower sex. So in that case, how the code looks at this matter? Can men apply for maintenance from a woman?
Well, yes, that's a very good and interesting question. Actually, the problem of vagrancy and destitution is particularly with respect to women in majority of cases. But why special laws for women is also an important question, is because the Constitution itself provides under Article 15, Clause 3, which says that nothing in Article 15 can prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children. So why a law only for women and not for men is because the Constitution itself provides that nothing in the provisions of equality can restrict the state from providing for special enactments for women and children. And also because women and children have been considered as cannot be, though they are of course equal, but sometimes they cannot be equated with men in all spheres of life. And therefore, there are special provisions are required for women and children, and therefore there are special provisions with regards to maintenance as well. But the next question which you ask is, yes, sometimes men are also subject to domestic violence and cruelty And if they are a lower sex, then there are two provisions. The Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act with regards to Hindus, and during the subsistence of marriage, the husband can also claim for maintenance. It is gender neutral. Also, with regards to Domestic Violence Act of 2005, the Supreme Court recently held that the husband can also claim maintenance against wife if the husband is subjected to domestic violence or domestic abuse. So therefore, there are provisions where husband can also claim. But with respect to provision under Hindu Marriage Act and Section 125 of the CRPC, the provisions are specifically for women, not for men. So there are provisions for men when they can also seek maintenance if the woman is in a position to not just to maintain herself, but she's in a position much far better than the husband. And if the husband is not in a position to maintain himself and if the wife is neglecting the husband, then in such circumstances under domestic violence as well as the Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act, the husband can claim maintenance from the wife. But what are the parameters I would like to just mention? Because as the Supreme Court has said that this is an issue of social justice, and Constitution provides that the special provisions can be made for women and children. These acts have been have provided for maintenance to wife and children, and the major act under which the wives go before the court are the provisions under Code of Criminal Procedure, particularly Section 125 of the CRPC, where the wife has been claiming maintenance from the husband from the enactment of this act. Now, the conditions required for claiming of maintenance is that the wife has been neglected by the husband, and the husband is in a position to maintain himself and also as a position wherein he ought to maintain his wife as well. So if he has sufficient means and if he neglects to maintain his wife, then it is the duty and onus of the husband under the custom, tradition, and also under the society and the societal laws in India, that it is the duty of the husband to maintain the wife. And therefore, such provision is provided in the Code of Criminal Procedure, that if he has sufficient means and if he neglects to maintain his wife, then he is under an obligation, and not just a moral obligation, but also a legal obligation to maintain the wife. And therefore, this special provision has been enacted, where the husband's obligation is prescribed under Section 125 if he has sufficient means and if he neglects to maintain his wife. So the purpose of this provision is to prevent vagrancy and destitution of a deserted wife by providing her food, clothing, and shelter by a speedy remedy. So the provision prescribes that the proceedings under Section 125 have to be completed within a period of 60 days. Also under domestic violence, the interim application has to be decided within a period of 60 days. So these are very fast-track procedure. Section 125 is also a summary proceeding, so it's a fast-track procedure where within 60 days time period is prescribed, and the proceedings have to be at least an interim compensation has to be decided by the courts with respect to maintenance of wife. Now, therefore, these are provisions which provide for speedy remedy to the wife, where the wife has been deserted or wife has been neglected or wife has been thrown out or she's subject to domestic violence or domestic abuse in India. Now, what are the conditions and under when a wife can claim maintenance and what the court has to decide while considering the quantum of interim maintenance or maintenance has been held by Supreme Court in a recent judgment of Rajneesh versus Neha, where the Supreme Court, laying down the entire law, clarifying different subjects, has also given an enclosure that the husband and wife both have to submit an affidavit of disclosure, disclosing their assets and liabilities before the court, with deciding the quantum of maintenance. Now, the parameters for when the court can grant maintenance are that the court has to consider the reasonable wants of the wife. The independent income and property of the wife is also to be considered. The number of persons the husband has to maintain. The amount should aid the applicant to live in a similar lifestyle as she enjoyed in a matrimonial home. So it should not be a mere small or minimum amount required for maintenance, but she should be in a position to enjoy a similar lifestyle as she enjoyed before they were living together. in a matrimonial house. So the court also has to decide on the husband's liabilities, then the costs for provisions of food, clothing, shelter, education, medical attendance, and treatment, etc., of the wife. Also, the court has to ascertain the payment capacity of the husband, and the cost of litigation is also to be provided by the husband if it is proved or if it is shown that the husband is neglecting to maintain the wife. So these are the broad parameters. But what the court has done recently in this landmark judgment is that the affidavit of disclosure has to be given in, and it has been mandated by the Supreme Court to all courts deciding maintenance under Section 125 or any other maintenance application under different laws, that the affidavit of assets and liabilities have to be provided by both the husband and wife, wherein the 3 years of income tax return of the wife as well as the husband, also the details of dependent family members of the wife and husband, the details of the children and their expenses, the details of income of the wife as well as the husband, and also the assets and liabilities, whichever the assets have been investments, etc., which are movable as well as immovable, owned by the husband as well as the wife. So based on this, the court can come to a fair analysis of how much the husband is earning and what is his capacity, what is his lifestyle. And based on that, the court can decide how much amount of maintenance the court can ask the husband to pay in order to maintain the wife and her children if they are minor. So this is what has become mandatory under the law. And this is a very welcome step, because till now what used to happen is that the husbands always used to evade their income. They would not disclose to the court how much their income, how much their assets, how much their liabilities were. And the court was not in a position to come to a conclusion as to what the husband would be earning or what his lifestyle would be. And therefore always the husband would be asked to pay a minimum maintenance amount, which would not even meet the ends for the wife, or would not be in a position to maintain herself only with that maintenance amount. So recently, this is a very good Supreme Court judgment in the matter of Rajneesh versus Neha, where the Supreme Court has elaborated on the law and also given this affidavit of disclosure, where the husband and wife both have to disclose how much they are earning, how much their assets, liabilities are, and based on that, the court can come to the conclusion on how much the maintenance the wife is entitled to.
Well, Jeet, I think this is a very welcome move, and it's a quite nice judgment. I have, however, one question which is related to the assets, because here we are discussing we have to submit the affidavit and describe all the assets. So is the inheritance also covered here, or is it kept out of this particular law where husband and wife inherit the parental property? Will that be considered as an asset?
With respect to yes, absolutely, because inheritance can either be on a property which is flowing from generation to generation, or it is given from father to son or to daughter. So both can be considered as assets, and he has to disclose as to how much income he is deriving from that asset, because sometimes what happens is there is a lot of rent property which the husband would be deriving, which he would never disclose in a court otherwise. So he has to disclose as to what those properties, not just the worth, but also how much income he is deriving on how much earning he has. So the court can come to a picture as to, in order to decide how much alimony or how much maintenance amount the wife can be entitled to.
Very nice, Jeet. I think thank you so much for coming over to our show and telling our viewers about this new development where from now on, in any estranged marriage cases where there are petition for divorce or petition for alimony, whenever there are such cases in the court, both husband and wife will have to submit affidavit giving complete details of their earning, income and assets, which will help court to decide how much alimony wife is supposed to get. So Jeet, thank you so much for coming over and talking to our viewers about this particular change.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure.
So we'll catch up next week in the next episode of Legal Matters. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Thank you and goodbye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mike Live and I'm Chandrakant. Stress has been going through the roof past few months. Everybody's so much stress, whether you're a patient or a doctor. Everybody is going through that. How we can reduce the stress? How we can do simple things to reduce our stress? We have a very pleasing and lovely personality to talk about this. Before we start our discussion, let me remind you friends that there is a giveaway. Please stick around in this particular show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back friends, and today in our session we will talk about laughter yoga. And to discuss this very interesting subject, I have a special guest in our studios joining me from UK. Her name is Dr. Neha Sharma. And without further ado, let us understand what is this laughter yoga all about. So let me invite her to the show.
Hi CK, thank you so much.
How are you, Dr. Sharma?
I'm absolutely well. How are you?
I think the news from India is positive now. For past 1 week, things are looking better.
Okay, great. I can see that, I always, like, whenever I go to work, when I see smiley faces, I always say that, that made my day. So I think that's a very lovely start, that you're smiling. I'm smiling. That means everything is okay. We are getting better. And the time is, like, basically we're healing with the time. So that's really good.
Of course. So we have seen very bad time. A lot of people have left us and a lot of people are still in the hospital. And when you talk about laughter yoga, what do you mean by that? It really looks or sounds like fun. Can you explain what is laughter yoga is all about?
Yes, absolutely, CK. Recently, like in my trust, basically we are running a quality improvement project, which is called as MIND, that is Mental Health Initiative for Neonatal Department. And a part of that is, like, every Wednesday we celebrate Wellbeing Day. And it was really good that what happened this time was this last Wednesday, we actually organized a laughter yoga at a very beautiful park, which is just behind our hospital. And while preparing for that session, like when I was actually doing my research about this laughter yoga, I came across some very, very important facts, which I was also not very aware of. One thing was, like, when I was reading about that was, first of all, just a little bit of background about laughter yoga. So basically, it is being an ongoing thing, like it's there for many, many years, but officially, like, and from in 1995, there was an Indian doctor called Dr. Kataria, who was considered as a pioneer of basically spreading laughter yoga all across and just making people aware about its benefits. And it is being observed that after almost 20 to 30 seconds of your laugh, even if it is fake laugh, the brain or the body is unable to differentiate between it's basically whether it's a real or fake. Okay. So that means laughing for no reason, produces a similar effect in the body, which is better for our well-being, which improves our well-being. And it is being studied, and a lot of articles are there which has proven that laugh basically helps in decreasing the cortisol level, which is one of the stress-producing or stress-increasing hormone, and improves the endorphins, dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin, which is like a mood-lifting and stress-reducing hormones. So it's not about that it's just something which we, like, should be doing, like, without any proven benefits. There's definitely a proven benefit of that. And if it is being practiced every day for 15 minutes, then obviously it has got an overall impact on the well-being. An interesting thing is, like, I'm a very gym enthusiast, and I do my aerobics, and on a regular basis, I do take care of my physical and mental well-being. But the thing was, which made me more amazed, was that 15 minutes of belly laugh, that means literally when you laugh from belly and you can feel that, shakiness in your belly, is equivalent to that of 300 sit-ups and 10 minutes of intense jogging. And when I came across this fact, I was like, wow, this is something that I have to do. Like, if I couldn't manage to go out today just because I'm working, I'm on a night shift or day shift or whatever, why not? Like 15 minutes, like, it's just like you just have to laugh. Like, it doesn't take anything. And it's so infectious. The moment you start laughing, you can see that everyone is laughing around you, no matter whether they know the reason or they don't know the reason. So I think this is the main reason why we organize at Lewisham. And it was well appreciated by the staff. And going forward, like every Wednesday, I have received a request that we should be having more frequent session, because I know from timing point of view, because we work day and night in the hospital, I think this is something which is very, very doable and achievable kind of target. So I'm looking forward to that. And this is the whole idea of bringing this laughter yoga to the show as well, so that people can understand what's the logic and the science behind it.
My goodness. We have been working out and sweating out, but all we needed to do is only laugh for 15 minutes. Amazing.
Absolutely. And you don't need a reason. And to be honest, like, it is really difficult, CK. Like, literally, when I was organizing that, so I didn't have any professional trainers there. Like, I was the one who was organizing it. And it is difficult, like, to laugh without reason. And obviously, before doing that, you have to first warm up your body, and you have to basically remove that hesitation or barrier, like that people are watching, they'll think that you're stupid or what. It doesn't matter, because the thing is, you are there for your own well-being. And it's such a simplest task. And like, literally, if you see any videos, if you see any inspiring videos, like many times, like, you'll come across things like saying that whether it's fear, depression, or you're anxious, or there's any sort of mental health issues or stress in life, or you have lost somebody, laughter is, or a smile is, such a powerful healing mechanism that if you adopt in life, it gives you a very, very different and a positive aspect to your life. And you can cope up with the stress in a better way as compared to how you cope up without it. So that's why it is very important that we should be practicing it on a daily basis. And again, 15 minutes, not going out. You don't need a fancy gym. You don't need a fancy equipment. You don't need any extra resources. You just have to laugh from within. Even if you have reason, if you don't have reason, it doesn't matter, because after 30 seconds or 20 seconds of your laugh, body is unable to differentiate whether you're fake laughing or you're real laughing, and it will produce a similar beneficial effects on the body. So it's really interesting, and I think we should make it a part of daily living. And again, I'm a person like who's very conscious about my skin, about everything, and even it gives an extra glow to your face. And I think when you see the people who are like smiley and cheerful, you love meeting them. You feel like, they have a different charismatic personality, and you love to meet them, versus any person who is always stressful, moaning, complaining. It's just, you don't feel like, that you get a very positive vibe from those individuals. So I think it's all about not only taking care of your own well-being, but ensuring whoever is coming across your way, you are healing them by your smile. And that is what I wanted to achieve in life as well.
Well, Dr. Neha, laughter yoga is a very important part of yoga. And if you go across India, you will see people laughing for no reason. And then you laugh with them for 15 minutes. I don't know whether it was 15 minutes, but I think from now on, I will start laughing every day for 15 minutes for no reason.
And it has to be belly laugh. Yeah. If you really wanted to be beneficial, then it has to be belly laugh. Okay. And good thing is like I just want to quote about my family. So my mom and me, we like are best friends of each other, and really like we laugh for nothing. Like this is from like for simple small thing, we laugh for nothing, and if we start laughing, we can't stop it. Like for 15-20 minutes non-stop we are laughing. And I think you need that kind of company or that kind of people around yourself, because if you are with people who are always negative, depressive, stressful, at some point you will be like them. Like it will impact, their negative energy will impact you. But if you're determined, and if you know that this is something which is not good for me, you will find a mechanism to basically distract those things from your path, and you still be able to continue your positivity and focus on your work. So I think you need that kind of people, but that will only start once you start implementing in your life, because you have to set an example. Unless until you have set an example, nobody's going to do that.
Well, I think you have convinced me about the laughter yoga today, but tell us, what is the program all about? Is it a structured program that you're running in your hospital or in your group, or it is unstructured, or you just tell them, hey, let's start laughing? How does it work, Dr. Neha?
So as I'm saying that right now about my quality improvement project, this has been running from 2021 January, and it was launched with a mission that when I was in the hospital, like obviously it was a COVID time, everybody was like traumatized mentally and they were stressful. There was a lot of sicknesses happening in the hospital. Those who were working, they were also overloaded with the work because the colleagues were not there. There was a severe manpower crisis everywhere. We have seen in every country like this was a similar situation. And when we launched this Mind project in the hospital, first of all, it was very well appreciated by everyone. And they said to me, Dr. Sharma, this was what we were looking for. So somewhere I was knowing that this is going to be a big success, provided if I make it more structured and if I make it more regular. So what I did initially was that I did a pre-survey, and I just in the pre-survey, I just wanted to know from the people how they feel about their mental well-being and how they feel about when they're coming for work, because it's very important. When we say in NHS or maybe in any healthcare system, what we want to deliver is a high-quality service, okay, which keeps the patient satisfied, and we are still able to provide that standard care to the patient which that patient deserves. But that will only happen if you have a happy staff, a happy and a fit staff, and a healthy staff. Okay. So what we did was, when we did the pre-survey, very important facts came into our knowledge. That one was 75% of the people said that they feel stressed at work. Okay. And that was a big number. And even pandemic has reduced their physical activity to 51%. So that was a big number for us to actually make an improvement. So what we did was we initially run a 20 days challenge where we were constantly, and obviously I recruited my team, I recruited some of the junior doctors, some of the people from the domestic, from nurses, admin, secretaries. So I took different people from different strata, so that at least their colleagues, like if it is nurse and if she can do these things, then obviously other nurses, they don't have any reason to escape. And if any volunteer from the domestic can do that, others have no reason why they can't do it. So initially, what we did was for 20 days, we created a WhatsApp group and we were posting every day. The thing was that every day, 20 minutes of exercise or mindfulness, we have to practice on a regular basis. And whole idea was this 15-20 minutes is just ours. We can do it in split as well, like 10 minutes, maybe if we don't have time, maybe 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening. But the whole thing was for 20 days, constantly in some sort of mindfulness activity, will get engaged and see what happens at the end of 20 days. And actually, when we did that regular 20 days challenge in the unit, at the end, when we did our post survey, we were able to improve the physical activity from 51 to 86%. Although the stress level was slightly creeped up at that point because the junior doctors, they had their exams. A lot of people, they had their odd shift. And some of the people, they also said that they were more aware about their stress trigger. So we were knowing that in a way, it has actually improved the overall service in those 20 days. So if this is the benefit which we have, or this is the things which we have, the positive thing we have achieved in 20 days, why don't we have this on a regular basis? So after those 20 days challenge, we started having every Wednesday, a Wednesday weekly well-being day celebration. So what I do is, with my team, we just go, I bake, my colleagues bake. We always like bring some snacks and something. We have a huddle at around 12:30 every Wednesday. We go through so we have got amazing singers. We have got amazing people who can play instruments. We have got people with different yoga technique. There are some of them who are trained in Pilates and some professional trainers. So every Wednesday we invite them. And then we ask them to present something to everyone. And it's a time when everyone is cheerful, no work talk, nothing. It's in the hospital as well, like it's in the seminar room where people can just come and take their break or lunch break as well. But it's a time when we are just mindful about our well-being. And then for the first time, like last week, we did a laughter yoga. And it was really like something which I got very positive feedback from everyone. And as I said, It's something which you have to, like, when we say we are busy, these busy word, like, is really a very low threshold word. And if you listen to any spiritual gurus, they say, don't say it. Even if it is busy, don't say it, because you create that environment that you're pressurized, you're pressurized, you're pressurized. What you need to say is, yes, fine, it is there. But again, I'm happy, I'm free, I can cope up with anything. I have positive environment. Like, these are few things which you have to keep on telling to yourself. And then only you'll be able to overcome your stress in life. And as you said that about the structure, so right now we have just done one session, but based on the positive feedback from people, I would like to organize some more. But as I'm saying, that is really challenging to be an instructor or actually to make people laugh for no good reason. It is really, and even I was feeling very pressurized when I was doing that. But after a few seconds of my laughing, like, I think we all felt that we are free and we don't have any hesitation, because every day we know that we will be judged for this thing or that thing from others. But at the end of the day, do you really care about that? Like, most important question is, what is most important for you? It's your life, it's your relationships, it's the way you treat your colleagues, it's the way you treat your family. And that is more valuable, that is more precious, because at the end of the day, this body is going to die. Okay, you lose the time, you lose the money, everything, whatever makes you like proud about, you are going to lose that at some point. And COVID has really made us to believe all these things, that we have to embrace the life. There's nothing, like, we don't know exactly when that will come to an end. So why not to laugh and make it positive for everyone around, and embrace the presence, embrace your colleagues, embrace everything, and accept the people the way they are. And I think this is what it has taught me, that no matter whatever it is, if you are cheerful, if you have positive attitude, and if you have a mindset that you wanted to improve your well-being, why not to adopt a healthy lifestyle, so that it is not only beneficial for you, but for everyone who is along coming across your way. And I think for me, the most important thing is just not about me being healthy, but my colleagues, my family, my friends being healthy. And that is the only message I want to give through this platform, that please make laughter yoga a part of your daily living. 15 minutes of exercise is something, 15 minutes of laughter yoga is something which you can do it anywhere. So even if you have stress, laugh. Even if you're feared, laugh. Even if you're anxious, just laugh. And you will feel that you have a better coping mechanism at that situation, versus when you are not doing it on a regular basis, you have a different coping mechanism. So that is what I want to say.
Dr. Neha, would you recommend a laughter officer for your hospital or for all hospitals?
Yes, I think, CK, that was really a very nice idea. Like, before this interview, when I was speaking to you, you told me about this clone, one of the doctors, like, going in the hospital and just practicing that in different departments. I think definitely it's a very good idea. I have never thought of that, but that's an innovative idea. And definitely, if given a chance, maybe I would like to do that, definitely.
Fantastic. So I think it was lovely talking to you, and it has been always a pleasure whenever you come to our show and you come up with some new ideas. And today's idea is laugh it away. So let me end the show by saying ho 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 ho. Let's laugh it away.
It is like fake it until you make it. So even if it is a fake laugh, just make it until you feel good about that.
Lovely talking to you, Dr. Neha, and catch up soon with something more interesting in the next episode.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you. Pleasure is always mine. Thank you.
Bye-bye. We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button. Hello friends, welcome to Akunmek Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss something about being happy and how we can be happy in today's world. To have this discussion, I'll be joined by a celebrity from UK. So don't go anywhere. I'll be joining back along with my guest just in a moment. Welcome back, friends, and we have Mr. Naval Gund joining us from UK. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, and we have a very important topic to discuss with him, which is how to be happy. So welcome to the show, Naval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. How to be happy. Be happy. Just be happy. Can't you just be happy? You're smiling, CK, so you must be happy, aren't you?
I am happy, but I think in today's environment, when people are living in confined places, not able to roam out freely, they have to, handle each other, the entire family. There is no outlet except the family members. So I think this is a very good subject to be discussed and provide some sort of solution to people who are watching, our viewers basically, to see how they can be happy, really happy, not superficially happily. So I think that is where I'm coming from, Naval.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's lots of pressures on people. Certain parts of the world are still in lockdown. My friends in Melbourne are now in their 6th lockdown. They'll soon be in double figures if we keep going at this rate. And so there are lots of reasons why it's difficult to be happy. But let's look at the basics here. Happiness is a feeling. So you feel happy, and people are very different. Some people feel happy with simple things. Some people have to do very complicated things and then feel happy. But the point I'm just making is it's the consequence of something happening that makes you happy. You don't just wake up happy. You might wake up and say, "Oh, I had a great night's sleep." That might make you happy. But it's a consequence. Does that make sense, CK?
Well, absolutely. Actually, the whole problem is that, we can get up being happy. I had a very good night's sleep and hence I'm happy. So I think one of the solution is you should have a good night's sleep to be happy next morning. But then how can we happy at all times, not sad at all times, whatever the situation may be, even if there is something going wrong, things are going south, we should be happy. We should not be losing our cool. I think that is where I'm coming from. And, that's a very big question, Neville, but I think that is what we want to discuss today. How to be happy, irrespective of whatever the situation that you're dealing with.
Yeah, it is a big question. But the interesting thing is a lot of people actually think it's too big a question to ask, and therefore they don't answer it. But the reality is you just have to think about yourself. So, for instance, getting a good night's sleep is a good way of starting the day in a good mood, okay? Because happiness is a mood. So if you're going to be in a good mood, get a good night's sleep. But that doesn't necessarily work for everybody, because I like waking up early. If I don't wake up, I wake up before the alarm goes off, because I've almost conditioned my brain to say it's 5:45 and the alarm goes off in 5 minutes time and you better wake up. And when I wake up before the alarm goes off, I sort of look across to the time and I think, oh, done it again. It gives me a sort of an inner accomplishment, that feeling of I've beaten the clock again. And bizarrely, then when the alarm goes off, it feels like it's hours later. So I've gone typically back into a deep sleep for 5 minutes, which sounds crazy, really, doesn't it? But the thing is, when I then hear the alarm and I hit the snooze button, it makes me feel great, believe it or not. Not every single day, but most days. So the thing is what makes you feel good? You've got to ask yourself that question. So when it comes to me, when it's raining outside, a lot of people think, oh, it's raining. And the mood drops. Whereas when I look outside and I see it's raining, sometimes I think, oh, it's a nice time to go for a walk with an umbrella. Because there's that freshness in the air when that rain's coming down, and certainly after the rain. It might even be after a heat wave, in which case there's a huge sigh of relief across everybody when they realise actually that's automatic air conditioning from above, which is really good news. When you go for a walk in the sunshine, a lot of people, get really hot and they don't enjoy the walk because they're constantly sweating and they haven't put sunshade on or sun cream on. And they then say it was quite a miserable walk because it was too hot. So we're always finding things that change our mood. So there's just a few things. Food is another huge happiness arena. And it's not all food, but it's the food you like. So when you're preparing that food, have you got a big smile on your face? I can see you've got a smile on your face now because you're even thinking of the concept of food, whether what you've just eaten or what you're about to eat later on today. So all of these little things that we do make us happy. So let's talk about little things, CK, because it's a combination of all these little things that we do every single day, typically every single minute of the day, and it makes us happy. But we don't actually celebrate it. We don't even know that it makes us happy. So what makes you happy? The little things.
Well, all of this that you mentioned, a good food, a good sleep, a good news, order closure makes me very happy, because I'm running an organization. So if I close a deal, it makes me happy. So simple things like that. And if the kid actually basically score good marks in their exam, I feel very happy. And things like that. So I think there are many reasons to be happy actually for me.
Excellent. And what you said is things make you happy. So happiness is a consequence of something happening. So a happening is a happiness, which is quite crazy, really, because it's both happened. But that's a different story. But as I say, it's about literally doing something that changes the mood, that improves the mood. So what about when you're dehydrated? Are you in a good mood?
Well, if I am thirsty or hungry, definitely my mood will be slightly off. So I need to be hydrated all the time to be in happy mood.
So consequently, you drink regularly. That makes you happy. In fact, it probably stops you being moody or having a bad mood. So it's all of these little things that we do that we don't actually recognize. Like when you're walking, when you're out walking and you see a baby smiling or laughing or giggling, does it make you happy? When you see the sun shining, does it make you happy? Because it's something that's out there. The environment is out there, and that's going to affect our mood. And the key thing is to look at things, look at the environment in a way that helps you along your day. And this is where I think one way we can actually improve our mood, typically, is not watching the news. Because the majority of the news these days, I'm sure you see exactly the same that we see in a different language. It's not nice news. It's not good news. It's news because it's newsworthy, but it's not really making us happy. I mean, at the moment on the news, we're seeing bushfires and on the Greek islands. And the news is showing you pictures of burnt out homes and vehicles. So people have lost their livelihood. And the same goes for the west coast of America. We're seeing devastation. That isn't doing a fantastic amount for our mood, is it? It's appealing to us because we're now empathizing and we've got sympathy with these people. And a lot of people are saying, well, how can we help? Which is really good. It's not doing much for your happiness unless you do something good. So we have to be a little smart for our own being, really. And I think I'll use this word resilience again, that we come back to many times. And it's about having that resilience to be happy, if that makes sense.
Well, I think then what you're suggesting to our viewers is that you have to consciously tell your mind to be happy, whatever the situation may be. You know, if the weather changes, you should feel happy. For simple things, for small things on day-to-day basis, if you start training your mind to be happy, then overall you'll be happier and not gloomy. So I think, for example, you mentioned rain. You know, in some part of the world, if it rains, like in India, if it rains, it's a very happy mood. You know, there are music on rain, there are different things which are designed around rain. So rain is a big thing, unlike your country, where sometimes it can be gloomy, or a place like Seattle where it rains so much. And but in India it is celebrated. You know, there are a lot of festivals around rain. So similarly, I think what your suggestion today is that to feel happy consciously, train the mind so that we can feel happy consciously in every little thing that we encounter on daily basis, isn't it, Neville?
Yeah, it's really almost doing a little exercise on a daily basis. You know, when you smile, what happened prior to the smile? When you feel happy, what happened immediately prior to feeling happy? Because, as I said, it's a consequence. So you do have to consciously be aware of what makes you happy. And if necessary, you can write all this down. You'll have a really long list by the end of the day. Trust me. If you do this religiously, you'll have a really long list and you'll say, well, why am I ever unhappy? Because I've got all these wonderful things that I've written down that make me happy. And all I've got to do is to go and now look for them. And that's the key. So we now go and look for fulfillment. So we look to be happy. If you want to be happy, I'm going to do one of these things because that makes me happy. And it might be bake a cake, or it might be make scrambled egg on toast. Because it could be the physical making of it that makes you happy. So you've got a result here. Oh, that really looks nice. I'm going to really enjoy that. So actually you get two levels of happiness. One through thinking and making it, and the other thing through eating it. And then if you've got a dishwasher, you don't even have to wash it up.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, this is something great today, and I thought it's a very simple thing, but I think it's a very important message. To remain happy is something that it is our responsibility, considering the situation the world is in. All of us are in the same boat, and therefore it's a good message that you have given us today. Thank you so much for making a positive morning, positive start of the day for today, Neville. Thank you so much.
That's my pleasure, CK. And remember, everybody, there's not the 100% you go after. You go after the little 1%. And if you add all those 1% together, you'll be quite surprised that you probably end up with more than 100%. And that will make you happy. So those little goals, little achievements, even just, smiling the fact that you're alive in these difficult times, because some people around the world do actually wake up and think, thank God I'm alive. Because whatever happened the previous day, is now history. They've survived another day. So any fool can make this very complicated, but let's make it simple. Here's your challenge. Go away and every time you smile, write down what happened. Why? Why am I smiling? Every time you feel good, write it down. Why do I feel good? And let's see how many things people can come up with in a day that makes them smile or be happy. You'll be very surprised at how big that list is.
Neville, thank you so much for giving this tip in the end, and I think this is a very important tip. And also, thank you so much for finding time and coming and joining our show this morning. We will catch up tomorrow again, Neville, on something more interesting.
My pleasure, CK. Have a good day, everybody, and smile.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and today, in fact, I want to ask you a question. Do you know which is the highest railway pier in the world? Well, this is a GK question, and the answer is it is the highest viaduct on the earth, and the height of this pier is about 139 meters from the ground, and it is situated in Montenegro in Europe, called Mala Reykjavik Viaduct. So far this has been the world record holder, highest viaduct in the world. But the information is that the Indian Railways has done it again, and they have actually set up a new world record. And Indian Railways, as you know, is the world biggest employer and also having the third largest network in the world today. And they are actually building a road, in fact, in a very difficult terrain in the state of Manipur. And if you know that Manipur is the one of the seven sister state in the northeast sector of India, and this is located just at the border with India to Myanmar, and it is so far off. And for like so many years, it is so far off from the mainstream mainland India that it was largely neglected. And but now Indian Railways is actually doing a lot of work, and they are building a rail route in a very difficult terrain. And the capital of Manipur is Imphal, and they're connecting to another city which is just 111 kilometers away, but it passes through a very difficult terrain, and the rail route is now being built in order to improve connectivity in the city, in the state, for benefit of people, so that they can travel across the state itself. And in order to connect these two locations, the Indian Railways is now building a bridge because the terrain is so difficult. It has a lot of mudslides and all that, and the stability of the ground is in question. So when you are actually building a permanent structure like a railway system, railway track, stations, etc., you will be amazed to know that this 111 kilometers stretch of railway track will be passing through almost 61% inside the tunnels. And whatever is remainder of the journey will be covered by a huge viaduct. And while constructing one of the big viaduct, the Indian Railways has now built the largest pier in the world. This is soaring high as 141 meters, and this is now the world largest pier. It's setting up a new world record. And this is situated in the track area called Jirabam Imphal, which is Imphal is the capital of the state, in the state of Manipur. And this is going to be a wonderful thing. It will be ready by 2023. And friends, actually, this is a very remarkable feat by Indian Railways, because you know this is something not being done for last 70 years, especially after getting independence, because the terrain itself was so tough and remote, and the construction work is also hampered by huge deluge of rains and also multiple landslides. So I think this is a remarkable feat by Indian Railways, and it's a proud moment for all of us Please join me in celebrating this proud movement. And if you have any other information about this, other than being the world's largest pier viaduct of a railway bridge, do let me know and give your comments. And if you feel proud, you can actually send those messages also, and I will read it out in the next session of Akul Mac Live. And for today, I'll say goodbye, only to catch you in the next one. Friends, scientists have been able to find a new structure in our own galaxy very close by to the sun. And, it is sort of a feather or a filament. That's what the scientists have called it. And it is a galaxy filament, which is, quite intriguing because, it is something which was debated. And for the first time, they are saying that the spiral arms of our galaxy are also connected with each other. And these feathers of filament between the spiral arms basically transfer the material, and they transfer gases and so on and so forth. So earlier the belief was the spiral arms were formed when the galaxy was formed, but now with this filament, which actually carries the material from one filament, one arm, to another one using this filament structure, it is like a super highway, or as in the Star Wars world, people used to call it like a hyperspace. So this is like a shortcut from one spiral to another one. And surprisingly, this is a huge structure. I mean, and for so long this was hidden. And I will tell you how they have been able to find it also. The first one which they have found now is almost like 6,000 to 13,000 light years long. It's a very, very big structure, and this is only estimated. That is why the exact figures are not there, because we don't know how long actually these filaments are. And this is the only one, or there are more available, or these filaments or feathers are common occurrence in our own galaxy, and also these are the common features of the galaxy per se. Now, this one which has been found is a pretty huge structure. It is almost, the mass of this structure is estimated to about 8 million solar masses, which is twice as big as the central supermassive black hole. So this is a huge find, and this is for the first time, they have been able to detect a connection between one spiral arm of the galaxy to other one. And that is why they are calling it, they named it as Gangotri wave, and they're calling it as a wave because this carries material from one end of the spiral to the other spiral, and it is feeding into, if there are material available into one spiral arm of the galaxy, it is basically transferring that stuff to the next one, and it is actually feeding up or taking the material vice versa between the spiral arms. And why this has been called Gangotri? Because I think they have recognized what the ancient Hindus were saying, or the Indians were saying, and so far it was treated as sort of a mythology. But I think if you remember, the Gangotri is a glacier which is primarily responsible for all the water which flows into Ganga river. And the story goes that there was no Ganga earlier, and there were some saints who actually worshipped the Lord Vishnu to send Ganga on earth so that cultivation can be done, and a lot of other things are there. I'm not going in depth of the story, but the whole point is that it is said in our scriptures that river Ganga came from space, and the force of the Ganga landing on earth was so massive, the earth would have shattered just by inviting Ganga onto the earth. So Lord Shiva basically, or Bhagwan Shiv offered his presence there, and his hair actually stopped the flow of Ganga and make it calm so that it can flow nicely on the surface of the earth. But as you know, friends, that Ganga is is responsible for the Ganges plateau or the Ganges plains, which is basically between Indus River and Brahmaputra River in the east. So on the west, it's Indus River, in the middle is Ganga River, and on the east side is Brahmaputra. And this whole entire land, which is almost like 80% of India, is situated between these three mighty rivers, and Ganga being the most biggest of them. And the Ganga River has been given the title of a god also, because it has, came down from space. Well, we can read all these mythical scripts. However, the ancients were trying to tell us something about the space. We can take this information and believe it as it is written in words, or try to analyze it and try to understand what they knew, which they were trying to tell us using these scripts. So I think this is something which has been found recently. And the surprising thing is, they were not even searching for such a structure, because for so long they have not seen anything between the spiral arms of the galaxy. So what they were doing is basically trying to find the gas. Now, when it comes to gas, it's the carbon monoxide they were primarily looking for in the universe. And why the gas they were looking for? Because if the gas is cold, then it is associated with star formation. And now the hypothesis is, again, an estimated hypothesis is that these filaments are actually transferring gas from one end to the other, and the gas temperature is also colder. And it is basically responsible for building stars. So now the estimate is, or the assumption is, that the spiral arms are probably found in galaxies which are actually showing fresh star birth. So if there are a lot of stars being born or taking shape, you will see these spiral arms which will carry material, the filaments which will carry material from one spiral arm to other one. So this is the, again, assumption. And as you can see, this is a very close by structure, and it is very surprising that it was not seen so far. But since the scientists were looking for cold gas, and it is cold as about 1000 Kelvin, whereas the gas in the universe can be millions of degrees Kelvin. But this one is colder than rest of the universe and the gas which is available outside. So so specifically when the scientists were looking for cold gas, they found this structure, and as you can see, it is very, very close to the sun, and it is connecting these spiral arms and carrying material from one end to the other. So this is a very, very interesting and very intriguing finding, and now the research is getting on into the full swing, trying to find out if there are more structure like that, or if this is a part of an intriguing network within the spiral arm, whether this filament connects all the spiral arms within the galaxy, or it is just a one-off case. The research is on, and it is being, all the telescopes are basically focused on this part of our galaxy. And the surprising thing is that it is very close by, and it must be something which is very common structure within the galaxies. So I think we will hear more about it, and as and when we hear more about it, I will present and bring this as information to you. For today, I like to say goodbye, but if you have more information, do send in your comments. I will read each one of your comment and respond. And also, if there is something interesting information, I will present in the next multiverse section of Akulmac Live. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and welcome to Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss something which you might have overlooked. This happened last week, and it is related to bringing Mr. Nirav Modi back to India. I'm just saying Mr. Nirav Modi, although he is a fugitive. Um, the whole point is that his bail and his extradition has been now allowed by a UK court. To discuss this matter further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show and for discussing on this important topic today.
Well, Jeet, I think it's a good news because I think most of the Indians have been waiting for some sort of a closure on this one because this human being has actually fled the country after utilizing the said norms which are misused uh, by Nirav Modi and siphoned a lot of money. In fact, the money is uncountable. It is all related to filling out fake LCs, letter of credits, and taking the money out. And in certain cases, what I've heard, I may not be able to substantiate this, but about what I've heard is that all the material that he has actually purchased against that money was also fake. So you raise fake letter of credits, get real money, and buy fake diamonds out of it. So I think this is very, very important for Indians to bring this person back to India, and justice should prevail in this case.
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, this fraud is an amount for an amount of rupees 6,500 crores, which is a huge amount, and public exchequer money, that is public money, has been siphoned off. And a bank, a nationalized bank like a Punjab National Bank, has been duped of such a huge amount. And the officials of the bank, as well as the conspirators, including Mr. Modi, Nirav Modi, has siphoned off a huge amount by indulging in corrupt practices and also fraudulent practices. And to run away from this country, not to face the trial and hide in another country, and ultimately, if India could not do anything and cannot bring this man who has siphoned off such a huge amount back, it would be really very frustrating for the common people. And therefore, the government continuously made efforts to bring this person back, and it has resulted into some good news, because the UK Magistrate Court has recently held on 25th of February that the application of the government of India is allowed, and the matter is now sent to the UK Secretary of State for Home Affairs to issue an order of extradition, extraditing the person who was requested by the government of India back to India. So certainly, it's a good news. It's a welcome step and a great step, and a very good judgment rendered by the Westminster's Magistrate Court in London. So I will just briefly tell you what is the procedure under the UK Extradition Act of 2003, and what was the case put up by the government of India, which was a requesting state, requesting for the extradition of Mr. Nirav Modi, who was the requested person under the Extradition Act. Since India has entered into a extradition treaty with the United Kingdom in the year 1993, the UK Extradition Act applies to India as well. And therefore, the government of India can make an application for an extradition of a person who is residing in the United Kingdoms after having committed a crime in India. So the conditions which are to be met under this act is that the crime or the offense that has been committed in India should also be an offense in the United Kingdom, and the punishment should be more than 1 year in both the countries. So there has to be orders or warrants issued in the requesting country against the person, and it should be shown that he's a fugitive. He has left country in order to evade the trial. So the government of India, through its secretary, had made an application under the Extradition Act of 2003 for the Secretary of State in the United Kingdom, and that was placed in accordance with the UK Act for the Westminster Magistrates Court, which is the court which decides these applications in the entire United Kingdom. and the court had to examine the entire case. It was the application of the government of India, and has to come to the conclusion, a prima facie conclusion, that there seems to be admissible evidence against the requested person, and in his opinion, it could result into a conviction. So, if that prima facie evidence and that conclusion is brought forth, that point is made good by the government of India, then the application can be allowed. So, in this case, the facts as alleged by the government of India in its application requesting the person was that there are three cases which are pending. One which is by the CBI relating to the large scale fraud upon the Punjab National Bank. The second was by the Enforcement Directorate relating to the laundering of the proceeds of that fraud. And the third was with respect to the interference in the course of justice by Mr. Nirav Modi and tampering with the witness and also destroying the evidence and also issuing threats to the witnesses, which was also a crime in India and also in the United Kingdom. So, on the basis of these three charges, initially the the government of India sought for the request by making an application on 27th July 2018. So, just to give you the brief facts of what are the allegations against Mr. Modi, is that on 29th of January 2018, the CBI had received a written complaint from the Deputy General Manager of Punjab National Bank, stating that there has been a fraud of a huge amount committed by the companies owned by and under the control of Nirav Modi. And it said that there were several letters of undertaking which were issued to foreign companies and in foreign banks, where the PNB had assured to make the payments on the due date. And payments were made, and then these LOUs were issued in a fraudulent manner by certain employees of the Punjab National Bank in connivance with the conspirators of the Nirav Modi company and their managers. And no appropriate procedure had been the appropriate documentation had also not been obtained, and the LOUs had not been recorded with entries in the bank system. So, without following any procedure, crores of rupees of letters of undertakings were issued by the bank through in with respect to the companies of Nirav Modi, and payments were done. So, so this was the case which was registered before the CBI, and it also resulted in another case registering before the Enforcement Directorate with respect to the Money Laundering Act of 2002. So both these offences are also offences under the UK criminal justice system. And the sections which are applied in India were section 406 criminal breach of trust, 409 criminal breach of trust by banker, merchant, etc., 420 that is cheating, and also 201 that is causing disappearance of evidence of offense, and 120B was criminal conspiracy. So these are also offences under the UK law, and therefore the government of India requested that this person may be extradited and sent back to India. The court also examined the evidence which was placed by the government of India with regards to the investigation which had resulted into filing of a charge sheet and the trial being pending. But since Mr. Modi was not here, certain non-available warrants were issued, and the court also produced those. The government of India also produced those warrants before the court in UK, and all these documents were held to be admissible by the UK court, though there was an objection that statements made before the police by the witnesses cannot be considered to be admissible in UK. But still, considering the judgment of Vijay Mallya in 2019, wherein also similar objections were raised by Mr. Mallya, and the court dismissing those applications, holding that these statements made to the police are admissible because the court has to come out to a prima facie conclusion, not a final conclusion of guilt, because it is not trying the offense. The offense will be tried in India, but the court in UK will only have to see whether in its opinion there is a case of leading to a conviction. So the court considers all the evidence, the statements made by the officials of the bank, the procedure which had to be followed but was not followed in issuing the a letter of undertaking. The court ultimately holds that yes, these evidences are admissible, and court found that there is a chance of conviction based on the evidence which has been led by the government of India. So therefore, the court held against Mr. Modi and in favor of the government of India with respect to the conclusion that coming to the conclusion that prima facie case is made out. With respect to the supplementary charge sheet which was filed by CBI in relation to the interference in the course of justice, there were allegations made by the government of India that Nirav Modi was interfering with the witnesses and also issuing threats to them. And one of the what had happened is that once this scam in media, he had instructed his directors in different countries in Hong Kong and in Dubai to flee from that country, not to go back to India, and he sent them to Cairo in Egypt and where they were residing. However, they wanted to go back to India, but he was threatening them not to go back. He was also telling them what statements to make if in case they are found, and also he issued threats to them. So these persons were alleging that we are kept against our will in Cairo. We are being threatened by Mr. Nirav Modi and threats were given to kill these witnesses. And there were recordings which were produced in the UK court by the government of India with regards to these conversations between the ex-directors of the companies of Nirav Modi and between Nirav Modi. This also the court held that he is interfering in the course of investigation and in the course of justice, and he wants to destroy the evidence because also he had destroyed a lot of evidence that was in Dubai. And also, what he had done was that the original documents which were in the custody of Punjab National Bank, he had somehow got hold of those documents and he wanted to destroy the documents, and he had sent those documents to a very big firm in India, a legal firm who he had approached. And from there, the CBI had seized these documents. So everything with respect to these allegations was also held against him. With respect to another contention and objection which was raised by Mr. Modi was that in India, he will not be having a fair trial because apart from holding that the offense and the evidence leads to the conclusion leads to the conclusion that he is guilty of the offense and he will be convicted. There are also certain inherent parameters which are to be considered by the UK court is that his human rights should not be flouted in the country where he is sent. So the first contention was that he will not be given a fair trial because this has been blown out of proportion in Indian media, and and it has been shown in such a manner that he is already guilty before the trial commences, and the court comes to the conclusion that he has committed the offense. With respect to this contention, he had uh, brought a retired Supreme Court judge as his witness, and Justice Kadju had given in his testimony said that in India it is not possible for him to get a fair trial, and he also made some scathing remarks which the court did not accept, and the court held that it did not consider the evidence given by the judge to be fair and just, and uh, therefore he discarded his testimony. But also another retired Bombay High Court judge was also brought as a witness, who in its
Yes, I can hear you, Jit.
yeah, sorry, yeah, I think there's some testimony. Just a minute. Yes. So, so another retired judge was Mr. Abhay Thipse, who was also brought in as a witness of Mr. Nirav Modi, who said that considering the entire material, the offense under section 406, 420, 409 is not made out in this case in accordance with the Indian law. But that also was not considered because the court found that there was a huge amount of fraud, and it appeared that there was systematically done, and therefore the court in UK held that it appears to be a commercial fraud of a huge nature in India, and it discarded the contentions raised by Mr. Nirav Modi. Also, with respect to said that India is governed under the constitution, and there is a separation of powers with respect to the judiciary, executive, and the legislature, and there is impartiality, clear-cut provisions that judiciary is completely neutral and impartial in India, and therefore court held that there is no question of violation of not having a fair trial. The next contention which Nirav Modi raised was that his mental health was not conducive, and he was suffering from depression. But with respect to that, he had brought a witness who was a doctor, a psychiatric. But that also the court did not consider, because the court considered the assurance given by the government of India with respect to the facilities that are available in Indian jail. The government of India has also clear-cut demarcated barrack number 12 in Arthur Road Jail, which is specially prepared for Mr. Modi. And the government of India had also produced photographs and video of the entire barrack, and which showed that there is ventilation, there is proper space in the barrack. There are no other person along with Mr. Modi who is going to reside here, and so therefore there is space, there is cleanliness, it has all facilities which are required. The ceiling is 20 feet high, the room is 10 feet into 15 feet, and there is an attached bathroom. So his dignity and his human rights will not be violated. He will be given a fair treatment, and there is not going to be any torture. And also the fact that there is 24/7 security, and also there is medical facility available in the hospital. Also, with regards to his mental health condition, the court observed that he must be given the doctor of his choice, and that is what the assurance was given by India by way of its letter to the court. And this the court accepted that since he will be getting so much of benefits and medical treatment, and that too of the doctors of his choice, then there is no question of not extraditing him. Dismissed his contention with regards to the mental health care. And therefore, ultimately, the court allowed the application and sent the application to the Ministry of State of Home Affairs for issuing the order of extradition. And this is how ultimately this order came to be passed under the UK Extradition Act.
Jeet, thank you so much for explaining the entire order. I think it is a fantastic order, and I think the 14 days time has been given to Nirav Modi to file for an appeal if he wants to. Otherwise, his extradition is sort of confirmed. Unless if he appeals, then it will again go into another case. However, as a common man, I feel that it is very important for set an example by bringing him back, simply because after he fled the country, there were a lot of other cases also which also emerged and saw the light. Things like when he used to appoint franchisees, he used to take 10 crores or some very high amount, and in return he will give jewelry and diamonds so that those shopkeepers can sell that jewelry and diamond under his brand name. So many of these franchisees came to know that whatever was supplied in return of that money, that booking amount they had given, were fake jewelry and fake jewels. So the whole empire of his business was built on fake articles, fake merchandises, fake LOUs, and real money. So I think that is why we have to get him back.
Yes, absolutely. So once the Secretary of State of issues an order in UK, thereafter he will have 14 days to file an appeal before the High Court. And if leave is granted to file appeal, then it will take another time. But as we have seen in Vijay Mallya's case also, that he has also availed his remedy of appeal up to the Supreme Court. Until Supreme Court of United Kingdoms, he has lost, and the order of extradition has been upheld. But it takes some, because there are a lot of procedures which have to be followed, and these appeals are also time consuming in UK. So it will take its own time, but ultimately, yes, you are right. This has to be set as a precedent, and he has to be brought back here to face the trial.
And especially when we don't even know what is the quantum of scam that has been committed here, because the case is basically around the nationalized bank, but then the quantum of scam may be much bigger because a lot of people have been duped by this person. So things like that, I think it is important to bring him back. And I think we are discussing this today because this is very recently that has happened. And the government of India and the people who actually represented government have done a remarkable job. I think we should kudos to all of them, the CBI officers and all the people from the law enforcement agencies who are involved, and also the lawyers who are representing the government of India side of it. So I think we should get this fugitive back into India and try him with actual law.
Absolutely, yes. And I think this is a great step ahead, and hopefully, even the appeals and all will be exhausted. The remedies once are exhausted, there is no other legal impediment in bringing back to India.
Yes, so I think I also read another news. I how far that is true. His uncle also, Mehul Choksi, who was also part of this game plan, is hiding in Antigua, and the Antigua government has said that we cannot extradite him before 2027. So I think that is another leg of the same same case. But we will discuss that in some other discussion because this is just a news item. So thank you, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining this very important decision by UK court in favor of Indian government to our viewers.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we'll catch up again in the next session of Legal Matters and Akulmat. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And today is Friday, and on Friday we have a CEO roundtable. So let me invite our distinguished guest today. First is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmak Technologies. She's joining us from India. Welcome.
Hi everybody. How are you all?
We are all fine, Kanchan. Thanks for joining us. And our second guest is Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore. She is a CEO of Career Zoom, a very well-known HR consulting company. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. I hope everybody had a good week so far, and I'm looking forward to the weekend. So I'm sure all of you are as well.
Yes, we are looking towards the weekend, and in the CEO roundtable, we have a very interesting discussion that we want to have. It's about building rapport with the client, because as all of us know, client is the most important link of doing any business. So we thought that we will discuss this today, and I'll start with you, Farida. What do you think should be the most important critical aspect of building rapport with a client?
Sure. And I'll start with a little anecdote because I think it's so applicable in today's times. Few years ago, I was in the hospital after a surgery. A lot of people came to see me and I got a lot of gifts. I don't know who bought those gifts, but I remember each and every person who came to see me. So it's same with the clients. When times are good, everybody is calling everybody on a regular basis. But for instance, the situation that we have right now, the sales decisions are being delayed, or they are not actually being taken. And at this point in time, if we in a sales capacity keep in touch with our clients, that is what they are going to remember when times are good. So to just sum up this whole thing, repo with the client is very, very important, because one, it is not just about making a transaction and moving on, but it's establishing a business and continuing to gain their trust. You as a person might move from one organization to another, but what actually stays with you is the relationship that you build with your client. It's very possible that you will be able to continue doing business with that client if you have built the repo in the first place. So in my opinion, every interaction with client is an opportunity to build the rapport. And as a salesperson, as the face of the organization, and even in your personal capacity, it is important to take every opportunity to do that.
Very well spoken, Farida. In fact, the rapport building really starts with pronouncing the name correctly. So, a simple thing like having the route pronunciation of the name, and understanding the nuances of each country, each type of names is very important. And I think that will help break the ice. So, Kanchan, what is important for breaking the ice in the journey of building your rapport with a client?
First of all, the major thing is that the attitude towards client has to be positive, because it's not a one day deal. We have to deal with this client again and again. So the positive attitude is must. And second, there are some difficult clients also, and there are some complaints also. So once you are in a frontline professional in an organization and some complaints come, so you have to show the positivity towards dealing that client, because that positivity remains. For example, if client says that these are the problems and these set of things I am facing with some service on or product, so that doesn't mean that what you just straightway ask a question. Rather, you should have the empathy to listen the client, and maybe come, yeah, okay, you have this kind of problem, okay, fine, we will see. And there are chances that you sometimes you may not be able to give a final solution to that particular problem. So it's better to take help of your team also, because if you are heading a team, a sales team in an organization, and there are some instances where when you go for a team help, there are some young professionals who can come out with a lot of innovative solutions for that particular problem. So in that case, what happens in this whole process, clients sees that you are serious about the problem that the client is facing. Plus, in a way, when you are showing empathy, that's a channel of relationship, a business relation is set with the client, and that also increase the loyalty towards the company and towards the product. It is not it doesn't matter you remain in this organization or not. Maybe after leaving one organization, you go to different organization, even that client comes along with you, and he already placed a trust in you, and he understands that you will be there to help him in case if he has a problem. So I think these few points are very, very important for building a client rapport.
So Kanchan, you mentioned very important point, which is empathy with a client. So as a face of the organization, suppose somebody is watching this program and is a startup CEO or a SME, I think how to be empathetic towards the client, and also having listening ability to the problems that a client has is basically the point that you are trying to drive here. And I just want to go to Farida now because she handles a lot of people globally. Farida, how do you handle a problematic client? Because we can be empathetic, but client is the king, as we say, customer is king. So it's there has to be a balance between how much to listen, how much to empathize, and how do you handle a problematic client?
Sure. Now, this is a topic I can go on and on because this is my favorite topic. And even when I do trainings, this is something where we spend a lot of time. A problematic client. Now, the definition of a problematic client is different for different people. Everyone actually perceives a certain way of interaction as a problem. You could, face these situations in your life very often. One thing is to listen. We often actually, talk and we hear and we react because that's human nature, right? The key here is to listen, not just hear, but listen and respond. There are times when, the other party, the client, is going to be very, you might find it very unreasonable. But what do you do in that situation? Yes, you need to kind of, take a back seat and think what is it that is bothering this person? Can you actually help to resolve it? Because if that is the only thing that will get this client back to the nice person that they were, then just resolve that. But if you think that these problems are a multitude of problems and this might not be one particular resolution, then I would go back to what Kanchan was saying. Take help of your team, because maybe a different face might be able to, mitigate this whole thing much better. A different set of hands, a different pair of ears, and different pair of eyes would probably, just help to take away the heat of the moment. So I'll give an example. Um, in my team, I have one of my colleagues. He had a complete disastrous situation with a client. The client was like angry, and he was shouting at him. And because of the experience that my colleague has, he just kind of listened to everything that the client was saying, and he said that he will discuss it back with the team and go back to him. So what happened is that there was sleeping over because it was a weekend. Everyone slept over the problem. That gave my colleague the opportunity to actually understand where exactly is this dissatisfaction. What can we do to address that particular point? And he asked me if I was willing to be the face of that particular discussion for just one instance, because it will just take away all the focus from the not very nice conversation that they had, and it would just give the client an opportunity to talk to someone else, and they also will feel that somebody is listening to them. So sometimes it's okay to kind of take a little bit of a backseat, because end of the day a deal is a deal. End of the day business is business. It doesn't matter how you bring that business. Taking someone's help might just help you cross that bridge in a much more smoother way. So maybe one of the ways to handle a problematic discussion, not just a client, is just to kind of take a back seat, listen, and go back after a while, after you've processed the information and realized where exactly is the issue. So to make it very structured, keep your world binary, take in information, don't get emotional. So I attended a training many years ago where one of the things that the trainer actually said was, match the energy, don't match the emotion. So if someone is shouting at you, speak at that tone, but don't be angry, because that's just going to convert this whole discussion to a not nice discussion. But if you match the tone, the other person kind of takes a little bit of a backseat, and you are able to continue the conversation, and maybe that continuation is kinder than it was a couple of minutes ago.
So I think if I have to understand the point that you just made, is that maybe it will help to restate the problem of the client in your own words. and that may give confidence that, hey, my vendors have understood my issue and my problem. um, I think one of the major aspect of building rapport, which everybody says, is that you should not always discuss business with your client. Sometimes you should also know your client personally. So, Kanchan, what is the importance of having a non-business conversation with the client, uh, or maybe making some personal discussion with the client? Is it important or it is not important? What is your opinion?
Yeah, it is very important once you are making a rapport with the client, because uh, otherwise it'll sounds like as if you are just talking and you just want to have money, you just want to sell either product or services. And sometimes, not sometimes, actually most of the time client doesn't like it, because that becomes very harsh conversation. What I feel is, because we as human, we are emotional machine, and we have to show emotion in a certain way, and we have to tackle that emotion in certain way, because we are social, we have to show our social skills also to the client. So when we are talking and uh, talking, it is good to have a personal relationship, personal mixed with business relationship, because that gives kind of smoothen the conversation. And then client is also kind of have a free thought process, and he can talk to you, he can pick up your phone when you're calling, and that gel, and it becomes friendly environment. And when it is a friendly environment, then we can discuss business with all casual talking. So I think it's very important to have a little personalization in the communication in the business, because that is how the all communication and relationship work. It's very important.
So, Kanchan, I think that's very important. So, one of the most important aspect of understanding your client is to understand his personal side of things. What he likes, what game he like, what kind of food he likes, what is his liking, disliking, and so on. So, it's we are just scratching the surface here, and we have been discussing about how to build rapport by ensuring that we listen to the client, we solve his problem, we pronounce his name properly, and also know him personally. But having said all of that, Farida.
When I just want to add, when we know a client personally, it becomes easier to solve the problem also. So that is a benefit of being a personalized business communication.
Absolutely, it's a very valid point. So, Farida, we have taken care of all of that. We are still scratching the surface, but to start the ball rolling, we have taken care of everything. And still, we are not sure with certain clients how to respond. How do we handle those situations?
Okay. Again, I'm the queen of anecdotes and I have a lot of them. So let me share one. Many years ago, when I used to work for Barclays, there was a situation when someone was very angry. And I was also very young, very immature. I got angry as well. I was like, and everyone was screaming. And one of my senior colleagues, a very sweet Greek gentleman, his name is George Papasolomontis, and he actually put his hand on my shoulder and asked me to come on the side. He said, "Why are you losing your temper?" I said, "Because, he's shouting at me and, I'm getting agitated." And I said, "I'm here to do a job. I'm not here to be popular." He said, "But I want you to be popular." And that is something that's kind of stayed with me through the years. It's been many years now. But the thing is that when there will be situations when everything is not going to work the way you want it or you hope it to work. There will be clients who will be more difficult than you think you can handle. But what actually works at any point in time is be calm. Like Kanchan said, that it's not necessary to just have a business communication, because end of the day you are not just doing a transaction, you are building a relationship to keep doing business continuously. And if you have that rapport with your client or with any party that you are doing business with, the navigation of their needs, the navigation of their organization becomes a lot simpler. It's a lot easier. So not every time, all these tips are going to work. Not every time you are going to be able to solve a problem, but then that is life. You just take a little bit of calm moment, do some meditation if you need to, and just move on. Because you can try your best to solve, you can try your best to address, but there will be times that you might still have an opportunity loss. That is life. Just pick yourself up and move on.
So I think you made a very important anecdote, if you allow me to say that. It is saying that being a young entrepreneur or a CEO or a sales head or a salesperson, you have to be popular amongst your client. So I think we can end our discussion today. There are many things which may be required, which may be some of the things that we have said and discussed today are some may apply in 90% of the situations, but could be 10% situation where these things that we discussed may not apply, and there has to be a help required to handle those things. But nevertheless, we had a very positive and fruitful discussion today in the Top Brass CEO Roundtable, and I'd like to thank my guests Kanchan and Farida for joining us today. We will catch up next Friday again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. If you had followed my videos a few days back, I had predicted that before coming to India, Trump will put their weight behind, or rather, the US government will put their weight behind Pakistan in FATF review of grey list to blacklist for that country. And this is exactly what has happened. So, Pakistan has now two strong heavyweights favoring them, and it is in their interest to come out of the grey list. However, so China is one of them, and this time United States also putting their weight behind Pakistan, so that they can gain the trust, and Pakistan help United States to withdraw their forces from Afghanistan. uh, However, what has happened is this FATF organization is headquartered out of Paris, and out of the 27 points, a list of 27 points on which Pakistan had to demonstrate sort of a progression in terms of coming out and removing terrorism or terrorist activities originating from their country. Uh, on these 27 points, Pakistan did not qualify on the 13. Now these 13s are the most critical ones, and so FATF have given them a very strong, stern warning, and given them an additional 4 months of time to show improvement. Why these 4 months? Because obviously Pakistan is having a very tough time from the economic point of view, and they want to really come out of this economic doldrum that the country itself is going through. In fact, many things are happening in Pakistan. The taxation has been increased. The income tax has been increased because any government in any other country, any part of the world will work towards reducing income tax. But in Pakistan, it is happening the other way around. They are increasing the income tax. So they are in a very dire need of finances, funding, and if they get into blacklist, currently there are only two countries which are in blacklist, which is North Korea, and other one is Iran, and Pakistan is just sitting on the edge to be dropped into blacklist. So if they get into blacklist, their economic situation will worsen first because there will be no advances from anywhere in the world, and the state will move into a very difficult situation. So this time, Pakistan has been given additional 4 months with a very strong warning from FATF members. And after 4 months, if they do not show improvement in actual action taken on the terrorist activity, then there is a big chance that Pakistan will become a blacklisted country after 4 months. So I just wanted to bring this to you as an update. I will see you tomorrow as usual. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable this Friday. And let me also welcome my friends who are joining from different parts of the world. First guest is Miss Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and she is also the CEO of Career Zoom, a very specialized HR company.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone has had a good week ahead and everyone is looking forward to the weekend. Let's get started. I'm so looking forward to this discussion today. Interesting topic.
Certainly, Farida, welcome to the roundtable. Our second guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India. She is the CEO of tech ed company called Akulmac Technologies.
Hello, how are you all? And I'm look forward for a good discussion today.
Certainly, Kanchan, welcome to the CEO roundtable. And before we start, today is 2nd October, and I'd like to wish both of you a very happy Gandhi Jayanti.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and same to you. It's a very, very important day.
Yes. So to begin our discussion today, let me also talk about the topic that we have chosen for the CEO roundtable discussion, and that is the value creation. And in fact, let me give little preface of what is value creation. Value is the perceived value of what you provide as a business to your clients and to your audience, and also to your prospective or your investors, prospective investors as well as your current investors. So it's basically value you bring on the table as an organization is something that we will talk about. And many times what happens is that the people just offer solution without thinking of the value. They say that, hey, I have this solution, but what is the value, perceived value or the real value to the client is not really understood. So we will discuss this aspect of doing business. And thank you for giving me time to give this preface, but I'll leave the floor open to anyone to start the discussion.
Okay, I just recall one very old saying that become a person of not become a person of a success, but become a person of value. So that means a person of value can give you more than what he receives. So when we talk about value in terms of sales, in terms of company, in terms of organization, I think there are three pillars which are very important. That value to your customers, value to your employees, and value to your investors. So all things starts with the value to your customers because that is the main aspect. But I think that's irony that if we want to give value to the customer, we have to again find out options where we can give value to your employees, because both of these two parameters goes hand in hand. And now when we are talking about value to the customer, which is the first aspect of value creation in the market. So that means we have to take care of your customers' desires, And you have to there are some products which from very early we are producing, but then we should be open to innovation. We should look after what actually a customer is looking for. And over the period of time, one customer though there are some few essential things, but of course if you add some value to it, some innovation to it, that gives altogether value proposition to the organization.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Kanchan. This was, quite something that I had in my mind as well. The whole premise of creating value in a business begins with value creation. So business itself starts with value creation. It's the purpose of the institution to create and deliver value in an efficient enough way that it will generate profit after cost. That is my understanding of generating value. And just to kind of pick up from where CK was talking about, that there are a lot of services and products which don't clearly define the value that they bring to the customer. I'll go a step further and say I have seen products which probably try to find solutions to problems that no one has. So it is very important, one, to understand what is the value that your service or product is actually adding to your client's life or to your customer's life. How does it impact the entire industry in general? And creating of value is something which should be the very premise of creating a business. Because what is it that you are doing in your business? Are you actually delivering a service which is making their life easier? Are you, for instance, say, are you designing a logo that's taking away a part of their work and doing it professionally for them, and then saving them the time and cost to hire someone who can actually design a logo for them? Are you creating a website? Are you actually helping them do digital marketing? Or are you selling a physical product? What exactly are you doing, and how is it adding value to the end customer? It's very, very important to be aware of what it is even before you actually start having a business idea in your mind. It should always be backwards or top down, in my opinion.
Great. So I think all of us has made the opening remarks, and what we would like to do is basically discuss much more in depth. So let me start this. See, basically what happens is that when you start a new project, anyone, if you are a CEO or a project manager, you have to see exactly where what the value that project is going to bring to the end customers. So the whole situation is that you may think that something which is very appealing to yourself, but it does not have any bearing, or you don't find too many people looking for that particular line of service. So that is where the confusion is. I would say if you look at the startup community today, 70 to 80% are in this bracket, because they see that, hey, others have done it. Hey, they have created a product. There is so much demand of that product. I will also create it, and hence I will also succeed along with it. But the whole problem of understanding the value. So the whole point is, if you don't understand what you bring on the table, which is a perceived value of your client. So I think the first step would be to start a dipstick exercise where you actually find out who are the clients, who needs this, who doesn't need it, what is your strategy to reach out to the people. When you start telling people that, hey, you are developing something like this, you're going to start this digital marketing, you're going to start whatever service you have in mind, you will actually launch yourself. So what is the timing? And all this will add into your value, because now you have, say for example, contacted 100 people, so 50 are waiting for it. That means 50 people are perceiving that you will bring some value after 1 month or 2 months whenever you launch yourself. So I think this is where the starting point of value creation is. It goes a long way, but I think over to you. Any remarks on this one?
I feel that though it's very important points you have raised, but when we start selling, the concept of customer perception of the value, what customers looking at, is very, very important. So the moment you start selling, you have to keep it in mind that when you are providing value of service or product, the retention and the profit. So as I was telling you, this is a cycle of value, creating a value proposition among three pillars of an organization. So when we customer retention and profit, and in return, it's again goes to when we have a profit, it goes in the organization. Then again, we have to create a value proposition to keep our employees happy. We have to provide training so that they come out with new ideas, new innovations, and we can also, I mean, there's also you have to retain your employees. So in a way, it is a whole cycle where you are starting, as Farida said, with a thought that we are establishing a company. But then these are the parameters which you have to think. We have to think about innovative products and how we are providing this into supply chains, into distribution. So all this has to be taken care. Then we have R&D to be taken care in the organization, and thus creating value proposition in all these sectors, in all these places, to really create an organizational value proposition in the end.
So, Farida, before you come in, I would like to have a little debate on this aspect. See, the whole point, Kanchan, is that people are not even clear what value they are going to bring. So, I think the first step would be to do a market study. For example, you create the whole infrastructure and you spend millions of dollars, basically saying that you have to build the supply chain, you have to build your team, you have to have innovation, you have to R&D. So you have created different departments, only to learn after 1.5 years or 2 years, hey, there is no demand for it. So whatever you have been doing, spending money and building all this infrastructure, will not result in any value after 2 years. So my point was that we create the value upfront. What is the value so we have to know exactly who are the buyers, and to these buyers, what is valuable. So I think I'm going to say that it's the other way around. You don't develop something which is running in your mind because you feel it, but you have to find out who are your first 100 clients and see what they need, because the need of a client is very important. So I think this is something.
Exactly. So that's what I was saying, that before even you start, when the idea of creating a product or services, establishing an organization, you must know who are your customer, who are your end user, and how you can create a value for your product or services. But then along the way, I feel that when you're establishing, so these points has to be taken care along.
I'll just try to, just give a structure to what both of you are saying. So the purpose of a business is to create value through the work. So, whatever you are selling or trading or services that you are providing, and capture some of that value as profits, because that is the ultimate end game of any business. So that is how a business is actually expected to run. Now, in terms of value, very truly, because you are not creating a product for yourself when you are an innovator. If you are a service provider, you are not creating the service for yourself, but you are creating it for the users or for your consumers. Yeah. So I agree with you, CK, that it is very important to first understand who is your buying audience and then work top down from there, because we can't just have an idea. And it's okay to have an idea, but before actually creating a product or a service out of that idea, it's very important to understand who is actually going to be your buying segment and how will it actually make a difference. So let's take an example, and I've said this before, that very often when I see my friends in the startup scene, and I work a lot with the startup founders here in Singapore, because that is one of the services that we offer, which is basically incubation support. at that point in time, I realize when I do speak to people that they are not very clear as to what they should be selling. So very often they have a whole pitch of 20 pages which is selling what they have. Nowhere do they actually say how will it actually add value to your customer, how will it add value to the buyer, how will it actually impact their way of working, their way of life. So people are selling features, whereas they should be selling benefits. So I think it boils down to the same thing, that understand the value that you are creating as a business or a service, articulate that, be very clear, so that you exactly know how it will add value to your customer's life or to your customer's business. And that is the main thing. In my mind, value creation is of utmost important even before taking up a project.
Absolutely, Farida. I think you hit the nail. Is that you have to know exactly what is the value to your immediate client, and if you don't have a list of prospective clients in your startup, then you better make one. I think that's where the whole thing boils down. You should have a list of your top 100 clients, because when you're ready, these 100 or 50 of these 100 people will buy from you, and that is how you build your network. So let's come to the point number 2, which is now you have created a list of prospective clients, and they have given you some sort of information that this is what they expect from you once you launch yourself. Number 2 is how much value you can demand. For example, you have created a ERP solution, you have created a some sort of a sales solution or a digital marketing platform, or even a physical supply chain management, or anything. How much value that you can demand for your business, and specifically when you are actually giving certain solutions or package to your client. So I think that is where the challenge is, because I've been talking, like Farida, you said you work with the startups. I've been talking to a lot of startup who are my friends and also who are in the network, and they give me story on and on, and there's a strategy, this is what they want to do, and this is exactly going to succeed, and how it's going to succeed, but they don't have these basic building block. So how much value they should ask for is a big challenge. So Farida, what is your opinion on this one?
I think pricing is definitely, it's a function of how much value actually you are bringing in, and that's precisely what value creation is. Now, not all value created is equal. Value can be created by somebody opening the door, that's a service, to, probably a scientist finding the way to actually convert the solar energy to, run electronics in your home. So values are different. Now the pricing is something, if there is a competitive space and there are other providers providing the same kind of service, you already have a reference point. But if it's a niche, and if you found a niche which did not exist and started kind of providing services in that area, then how do you value it? So I would say that let's take an example. For instance, you have created, say, a solution which is an artificial intelligence solution, which automatically, takes away the customer's pain. If your customer actually comes on the chatbot, all the initial queries are answered already before they actually reach a real person. So what is the value that the service provider is actually creating, or the product is actually creating? It's taking away the admin task from real people, allowing them more time to focus on work which a machine cannot do. So it's actually saving them time in terms of people investing time, manpower in terms of somebody actually going and sifting through those queries. So how do you actually define the value? If it's going to cost the organization same in the long run, there is no value. But are you actually, so what is the value? So you are increasing productivity, as a service provider, or your product is increasing the productivity of that organization. It is fine tuning the time to respond. Eventually it will also impact the cost in a positive way, so it will actually bring down the cost. So value is basically a function of all those three things. Now, if the value is probably even similar to what they would invest when a real person is actually doing it, it should be fine. But it has to give them some clear deliverables as to this is what will happen if you use this. So if it's a service, that if you're going to, like I started with that example of a logo, what is it that, as a service provider, you are actually creating value for? You are creating the value there by saving the company that headache of actually going and hiring somebody on their own roles, somebody to basically manage day to day, and then keep paying that cost even when they don't need the service. So you're saving them that time. So that is the value creation. So that definition has to be very, very clear. And I think a lot of companies, lot of startups possibly falter at that particular point.
Kanchan, you have
I'll take an example of from education field, because now everything is digitization, and I very much agree about the pricing factor which Farida has discussed. So, for example, now we suppose if we are talking about online education, for example. So, what happens nowadays? From very long time, children sit in front of screen. So, in case if we want to some additional uh, know-how to a children, so the package the company should provide a lesser screen time and on a lesser price and more learning outcome. So in this way it creates a value proposition for children and for parents, and of course for the company. They built a name in that sphere.
So I think all these comments that you made, both Kanchan and Frida, they are very valuable. So let me summarize all this. See, I think in terms of value, the thumb rule should be 10x. That means if you are able to give 10x value to the client, considering all the examples that you have quoted, Farida and Kanchan, that lesser screen time, for example, is a value, how much that will save the client. For example, Farida, you mentioned about how much time saving that person is going to have because they are using some XY technology, and what is the value of that time for the client. So I think all these parameters needs to be evaluated and computed, and the thumb rule should be 10x. And if you are able to give 10x value to the client, you take 1x out of it. So I think that is what I would like to say. You give 10x and take 1x out of it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
All right. So I think we have discussed the first aspect is, first of all, you have to know exactly which is your client and what is the value you bring. Second is how much value you want to assign to yourself. And I think all of this should go into planning. Even before you start rolling out or investing money in setting up your business, you should have a clear idea of what is the value you bring on the table and for whom, and how much is the value of your business. So a copycat, for example, will not succeed because a copycat he may be sitting in some other marketplace, and guess what, he would have already done his market study and he knows exactly which are the clients who will buy from him. So you can't look at the success of somebody else and drive in some other market. So I think that is something which people should have clarity. So number 3 point in value is, when you actually create a value, how long this business will be valuable. Maybe if I have to throw example, when we were kids, our parents bought a car and they ran a car for 20 years and they used to feel proud. In fact, we had a car in our home which we had for 30 years. So we used to feel very proud about it. We bought this for some 5,000 rupees. Now it is, after 30 years, still running. So the whole point is that is not the case anymore, because if you are in 50s and 60s and 70s, a car manufacturer could project his business. If I sell my car, people will use it for 30 years. That means even after 60 years, I will still be in business because they will be buying spare parts from me. But that is not the case here. I mean, car has become more or less like a mobile phone. People use it for 5 years. So even a heavy machinery industry like a automobile, the life is 5 years. So I think what is the value that you bring on the table and how long that value will be. And I have a fourth, connotation after that, but I'd like to take your opinion on this one.
I think I kind of agree with everything that you are saying, because honestly, that's exactly how I feel as well, and I think it's very valuable. Also, like in today's world, this whole COVID situation has rocked the global economy so strongly, yeah. And with these challenges, there are opportunities to pivot and find virtual solutions to meet the needs of the changing business landscape. Now, in this thing, I see a lot of mushrooming companies coming up with a lot of offerings. But here the key is to actually find value. How do you get heard in a noisy world? You do if you have the value. And it goes down back to the drawing board, where you define the value, understand who are the people who are going to actually get that value from you. How are you going to price it to return the value to you in terms of profits, and how long will your proposition be valuable? What is the life cycle? Is it going to be valuable for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? Will it actually be valuable in the post-COVID world when things would have changed drastically? So it's very important to define all of these things. And CK, I think when you were saying that, it was almost I was hearing myself saying it, because it's exactly the same way that I feel as well.
I think that when we establish a value proposition, and when we have to establish a life cycle also for our services and our product. And but along with that, we should also keep in mind that, okay, fine, maybe this will run maybe for this product or service will be there for my clients maybe for 4 to 5 years. But after 5 years, what we will be doing? So we'll not be closing our doors. So in that case, we should have that kind of thought process that maybe after 5 years we'll do this, we do this in innovation, or we'll go into a different direction. We'll cater different clients, and we may add more feature to our services or product. So this enhance the sustainability in the market.
Yeah.
So
Just
that is also very important.
Sorry, I thought you had finished. I'm also saying that, it's also important when you're creating that value to understand what is the resistance that stops that particular value from scaling. Because
Right.
that should be part of your planning, since,
Right.
already, you already know that it might be the life cycle or the lifetime value of that proposition is only that much. So we
Right.
also need to kind of, as a service provider or as a business provider, we also need to figure out that what is the resistance that will stop it from scaling, and be prepared for that as well.
Right.
So I think from both of your comments, which obviously coming out from successful business that you have run in the past, I think the fourth point in terms of value is the diversification. Because what is happening is, if you don't diversify, then there is a limited shelf life of your offering, of your value. And after the value is exhausted, your products or services will not have any need, because the industry has moved on. There are new things which are coming in the market, and you have become outdated, obsolete. So I think the fourth point is to diversify your offerings in terms of keeping your business alive and sustained. So let me just end with a simple example. We have all heard of a company called Nokia. They started as a paper company 200 years back, and they became very successful, and eventually they became a high-tech company. And today, when we use our mobile phone anywhere in the world, we actually go through Nokia technology. The whole impact of Nokia is so profound on today's world, is that you cannot use your mobile without going through one of the Nokia endpoints or a server. Yet the company is no longer existing. They've lost their market share. Nobody knows about Nokia anymore. I mean, they know, but they keep launching their mobile devices, but it's not really great. So having reached, really the top end of the market, they simply vanished, and they vanished within a period of 1 year. A 200-year-old company, what it took to vanish is only a couple of months, like to be precise, 8 months. So I think the point is diversification, and I'll leave the floor open for you guys to comment.
Yes, actually, diversification is very, very important aspect of any business. For example, I'll take example from an education field. Now, suppose if we are providing a math courses online, so after some time, people will also get bored. What math? So we have to come up with new, maybe Vedic math or maybe abacus. So these we have to integrate with that. Now after that, what we cannot keep on teaching abacus, though math is a base of a base subject. Then we have to add maybe coding, which can very well integrate with the math education. So likewise, step by step, it's very essential to really upgrade the business offerings to the client, and then this create a value proposition.
Yeah, I think absolutely, because just to kind of, understand where the diversification should actually start, because it shouldn't happen that, in a matter of few days or few months, the company actually becomes obsolete. So we don't just have Nokia's example, we have Skype's example. I'm like, bro, you had 7 years of head start on any other, system like Zoom or, Teams, etc. What happened? This was your opportunity. What happened? So it is very easy to kind of, go out of sight, out of mind. If there is not enough engagement, if there is not enough diversification, and there is not enough, alignment with the market. So yes, I mean, on that, I would say that you got an idea, great. First, find the right people. Two, explore together. Third, just make it happen. But don't forget the thing that the basis or the premise of anything is value creation. And don't forget that in that enthusiasm to get something going.
So I think today's discussion was very meaningful, especially for the SME segment, the startup community, or whoever, a young entrepreneur, whoever wants to start their own company or some small group or anything in life. I think the 4 parameters, which are the really basic parameters of starting a business, is find value, how much to value, what to sell, whom to sell, and diversify at the right time. So these are the 4 our expert guests have given us this wisdom. And I thank you, Farida and Kanchan, for joining us in the roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we will meet again next Friday with some other engaging subject related to business. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies.
Welcome to Tobra's Likeable Leaders. This week, I am honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. And today we would like to analyze the recent announcement by the Indian Union government about giving relief to the telecom sector. Before we start our discussion, I have to tell you that this video has been sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them you can access through the link given in the description below, and I'll come back to them after some time. So going forward to the telecom sector discussion, I think we have to discuss this little bit in more detail in terms of history. So why this crisis has been averted now by this government, by the current Modi government? We have to go back to 1999 when there is something called AGR was introduced, which stands for Aggregate Gross Revenue. And I have actually previously covered the details about AGR. So if you want to know more about AGR, you can refer to that video. But let's continue. What is this AGR? Very briefly. So when the telecom sector was established in India after 5 years, it was really launched in 94, 95. And in 99, it was not going anywhere. And there is a measurement of earning from this sector, which is known as earning per user, ARPU. So India having, even today, the ARPU levels of second lowest in the world after China, China being the lowest earning per user, but they don't care because there is a government, which is, the telecom is owned by the government. But here there were many telecom players and they were competing with each other. And still after 5 to 6 years of existence, the ARPU was not coming up and the revenue was not improving. So in order to increase the revenue for the Indian government, the government of that day decided that instead of selling the spectrum, and we know that there has been a major scam in 2G and 3G in the spectrum allocation in terms of auctions. But the government of that day, of that era, decided that instead of charging the telecom operators on the basis of spectrum, let us charge on the basis of earning. And hence the AGR was introduced in India, where the gross revenue, a percentage was supposed to be paid to the government of India for allowing the private sector to function properly. Well, this segment, usually in any commercial enterprise, the users are always a mixed bag. If you look at automobile, some people may be happy with the product, some people may not be happy with the product. It's normally this trend. But in case of telecom, especially in India, the users have been very, very extremely happy, always. Whereas the business houses have been suffering because they are not able to make enough revenue out of it, because they're competing with each other, and the earning per user being the lowest. In addition to that, the government imposed that instead of uh, you buying the spectrum from us in terms of auction, because of the 2G scam and different 3G scams, why don't we you pay us from the revenue? Now, because the earning itself was very low, and when a company is earning, their other earnings also will become part of the earnings. So government of India never clarified at that point in time that AGR will not include the income from other earning. They just simply said it's a revenue, gross revenue, a percentage of that you have to pay us. So that is where the problem arose, and there has been a case which is being fought. In fact, Vodafone and Idea has already told that if the AGR has to be paid, then we will have to wind up from India, because we will not be able to pay such heavy tax and penalty on that. So that is really the story of the telecom, and telecom has not been doing very well, even though if you look at the penetration level in India right now, it is almost more than 80%. 80% of the population is covered using mobile phone, and it's a fairly large percentage of the global population. And what will happen if the government continues without any reform at this point in time in 2020? Then Idea and Vodafone will wind up, and as a result, what will happen is that there will be sort of a monopoly in this sector. That means only 2 or 3 telecom operators will remain, and then eventually only 2 will remain, which are probably Airtel or Reliance. And then they may overlook the interest of customers. Many things can happen, and I think any democratic setup should work against the monopolization of any sort of services. So that is really the story, and the story behind the recent development which happened just few days back, like 3 days back. And there was a case where Vodafone and Idea, predominantly the smaller ones, smaller telecom operators, they have approached the court, and they said that this is unfair to charge AGR on the overall income, on the gross revenue. And they had also appealed in their respective countries, because especially Vodafone has been owned by the French, and they got the judgment in their favor. So so many things were happening in telecom sector. One, we needed to grow. We needed to provide proper customer support, because if the companies don't have enough earning per user, then the customer service will erode with time. They will not be able to spend or allocate enough funds for providing better technology and better customer support as the time passes. So government had to behave very sensibly, and not in an autocratic manner where they just say that, hey, this has been passed 20 years back, we just pay. So that was really the basis of this whole discussion. And before moving forward, I thought I'll just give you the little background about what was going on. So now what has happened now is that, in fact, everybody has welcomed the decision of the government. The government said that you have a moratorium of 4 years because the case is still pending. The government cannot decide on behalf of the court. The legal proceeding will continue. So from their side, from the regulatory body side, they have also said that there will be a moratorium of what money they have to pay, which is the AGR, which is accumulated now in almost like billions of dollars, which government of India needs to get from these companies. Number 2 is the floor price of various services have been set by the regulator, which is TRAI in India, Telecom Regulator Authority. So this will ensure that the floor price has been kept at certain level, so there will be no undercutting, and there will be a even level field for everyone. So if you are a very large player, which is in the case of Airtel and Jio, and Vodafone and Idea being a smaller players, it should not happen that the large ones basically undercut the price, and no matter what, they just basically undercut the price to remain in business, and that will erode naturally the Vodafone and Idea. So in order to have some sort of balancing act, the government said that all telecom operators have 4 years of moratorium, and they also have there is addition to that, there is enough money available for all of other the players equally at equal level. So Now there is a message from one of our viewers. I just want to show that, and the opinion expressed by Mr. Syed Hussain is that there is no scam. It is promoted by media. Well, we are not talking about any scam at all. We are just talking about what has happened recently. So, Syed, thank you so much for your message, and keep writing to us. So, moving on. Um, in addition to providing the moratorium, there was a issue also in terms of there was a tax on the mobile operators, but the similar tax was not applicable on the broadband and landline. So eventually what happened was, as the technology advanced, the government said that, hey, the technology is advanced and now you can actually offer telephony services using variety of mediums. So while mobile were also providing telephone services, at the same time, the differences between the broadband services and mobile was slowly narrowing, and over a period of time, it appeared that there was hardly any difference between broadband and mobile services in terms of the service that are being offered by both parties. And one party is paying that huge tax, whereas the landline and broadband services are not paying those taxes. So there was a lot of parity in terms of that. So that has been rectified also. Everybody has been treated equally. And in order to increase the uh, future aspects of where the telecom can lead us, it's basically very important for us to grow. A lot of conversation going around 5G, but how telecom will grow and adapt 5G if there is no revenue with them? So there has been a very sensible decision to provide 4 years of moratorium, where there will be more revenue with the telecom operator, so that they can think of bringing new technology, reducing their cost, improving customer satisfaction, and so on and so forth. And most important thing is that they have also now allow 100% FDI, which stands for foreign direct investment. So 100% FDI can come in from foreign investors. It could be foreign telecom companies who can actually invest in India. There is a good opportunity for them to come to this large market. So 100% FDI is also allowed by this government, which is good. So I think going forward after this decision, the telecom operators will be able to compete with each other equally on equal grounds, and the environment will be very competitive. Environment will basically change, and it will be more customer centric. They will have more revenue, and I also suspect that because there will be more services being provided on the similar platform, the earning per user will also increase. So organically, the telecom operators will be able to generate more revenue, and there will be more funds coming in from FDI in the form of foreign direct investments. So therefore, it's a good move. It is going to regulate the telecom industry in a much, much better way, which has been ailing for almost few years. And the situation because of the pandemic has worsened, because people are now using more and more services from home. So people who can afford to pay more for data will do so, because kids are studying now. A lot of people are working from home. So data has to go up slightly. And if by increasing the price of the data by little bit, in a country like India, the revenue can jump drastically, whereas each consumer will not have to pay a lot of money, extra money. So I think that is where it is, and we have to also grow further. We have to get into 5G, etc. And this decision of government has given more revenue to the telecom sector, so that they can actually think of future. And the case is running in the court, so I think the case will be decided in due course of time. And so there is a moratorium now. They have not taken any decision because matter is sub judice, but they have deferred the date of collecting the tax. Most likely they will win the case also, because this was unfair practice of 20 years back, which has been corrected now. So friends, this is something which happened recently, and this is my analysis. Thank you, viewers, for writing to us during this live show. Continue to indulge with us, and I will meet you next time. Before I go, a message from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live Morning Brew. My name is Chandrakant, and I would like to bring some interesting facts about today and yesterday in terms of what we've heard in the media. And going forward, I think the first information that I want to share with you is about the new gadget which has been launched, which is going to be launched, I beg your pardon, very soon in next 1 week in India, and that is the Nokia phone. And this Nokia phone is very special because this is, as you can see from this picture, this is designed for the rugged use, and it is designed for very greasy environment and very, very rough use. So it has all these specs which are required for that rough usage. This Nokia phone is called Nokia XR20, and this is powered by Snapdragon 480 SoC, and it has 6 GB of RAM, onboard RAM. Now there is a parameter which defines the rough usage of devices. So this mobile has been certified at the standard of IP68 and MIL STD 810H. So this is a very rugged phone. This is going to be, it has all the specs of classified as a rugged phone, and the pricing expected to be around $500, so roughly about 43,000, 45,000 price range is what is expected from this mobile phone. So I think if you are in the field area, and if you are having a job which requires like exploration, and if you're going out and you need a rugged mobile phone to accompany you, this is the one that you should you should look at, and it is going to be launched very soon in next 1 week in India. Coming back to the interesting facts about Aryan Khan arrest, because he was arrested under some charges related to narcotics by NCB, and we all know that his bail has been under discussion for so long. The order has been reserved, and as per the law, I think he can be taken for good. I think drug related matters are very, very severe, and they don't follow the usual remand strategies. I mean, the jail term can be quite long if you're found with drugs. So I think as a citizen, we should understand, we should not even get into anything to do with drugs. So as you can that and you can appreciate that in spite of being a star kid and very popular one, he has been nabbed, and he is put in jail right now. And as per the jail norms, he was kept in quarantine for 5 days, initial 5 days, and now he is brought in to the usual general place where there are up to 500 inmates. And apart from being the son of Shah Rukh Khan, the identity in the jail is under trial. His identity is under trial. However, I think he is still under trial. We are not casting any aspersion. And as per the law, the family members of the under trial can send them some money up to the extent of 4,500 rupees a month. Using this money, they can buy things which are related to their daily use, like toothpaste, toothbrush, biscuits, water, juices, etc. And there is a canteen in the jail, so I think they can buy. And Gauri Khan has sent 4,500 rupees to Aryan Khan, which he is going to use hopefully to buy his water, because I think he's surviving mostly on water and biscuits. So he will probably buy some food items, juices, etc., and so on. So I think this is where it is coming to. And now he has the money also sent by his parents through a money order to the jail authorities. And as per the law, the money can be sent 4,500 rupees only as a money order. Moving on, today is Jayanti of Dr. Abdul Kalam. He is very popular. He is an inspiration to billions of Indians within India or outside India. And so PM Modi actually gave his tributes very early in the morning to the rocket man of India. And we also want to give our tributes, viewers, and you can also join us giving tributes to this such a fine gentleman, Dr. Abdul Kalam. Lastly, there is a disturbing news from our neighborhood, and that is Bangladesh and also in Afghanistan. So I'll come to that. As you know that we have just celebrated Dashera, and before that there was 10 days of celebration of Navratri. And it's one of the biggest festival for Hindus world over. And Bangladesh is not a Muslim country. It is a secular state as per their constitution. So the constitution provides full freedom to all religions and all sects to practice their faith as per Bangladesh legal norms. And their prime minister also assured Hindus of full freedom and full freedom and equal laws a few days back. And this was in a speech, in spite of PM giving the assurance, which is PM of Bangladesh, across the length and breadth of Bangladesh. The Hindu temples were desecrated, destroyed, devotees were beaten across. Many temples have been destroyed in past 10 days. And yesterday, the ISKCON temple has been desecrated, is almost destroyed, and ISKCON devotees are in very critical condition in the hospital. Now, this has been conveyed by ISKCON authority by way of tweet. So we don't know what exactly is going on because we have to rely on the news when it comes out. Similar incident is happened in Afghanistan, where the Taliban armed soldiers went into Gurdwara and threatened the Gurdwara Pramandaks, and at gunpoint. I think this is very disturbing, and something has to be done about this. So this is something that happened yesterday and up till today morning, and I thought I'll share with you. Friends, you engage with me by sending your messages, and I will reply to each and every message of you. I will catch you tomorrow in the next Morning Brew. Until then, goodbye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today we have an eminent historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College at Hyderabad. And today we'll be discussing another interesting king of our history. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, Mitaji. And as you know, that we'll be discussing about Sunga dynasty empire, and which is a Magda empire controlled by controlled at north, central, eastern India, as well as part of northwest, now at Pakistan. So we'd like to listen, and our viewers will also like to know about the great kings who established this empire after the fall of Mauryan Empire.
Okay. See, this Shunga Empire was founded by Pushyamitra Sunga, and he was the first ruler of the Sunga dynasty. And how he became the king is he assassinated the last Mauryan ruler, Brihadat Maurya, in a military review, and then he declared himself as a king and established this new dynasty, which was known as Shunga dynasty. And this was a totally Hindu dynasty, okay? Because in Mauryan Empire, if you remember, Ashoka was too much inclined toward Buddhism. But in this dynasty, Shunga dynasty, Pushyamitra Sunga followed Hinduism and he was a staunch Hindu. He performed many Ashwamedh yagnas or sacrifices, and some of the Buddhist texts, they also say that he persecuted many Buddhist monks because he wanted only Brahmanism to prevail. He never wanted that Buddhism should come up. But again, there are two theories in this. Some Buddhist texts say that he persecuted the Buddhist monks, but some texts they state that he was not brutal towards the Buddhist monks. Okay, now as I told you, he was previously the Senapati, the general of the Mauryan army. So he knew all the tactics and techniques of the war. And to establish his kingdom, he used the same. All these war techniques, all whatever he has learned in the Mauryan Empire, he implemented those policies of administration. He implemented the same things in the military expeditions which happened. And many inscriptions which we found of the Sungas, they are found in Ayodhya, in Uttar Pradesh, and it in the even in the Punjab, in the northwest. And in those inscriptions, some of the inscriptions, it is mentioned that he did persecute the Buddhist monks. And he after him, his son Agnimitra, he succeeded the Shunga dynasty after the death of his father Pushyamitra Sunga. In around 148 BC, he came. The 185 BC, Pushyamitra Sunga ascended the throne, and in 148 or 149 BCE, Agnimitra, the son of Pushyamitra Sunga, he ascended the throne. Now, Agnimitra was a very dynamic king, and he was the subject of many works of Kalidas. Kalidas, as you know, was a famous poet of that time. So, in one of his epics known as Malvika Agnimitra, Kalidas has written about the love story of Agnimitra and Malvika. So that way he was also the subject for many poets, Agnimitra, for that matter. And the Vayu Purana and Brahman Purana also mention his name, and they say that for around 8 years he ruled. Who? Agnimitra. Okay. And according to Kalidas in Malvika Agnimitra, Agnimitra belonged to Baimbika family, while the Puranas mention him as a Shunga. So here little conflict is there, because Kalidas gives a different picture, but the Puranas, they confirm that he was from Shunga dynasty. He was the son of Pushyamitra Shunga. And in Malvikagni Mitra, Kalidas has also told that he had 3 queens, 3 wives, Dharani, Iravati, and Malvika. So Malvika was the princess of Vidarbha. And this Malvika Agnimitra is the story of Agnimitra and Malvika, which Kalidas has written in his epic. Now, Agnimitra, according to the epic Malvika Agnimitra written by Kalidas, Kalidas writes in his book that a war broke out between the Shungas and the neighboring state Vidarbha during Agnimitra's reign. And before the rise of the Shungas, Vidarbha had become independent from the Mauryan Empire. Till Ashoka had not fought the Kalinga war, he was very, very ambitious, and he was into many conquests. But after the conquest of Kalinga, there was a hard change of Ashoka, and he stopped waging wars altogether. So that time, Vidarbha declared themselves independent from the Mauryan kingdom. And this one war was there where a former Mauryan minister put his brother-in-law Yajnasena on the throne of Vidarbha, and Madhavsena, a cousin of Yajnasena, he asked help from Agnimitra in overthrowing his cousin, but was captured while crossing the border of Vidarbha, and he was imprisoned. So Agnimitra demanded the release of Madhavsena, and in return, Yajnasena demanded the release of the foreman Mauryan minister who had been captured earlier by Agnimitra. So it was a sort of, this give and take type of a agreement. Instead, Agnimitra, what he did, he sent his army to invade Vidarbha, and Yajna was defeated and forced to divide Vidarbha with Madhav Sena. And both cousins recognized the suzerainty of the Shunga rulers, that time Agnimitra, and this shows that he was he was an able military leader, because he made Vidarbha to come under his suzerainty, the kingdom of Vidarbha to come under his uh, suzerainty. And if we see, many historians have written about the Shunga Empire in detail, like Rai, Chaudhary, Professor Rai Chaudhary, in his book Political History of Ancient India, he has mentioned about the Shunga dynasty, about Pushyamitra and Agnimitra. Then Leheri, in his book Indigenous States of Northern India, he also has described about the might of the Shungas. But it was a very short-lived empire, the Shunga Empire, because after them, the Kanva dynasty came into being. And same thing, Kanva was also a general with Pushyamitra Sunga. So he declared himself independent, and then a new dynasty was established, that was Kanva dynasty.
Okay, so actually,
yeah.
I've read somewhere that Dev Bhuti, who was the first, who was the last king of Sangha dynasty, was assassinated by Kanwa dynasty king. Now,
Yes,
when we
yes.
talk about this Sangha dynasty, and you see, it came in existence after the fall of Mauryan Empire. So, what we really think about those times, what people used to be like that, reacting to this change, because as I was reading few books, it says that there's lot of impression of Persian art at that point of time, and he is like, as you mentioned, Kalidas has been given free hand to write good things about the king and the queen. So, what kind of culture existed at that point of time during this era?
See, when Mauryas were there, because Ashoka was a great propagator of Buddhism, so mostly people followed Buddhism. But because Ashoka was a very tolerant king, he never forced anyone to convert to Buddhism. So Brahmanism or Hinduism, Jainism, they all existed, contemporarily. But when this Shunga rule came, then the emphasis was more on Hinduism than Buddhism. That's why some of the text, they say that he, and one of the inscriptions also says that he persecuted the Buddhist monks who Pushyamitra. So Hinduism was a dominant religion in both dynasties, Sunga and Kanva. Okay, and after that, after Kanva, Satvahanas, they came. So Satvahanas was one of the biggest Hindu kingdoms of India after Vijayanagar Empire. So Brahmanism was on the rise that time, and because the kings, they performed many Ashwamedh sacrifices to confirm their superiority, okay, over the people. So that means the people who were in the empire, they were happy. There was no discontent. Only because whenever these military conquests happened, naturally the public will be disturbed, because they will march towards the fields, and all that destruction, indirect destruction will happen. So that was a very obvious thing to maintain the dignity of the empire, but otherwise people were happy under the rule of Pushyamitra Sunga and Agnimitra also.
So this whole dynasty ruled approximately few years from 185 BC to maybe 73 BC.
Yes,
And
till the Kanva rule was established.
yeah, so I think this is an era where approximately 10 rulers of Sunga dynasty rule. So I can safely say that is kind of establishment of Hindu religion. When you see, then in Mauryan Empire there was establishment and propagation of Buddhism, but now
Buddhism, yes.
This is a dynasty which establish Hinduism and give rise of Brahminism and Hinduism in that era.
Hinduism was already there, Kanchan, because in all the empires which existed before Mauryas also, only you get some Greek influence because of the Greek invasions. Alexander came in 326 BC, and then later, after all these dynasties, these Ghazni and Ghorid invasions. So Hinduism was there, but it was given preference in these dynasties, the Shunga and Kanva dynasty, because the founder of Kanva dynasty, Devbhuti, he also followed Hinduism. And he came to rule in 75 BCE. He also followed Hinduism. And after Kanva dynasty, then came the Satavahanas. They were staunch Hindu rulers. So the Hinduism was there, but because of these two religions, Jainism and Buddhism, it was overshadowed a bit.
Right. So when we talk about these two great kings, Pushmitra and Agnimitra, so what are those one or two significant aspect of their rule, which really we can cherish? What is the impact of that era?
If you see broadly, they followed the Mauryan administration model itself. Because as I told you, Pushyamitra was the Senapati of the Mauryas before he assassinated Brihadat and came to rule. So they followed the same model of administration. Only thing which was more dominant in the Shungas and Kanvas times was Hinduism, which was not there in the time of Ashoka, because he adopted Buddhism and he did a lot of work in the propagation and of Buddhism and preaching Buddhism, not only in India but outside India also. So that was the only major difference you can say. And because the the extent of Mauryan Empire was already very large, so Pushyamitra, he enjoyed, that vast empire. But because many of the kingdoms like Vidarbha, they declared themselves independent after Ashoka, because after Ashoka, we don't find any very prominent rulers in the Mauryas. So small states, they came up like mushrooms. Okay, so small states, they declared themselves independent and they said this is our our area. So that also happened. So disintegration of Mauryan Empire also happened. Shungas and Kanvas, they were not able to maintain that huge empire. So independent kingdoms, they started springing up. Because when you go back to the Mauryan times, and before that also the 16 Mahajanpadas which were there earlier, and then there was an integration of those Janpadas by Chandragupta Maurya. Then again, independently, they came up. This was the major difference.
Yeah, so I think that after the fall of a huge empire, which is Mauryan Empire, and there's a rise of small kingdoms, and they have given more of stability to that to the people at that point of time. And a part of this, as you mentioned, the Kalidas, so rise of literature, and that too based on the Hindu philosophy. I think that is the contribution of these two great king of this particular
Yes, lot
dynasty.
of work in literature, art, architecture happened in that time, no doubt about it.
So we'll be discussing about more once we have already covered and discussed about the Singha Empire and the great two kings of this empire. In our next episode, we'll be discussing about Kanva dynasty, who defeated this king. And till then, you take care. Bye bye. See you.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Have you got your token?
Oh yes, the app is working absolutely fine. I got my token. I got a slot allotted for me. It is 1:15 in the afternoon, and I have to go slightly before 1:15 so that I reach there on time, because I have only 15 minutes to make my purchases, and
Wow.
are all related to only provisions. So I will be on time today.
So you're going to have a list of things to buy?
There is a cap on how much you can buy. There is a cap of 1,000 rupees. So today I can buy only in only whatever is available within 1,000 rupees. So if I convert that into pounds for you, I think it's like 10 pounds.
£10, which isn't a great deal, but it gives you, it's great because you're focused. You're going to have to be really punctual. You just mentioned the magic words. I need to get there a little early. The good news is there won't be any crowds. You won't have to get in the car. You can take a nice stroll, a nice walk, taking some fresh air. All of these things that we should be doing on a regular basis. Having that little, we always talk about this routine, and that's a brilliant part of the routine, because guess what? If you miss your slot, the good news is you save 10,000 rupees. The bad news is you don't get your provisions. So it's really important to be punctual. How many times do we say be punctual? Be on time. Get to meetings on time. Say it all the time, don't we? And that's what SME owners should be doing. And over here, we celebrated you had your Corona champions the other week. Everyone got out of their rooftops.
We call them Corona warriors, which includes the medical staff, police, law and order apparatus, the municipality apparatus, the entire people who are actually going out and helping rest of us. So we call them Corona warriors.
Well, not only are they helping, they're doing their job. That's what they're paid to do. These are really tough times, but they're being asked to go beyond the normal, because they're having to deal with, people like us, and sadly there are idiots out there, partying and barbecuing and just not being smart, being normal human beings. But last night, 8 o'clock UK time, we opened the doors, made a huge noise, and anyone can go and Google it, and they'll see people applauding. We just called it the NHS last night. I'm sure we'll be celebrating the rest of our warriors as we go forward. But it's the weekend tomorrow. You're halfway closer to it than I am, being 5.5 hours ahead. And then that's the time to relax. So all this week, all of the listeners on here have been really focused on their business. Have you been focused on your business?
Oh, yes.
Have you been contacting people? You have. But I wonder how many others have. So here's an opportunity now. Forget what's happened in the last 3 days. Get yourself ready today for Monday morning. Get yourself into some very practical things. As we say, this is really simple. This is not difficult. This is being a human being, waking up, getting dressed, getting showered, eating breakfast, and then getting ready for work, but not actually physically going. Go through the mental thing, as we said this before. Mentally go to work. You open the door, you get in the car, you have all the aggravation of the journey. It's an hour in heavy traffic. Look at what we're saving. The hour in heavy traffic's gone. Magically gone because we're staying at home. And then get yourself into a workplace. Get your workstation. Find a place in your house where you can go and work. And don't have it cluttered around you, because cluttered is what we call behavioural waste. But make sure you've got plenty of water, because you need to hydrate. And I have lots of coffee as well, so. But you just have what you normally do. I mean, anything other than common sense, CK?
Yeah, I think I just want to add, while having water, if you can make it lukewarm, mix a little bit of basil, it'll have a very good effect on the people actually, and yourself.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We're becoming herbalists as well here. So just that's a little added advice, if you like it, do more of it, as they say. And the little and often. How many times have we heard a little and often? And there's a phrase I saw recently. It said, if you're having to listen to it 3, 4, and 5 times, you didn't listen the first time.
Right.
So it's just about learning how to listen. We're giving some cracking advice here, which is nothing more than common sense, because you've been doing it for nearly 20 years. I've been doing this for 20 years. My workspace is well defined. Even when we're having building work in the house, I need to find workspace where I can go and work. You need to get that into your routine, and it's simple. So forget what you've done over the last 3 days. It may have been good, bad, or indifferent. If it was good, great, keep doing it. If it wasn't so good, get a clean sheet for Monday, but do all the planning today. There's a half a day left in India, and this your week off. So use it wisely. Recharge the batteries. Anyway, day 3. I'm not going to see you on day 4 and 5 because we're taking the weekend off. Okay, CK, right? This is weekend off, family time. So I'll see you on day 6 on Monday morning.
Same here, Neville. Have a nice day, have a nice Friday, and enjoy your weekend.
And you. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today's discussion is going to be very, very interesting. It's about senior executives validating, cross-checking their corporate health as well as their mental health situation with a well-known global guru. And this has to be done while maintaining a bit of secrecy. So how this whole process works is the matter of discussion today. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you there is a giveaway in our show. Stick around to this very interesting show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And in today's discussion, we want to basically touch upon the very important subject about therapy for senior executives. And to discuss this particular important subject, I have a very special guest in the studios. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, and he's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mike to you.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you? Trust you enjoyed your lunch.
Of course, Mike, all is well. This wretched virus has also started reducing a little bit in India, and we have just started the great Indian summer. The temperature is almost touching 40, so we are enjoying the heat.
Right. Yeah. Very nice. So you don't need to cook on an oven. You can just cook on the bonnet of your car now.
All we have to do is just step out of the house.
There you go.
So I think the subject is quite interesting, and that is the related to the mental health of the senior executives, and how we all can be therapeutic to our own lifestyle, and how we can improve our mental health attitude towards others. So over to you, Mike. What do you want to say on this subject?
Yeah, well, not just mental health, mental and corporate health. I've been running this session for executives, board members. I tend to do it one-on-one because it's quite a, I also call it the executive therapist chair. It's sort of taking a couple of hours out to take stock. And I think quite often we can get so intent on our concerns in the business that we actually forget to sort out the wood from the trees, as we say. So take stock of where we're at. What are the key things we need to be focusing on? Are we focusing on the right things, etc., etc.? So for me, and I found I've had very good responses to this. And the nice thing is you can do it over the virtual meetings as well. It's obviously very good to do it in face-to-face, but it can also be done online. So we can do this around the world, and it's always been received well. So if you look at my LinkedIn profile, you'll see that people have said various kind things about it, and it hits the right spot.
Very interesting, Mike. So can you tell us how does this work? It requires a booking of some time with you, or is it a repetitive process where you have to keep visiting and talking to you for half an hour, maybe once a week or twice a week? How does this work?
Well, basically, there's an initial session. If it's a one-man founder executive, I recommend, obviously we have an ongoing start with an ongoing dialogue, but we start with a 2 to 2.5 hour session. If it's a board of directors, I do them individually because I call it anonymized brainstorming. It takes the politics out of the situation. We talk about the key drivers, priorities, and what they feel is going well, what they feel is not going well, some situational analysis, what sort of things are sort of keeping them awake at night from a corporate perspective. What are the things that they wake up in the middle of the night and think, oh my goodness, I'm not happy about that. So we talk about all those sort of things. The idea being we then come through this sort of what I call the triple I process, which is ideation, thinking of ideas, incubation, and implementation. So after the session with each of the individuals, if it's a team, you've got a number of key ideas and thoughts and options, and then we bring it together for a group feedback session if it's a board, and all the responses are anonymized, so nobody can tell who said what. But for example, if there's 4 people and 3 of them are thinking these are the major things that are keeping us sleepless, or these are the best options, then those are thrown back into the mix and sort of helps to sanity check review the tactical, operational, and strategic priorities. And then what we can do is, say, 3 months later, have another either review session one-on-one. Instead of maybe a couple of hours, 2.5 hours, it would just be an hour to review where we were at from last time, hone it. So yes, it basically is booked. It's a book session as a per head fee. And like I say, it can be done face-to-face or remotely. Remotely is more efficient on all sorts of ways. Obviously, it's much as it would be nice to travel to India. It's not possible to do that at the moment, but the session can be run remotely with a quarterly update review. It becomes very much a therapist chair type environment, because once you start talking, you start to get interested and involved in what the person's thinking, what they're doing. You then want to become, get better involved with it. Come to think of it, Chandra, I should do it with you.
I think I can offer myself as a guinea pig to you in one of these sessions, and we can probably record it to demonstrate to people how it works. But I have a very
No, I wouldn't record it. I think it's very much. I wouldn't record it. No, because I think the information that comes out of there is what we call Chatham House rules. So you can say whatever you want in there. It doesn't go anywhere else. I think that's very important.
Yeah, that was my question, in fact. So you clarified. Thanks for clarifying it. And I have another question, which is related to how people start opening up. I think that is the biggest challenge we face today, that people don't open up. So what is your technique of making sure that these senior executives who are well-traveled, well-educated, how you make them open their mind and be frank with you?
Well, I think, apart from my natural charm, you mean? And my modesty. No. Well, the way it starts, of course, the best way is always to start by sort of giving a little bit of personal information, disclosing, like I tell them where I'm living or what I do and blah, 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 a little bit about me to show the human side. And ask them the same thing. So immediately there's more of a personal interaction. But then, of course, the best way to get anybody to do anything is to let them talk about themselves. So, because we're gearing this towards a business angle, it's not a personal therapist chair, so it's a corporate therapist chair, executives there. So get them to talk about the situational factors, their business, what they do, where they do it, how they do it, what was their vision, what's their mission. Get them to talk about that, and then they start talking. Because people like to talk about themselves.
Well, that's true, but many times people just do a lot of chit-chatting, but they don't talk anything which is of any sense. And because of that, they may not get the value. So I think it's very important for people to be very frank with you, so that you can offer them a clear and concise solution. I think that is a challenge, and I'm sure you are having a lot of practice making sure that people open up with you, and it's a closed door environment. Tell me something, Mike. Do you also do this in a group, like unknown people, not a board, but people from different companies coming together and talking? Is like a therapy session?
What we can do, and what I have done, is have the same sort of approach, but talk around a particular subject. So, maybe it would be implementation of IoT in manufacturing. And we can have people to go through a session with a similar structure, but talking about the challenges of that particular environment. And the idea being, again, to ideate, incubate, and implement around that particular focused subject. So that's another way that it can be done on a group basis with lots of different companies. Maybe it's, horizon gazers, maybe it's product specific. You can also do it within a division. So it could be a subsidiary or a particular line of business. It doesn't have to be just the executives or the board. It could be a divisional team. It could be a global team. It could be a product team. You can work it in various ways, and it is, it's a structure that I've put together after years of sort of living this and having the bruises from working in corporate life, to say, well, how, because at the end of the day, what we need to do is find a good way forward. And some subjects are too sensitive to deal with face-to-face, and we need to do it in a confidential way. So, you can do it in any way, but it's a bit like a brainstorming situation, in the sense you can throw a subject on the table. But I think if you're looking particularly around a team, say in a division, you've got to be very careful of the politics, because one particular member of the team may have it in somebody else, or the politics can play too much of a part in the discussion. So even with if it was a subject, throw the subject on the table, use the structure that I've got to actually go through the subject, that's fine. But I think if it's a division, if it's a team, I still believe it's better to do the one-on-one sessions and then bring it back with a collective review of what has been said. And like I say, if you've got a team of 5 people and 3 people in the room have said this thing, even though it might have been not the leader's chosen strategy, it might be worth reviewing and considering it as a good idea for the future.
Fantastic. So that brings me to the last question, which is how people reach out to you. Is there a web services based appointment system, or they just call you? How does it work?
No, they can reach out to me via my usual email address, via yourselves, via Scale Up Arena. If you go on to scaleuparena.com, you will find and type in executive therapist chair or strategic sanity check review, or even my name, then you'll get the strategic sanity check review come up. There's a contact us button on there. Complete the contact us, and I will hot tail it across to you and sort out your challenge, work with you to optimize your opportunities.
Excellent, Mike. I think this is one side of your offerings I came to know today, and it was very pleasing to hear the methodology and kind of work, which is very, very important and more relevant in today's environment. So I think people who are listening can reach out to us, Akulmac, or they can directly reach out to Mike, or they can go to scaleuparena.com and reach out to Mike through that route. So
and what I will say as well, Chandra, is if somebody comes through and says that they've come via Akulmac, I will give a 20% discount on the pricing.
Excellent. So I think this is an offer which if you're using Akulmac as a reference point, you will get 20% discount. So people who want to leverage this particular offer, they can. And Mike, it was lovely talking to you today. It was my pleasure, and probably we can have a session sometime this week or next week. But
Yep.
I'll catch up on our shows at the same time, on the same
Yep.
subject.
We'll schedule a 90-minute, and I'll go through it with you. We'll do an executive therapist chair for you, Chandra. And I'll see those furrow brow release afterwards.
Sure. Look forward to it, Mike.
Pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We have some unique Akulmac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmac and smash that like button. Friends, there are new innovations happening almost every day when it comes to space exploration. And space exploration is not the final frontier. We have a long way to go, but it's definitely the next frontier. And when we talk about space exploration, I want to draw your attention to the middle school science that you have studied. So let me ask you, do you draw any equivalence with launching into space and throwing stone in the air? If yes, let me draw your attention to this slide, which talks about the science of parabola. And if you remember, this science of parabola basically gives you impression where you can actually send your rocks that you're throwing at an angle of 45 degrees, and just by throwing at 45 degrees, you can have the maximum distance covered. However, if you throw them high, then there could be a chance that you can actually throw them high enough and they will get into orbit. So it is like throwing your rockets into space, and by virtue of sending them at the right speed, at the right angle, you can actually put them in orbit. But have you ever thought about just drawing the examples of throwing stones in the air and drawing a parabola through the atmosphere? Have you ever given a thought that what it takes to send a spacecraft into orbit? And that is the orbital velocity. And when you talk about orbital velocity, is basically the spacecraft which is being sent with the intention of not leaving the Earth gravity, but reach the space and remain there in a particular set orbit. And when you actually send a spacecraft in an orbit, you actually design this spacecraft with that intention, and at that height, the spacecraft is supposed to do certain things. So you actually plan the whole thing. But the biggest obstacle is going against the gravity of the Earth. And that is where this formula comes in. This is a fairly standard formula, and this formula gives us the velocity required to reach certain orbit. So if you want to reach certain orbit, say example, you want to reach 100 kilometers above Earth or 300 kilometers above Earth, you know your objectives, and by applying this formula, you can get the launch velocity required in order to reach that point in the orbit, because other three parameters are constant. You know, if you look at the gravitational constant, it is a constant. We know this is a figure. If you want to know the mass of the Earth, it is again a constant, and also the radius of the planet, so that you can calculate the distance required from the surface of the Earth to the orbit. And so this will give you a orbit, the velocity required at which you have to throw your aircraft into the Earth's orbit. And then you can apply other scientific principles to come out with what is the size of the spacecraft, how much weight it has, and in order to carry that at this particular velocity so that it can reach that orbit, what is the kind of propulsions I would need, how much energy I need, and so on and so forth. Now this is with regard to sending your satellites and other spacecraft like space station components into orbit. And this formula never fails. It works on Moon, It works on Sun, it works on Venus, it works on anything in space, anything on Earth. This is a formula which is required to send objects into orbit of those planets or Earth. Now, what if you want to send the aircraft in the outer space? That means the spacecraft has to now totally get out of the clutches of the Earth and get into outer space. So for that, the using the same formula, if you look at the speed that is required using the same formula, is 11.2 kilometers per second. This is the kind of velocity at which we have to launch the spacecraft and send into outer space. Now, this is a lot of speed. I mean, if you look at this speed, it is mind-blowing. 11.2 kilometers per second is something which is unachievable. I mean, you can achieve something like 25,000 kilometers per hour, but 11.2 kilometers per second it's very fast. So in using the today's launch technologies, the scientists basically cannot achieve this speed from ground level, but they ended up achieving this speed from the orbit. So they use the Earth orbit to increase the speed of the spacecraft, and eventually it will go out of the Earth's clutches. However, the same formula applies on Moon, and because the Moon is a much smaller object, the Moon escape velocity, as we call it, is 2.38 kilometers per second. Still very high, still quite high, but not as high as required to evade the gravity of the Earth completely. But if you look at the Sun is a huge object, and Sun is so large that it can accommodate 1 million Earth inside it. The amount of speed required is mind-blowing, 618 kilometers per second in order to escape the clutches of Sun. So you can imagine if you get into too close to Sun, you will be completely sucked inside the Sun, and there is no way you can come out, because this kind of escape velocity you will not be able to generate unless you have the right skills and right technology. So the friends, actually why I'm talking about this and why I started by giving you an example of throwing a stone, because when you are sending your spacecraft in orbit, you are actually throwing them in the very high trajectory, and when they reach the orbit, they want to start falling back on Earth, but when they are trying to fall back on Earth, the Earth is also moving, so they cannot fall back on Earth. So this is the meaning of orbit. So when you are in orbit, it is a motion of constant falling, but you will never reach Earth because you are in orbit. So for that, you can use this formula which I showed you. However, to escape, to venture out on the other planets, to escape completely from the clutches of gravity, or to go to Moon, you have to use a totally different type of aircraft or spacecraft which can take you there. It is a huge, if you look at the Apollo program, the rockets used were huge. I mean, they are really huge, and the initial velocity at which they are being launched is also very high, and they will eventually attain the escape velocity out in the outer space. So considering all that, the expense of sending these spacecraft into outer space is huge. The amount of energy, amount of material that you need to burn in order to create the thrust is also huge. So if you want to send large spacecraft, and if you want to live a dream of sending large spacecraft with a lot of crew, I think it's just a pipe dream if our technology does not improve. So there is an innovation which is happening in this area, and this innovation will basically, you can get rid of sending these large spacecraft, and we can get out of this conventional use of the hydrogen and other or any other propellant, which is very heavy, very expensive, and you need very large vehicles to launch them. So this company called Spin Launch, it's basically a startup. Right now they are doing testing, and they are coming out with a different mechanism And this mechanism basically is similar to a catapult. So as the name suggests, the spin launch is basically a huge centrifuge. This round drum that you see in the background is a huge centrifuge which basically has an arm inside the centrifuge. And by the way, the size of the centrifuge is much bigger than the Statue of Liberty. So it's huge. By no means it's small, but the amount of energy which will be used here is going to be much less than what you will actually end up using by sending a spacecraft into using conventional method. So what it does is that it uses some sort of electric energy or some sort of kinetic energy to generate a spin inside this drum. There's a huge arm which basically to which the spacecraft is attached on one side, and then this arm starts rotating. And when it rotates many times the speed of sound. And as it continues to rotate, it generates a lot of speed, and the speed keeps increasing, and you can actually control the amount of speed required. So you will calculate using the same equation that we covered in the beginning. You will actually use the same equation to calculate how much spin is required at what speed, depending on the weight of the spacecraft that you want to launch. And once that parameter is attained, that means the spin is equal to the amount of speed required in the air to launch this spacecraft. The spacecraft is released and it will reach the orbit. Now this system will be much more less energy, it will consume less energy, and the promoters of this company, which is a startup, they are saying that it is going to be consuming 80% less energy as compared to a conventional rocket. And that is why this could be very effective method and very safe method, because the things are more predictable in this manner. I mean, if you compare the safety record of rockets, many things can go wrong because there are many moving parts within the launch vehicles. So if there are more moving parts, that means there is more chances of failure. Whereas in this one, you can attach the payload, rotate it, and then launch it. So the things can be very in a very controlled environment. You can predict most of the outcome. The weight of the payload that you want to launch in the space. So this way you continue to launch your spacecraft into space, and especially this may not be suitable for sending the livestock or crew to the space. I think the conventional method will be used to launch the crew. But a lot of these different components of the larger ship can be sent out into space, and they can be sent into orbit, where the crew can then go out and assemble them in order to make a huge spacecraft. Because when you're constructing a spacecraft on Earth, launching that spacecraft into space will require a lot of energy. So it's not practical. So this is a very innovative idea, and I thought when I read about it, I thought I'll talk about it today. This is a very, very innovative idea, less dangerous, and especially the components can be sent through this sort of catapult, which can be they can be constructed at many places on Earth. So it need not be on a launch pad or something like that. So these are very easy to use component. However, it requires a lot of R&D, a lot of testing is required. So I think they have started conducting tests, and they have launched certain things, certain payload to up to 10,000 feet so far successfully. And the company says that they will be conducting a lot of tests till 2030. The testing has already started. So I think that will take time. A lot of funding will be backing this sort of initiative, because this is going to reduce the launching into space by manifold. So eventually the launch stations that we see today, the launching pads or launching rocket, will be the thing of the past, especially when we are sending the cargo or things like that, or components into space. They can be sent into space at very low cost. And therefore we see a competition emerging for SpaceX now, especially in the launching pad arena. And so after 2030, I think a lot of exciting things may be in store for us. A new sort of competition may be brewing up. Friends, this is something very exciting to me, and especially when it is related to innovation, especially in the area of space exploration. Do write in your comments, and if you have more information, you can share your knowledge with us, and we will read your messages in the next section of Akulmek Live. I'll say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmak. And today in Doctor Speak, we would like to discuss something which affects a lot of people. Actually, it is something called sleeplessness. There is a medical term for it, and therefore, let us invite the doctor, Dr. Pooja Bedi from Shimla. She is joining us, and we will discuss more about this. So, how are you, Dr. Pooja?
Good afternoon, CK. I'm absolutely fine. This is a pleasure to connect with you every time.
It is our pleasure. And, doctor, that many people are suffering from something called less sleep hours, like including myself. I cannot sleep more than 5 hours or 6 hours. And whatever I do, I even, relax or do whatever, I get up in five and a five. My total daily sleep is only 5 hours or maximum 5 hours, 30 minutes. I'm sure there are people who are even sleeping less. So I think this is something which is suffering many people. Would like to take your opinion on this.
Yes, CK, as you yourself actually clearly answered the question that you sleep for 5 hours, and if you are feeling perfectly fine the very next day, it's absolutely fine. But if it is troubling your daily chores and your day-to-day work activity, your personal life, then definitely it's something that we have to cater for. So sleep is basically defined in two different population groups in terms of quantity and quality. So even in spite of sleeping for 5 hours, that the quantity wise it is little less, but if the quality of the sleep is good, then it really is not much of the concern. If you are able to get into deep sleep, if all the stages of the sleep pattern is covered, it is absolutely fine. But for some people, for certain population, it varies. For them, the quantity also matters. Like if they keep on looking at the watch that I slept today for 5 hours, I had a good sleep because I slept for 8 hours. So quantity in some population it matters, but more or less it's about the quality of the sleep we have. So there's a term called sleep hygiene. So how do we make sure and consider all those parameters so we get good quantity as well as the quality of the sleep? Both of them are very, very important. It's not that the quantity isn't important. You do require, everybody requires, as per the age group, a good sleep of 6 to 8 hours every day to stay active and healthy in all the different parameters of the health, the way we define or the WHO defines it. So it's very crucial to have a good sleep of 6 to 8 hours and a good quality sleep in order to stay healthy. So that's absolutely fine if you're sleeping for 5 hours and you're active other day and it's not troubling your work schedule or your personal life. It's absolutely fine.
Doctor, I think I will ask you one very pertinent question. Why I'm sleeping for 5 hours or little over 5 hours? Simply because before I hit the bed, I have my emails to answer, and before I get up, I have again my emails to answer, things to do. So I'm actually sleeping along with my mobile, and I'm sure a lot of people are doing that. I know it's wrong, but there is no way we can help it because it's like some sort of work that you want to get rid of.
so that your day is more productive. So I think all of us are doing that. I clean my emails in the evening, as well as before I leave the bed, I finish all my emails. So this is what is happening also. What is the side effect of using mobile when you go for sleep?
Oh, yes, that's a very, very apt question for today's time. See, as you correctly mentioned, that the looking at laptop or any mobile, and you want to be clutter free before you go to sleep. So all this kind of blue light exposure, it definitely affects the secretion of some melatonin. That's a sleep hormone. So if you trouble that particular hormone, you're not going to get a good quality and quantity sleep, which is so crucial for the next day of working. So somehow the individual is required to do the scheduling in such a manner that whatever the clutter of the work that you want to sort it out, you should do it little prior rather than going it to bed. In fact, they say that on the bed is only meant to be sleeping. It's only made for the sleeping purpose. So if you add on your work there, you're adding on the unnecessary stress also. So my recommendation is ki please either you be little relaxed and do the cluttering thing, clearing of the clutter maybe in the morning, or your work that you want to finish, get up a little early in the morning rather than exposing yourself to the blue light and troubling the balance of the melatonin, which in turn will definitely affect the sleep cycle. So it's so crucial that you please, or that particular individual must not use any blue light device before getting to bed. So it's ideally recommended either you can get up an hour early, that's perfectly fine, and do your work at that particular status. But in case you think that it is going to trouble your sleep, then I highly recommend please do it a little early so that you are giving your eyes and your mind a little calming, soothing, sleep hygiene factor and a parameter where you get into good deep sleep. So please schedule it. It's not that difficult also.
Yeah, but the reality is that if you can get rid of, you see, people like me would be getting 200 to 300 emails or messages of different types on daily basis. So it's a lot of work replying to people, and if you don't reply, it looks like something which is not professional. I mean, suppose you say yes, no, or if you don't respond to that person, it appears sort of a bad practice, bad professional practice. So if you can say that I'm free, not free, etc., even a small reply would maintain your professionalism. So only for that perspective we actually try to close all these email loops, and it has been going on for last many years since we started our career. It's been there. But I think I have done a lot of reading that blue light creates a lot of sleeplessness in people. And now what has happened is that if I don't finish my work, I have another worry in my mind. I have not finished. So it has sort of become a habit, but I know it is wrong. However, this is a typical case for a person like me, but there could be people who may be affected by some sort of serious condition where they don't even get to sleep 2 3 hours, or they don't even get to sleep. In those cases, what is the remedy?
Uh, Coming to the first part where you think where we are, I myself include in your category, because professionalism definitely comes up sometime where you have to be available at odd hours also. So that's perfectly fine if it is happening on odd hour basis. But for people with, if this is happening on routine basis, that you are getting exposed to blue light or you're on your laptops or mobiles to reply to people, so I will recommend first thing that please do the meditation before going to sleep. I'm not saying do it for 30 40 minutes. No, that's not required at all. A good meditation of, in fact, of 7 to 10 minutes will make you sleep very, very nicely in a very modest amount. So that is the first thing. Please do meditation. In case somebody is not uh, equipped with how to do the meditation, they can simply do the breathing exercise and close your eyes. And if you follow the simple breathing, there's a particular pattern to do the breathing exercise. So if somebody follows it, it definitely soothes the mind as well as the eyes, which get individual into a good sleep. So my recommendation, meditation, breathing, and some kind of eye exercise. So your eyes, whatever soreness they have suffered because of the exposure or exertion, we tend to work the entire day, so they are very very exhausted. So please do some simple, very basic eye exercise before going to bed. If we have to, getting into a good sleep pattern. Coming to the second part of the question, where you mentioned that yes, sleeplessness actually can lead to very serious conditions. Uh, First, we have to rule out why the sleeplessness is happening. So, the first cause, that is the physiological cause. It can be because of the comorbidity factors. Like, for example, in hyperthyroidism, very simple one, people tend to sleep less. So, obesity can sometimes lead to sleeplessness, and there are many other medical conditions which can lead to. There's the psychological factors, the second thing. If we're talking specifically about the psychological, people having anxiety issues or depression, they tend to suffer insomnia and vice versa. In fact, insomnia can also lead to anxiety and depression, maybe in later on cases. But yes, it really affects vice versa in both the cases. And the third is the medicine induced kind of medication we take. It definitely affects the sleep pattern. And in medicine itself, I will also include certain chemicals. Some people are used to smoking, some are more addicted to nicotine, caffeine intake, drugs intake, in youngsters. These all conditions can lead to sleeplessness. Now, sleeplessness, it actually affects the way the factors are causing it. It affects the psychological mindset of a person. It affects the physiological mindset of a person, as well as the societal factors. You know, Talking specifically about the psychological factors, there are so many mental cases that are coming up just because people are not able to sleep nicely. And they come out saying that they are not able to sleep. Either they get up in the middle of the night, or they used to wake up little late, but now the waking pattern has also changed. They wake up early now. So all these are, you can say, initial indicators which tells us that there might be some medical intervention that is required in such cases. So yes, you are very right in saying that sleeplessness or insomnia can lead to major medical conditions in people. Yes.
So, doctor, is this related to things like hypertension and also type A diabetes?
Yes, definitely. Yes. Hypertension, definitely. And type A diabetes as well. They both the cases, the sleep pattern is definitely affected. As I mentioned, that the medical conditions can actually lead to insomnia or sleeplessness. So the person is continuously in a stage where they are putting effort to sleep, which make them mentally more drained out. So somehow, yes, the comorbidity factors as hypertension, high BP, hyperthyroidism, and many more such conditions can actually lead to sleeplessness.
So I think the one good advice that you have given is, you can have you can do a meditation 10-15 minutes. You finish your work, sit on a bed and do meditation for 5 minutes. That will help you sleep continuously for 5 hours in a sound sleep. So I think that's a very good advice. Anything beyond, if you're facing any problem, I think you need to consult a doctor to take some medication. And I think meditation is one of the key ingredient. If we do that, then it will solve some of our problems also.
In fact, many of them, CK, to be very frank, okay, if somebody is mentally sound, the mental level or the balance can actually cater for the physical and the spiritual health as well. So it's very important to stay mentally healthy. That's very crucial, and for that, one definitely need a good sleep pattern. And one thing that I always recommend in my clinic in day-to-day consultation. In fact, today in the morning also I told a person to have a glass of milk with fistful of nuts. Trust me, it really helps a lot to get into a good sleep. Try to have your meal a little early, around 7:30 or 8 o'clock if somebody can have their meal. at that particular time, then your stomach is and your abdominal activities, bowel movements, everything is looked after very nicely. And the cases which get troubled because of the acidity and many other gastric factors, the sleep will be catered for very nicely. So having a little early meal in the evening uh, will definitely look after the good bowel habit, and in turn will have a good sound sleep. So I always recommend a glass of warm milk in the night, independent of the fact of what the weather is going on, but warm glass of milk with fistful of nuts. Let me add one more thing. Magnesium is a very, very good source of, you know, sleep pattern. So if somebody is deficient in magnesium, it can lead to sleep deficiency. So it's so crucial to maintain your magnesium, and that can be easily catered just to have a couple of bananas a day, and the magnesium need can be catered very nicely. So magnesium is a very crucial factor that we keep on ignoring, and sometimes it happens in the clinic also that the clinicians are not able to diagnose the real root cause of the thing. So dietary factors are also very, very crucial as far as the sleep is concerned. Have your diet little early in the evening, so bowels are little lightened up, and then to have a fistful of nuts with a warm glass of milk, and definitely not to have much of the carbs, and overfilling, especially in the evening time, is not a good idea.
So I think to summarize today's discussion, first of all, we need to do little meditation before we hit the bed. Second is in the morning we should have warm milk with nuts. Things like almonds. I think that's the most preferred nut. And fourth is at least one or two bananas during the day. So I think these will solve some of our problems. Anything more than that will require a doctor's intervention. So I think it was a pleasure talking to you today, Dr. Pooja, and thank you very much for coming over and discussing this very important subject, which is affecting, I think, 80% of the population today.
Thank you, CK. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
See you next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live. And in this section of Morning Brew, I would like to bring uh, something which is very interesting from the business perspective, and it is related to Amazon. And so, Amazon is again in the controversy, and this time from India. And the Amazon India has been accused of inducing some sort of malpractices which are putting the Indian traders at some sort of a risk. And the accusation has been levied by the Indian Trades Association, and they say that the Amazon has been inducing some sort of algorithm to change the search pattern, and they want to promote Amazon branded products more than the Indian brand. And so on and so forth. And Reuters finally got involved in this investigation, and two senior executives of Reuters have conducted uh, the investigation from their point of view, and they are saying that this could be true. So this is happening, and this has been accused by the Indian traders. And as you know that India is a very big market, probably one of the biggest market for Amazon in terms of the market share. However, Walmart also acquired an Indian company called Flipkart. So the All India Traders Association is accusing both Walmart and Amazon for inducing these malpractices, which are putting 80 million small traders of Indian subcontinent at risk, and they are saying that because of the Amazon and Walmart search engine criteria or search engine algorithms, the whenever there is a consumer who search a certain product, Amazon want to push their own products to the consumer, and therefore that is sort of a malpractice. Now this has been confirmed by Reuters as well, and there is a call for some sort of a deeper investigation, some sort of a agency run probe. And the very popular senator Elizabeth Warren has been propagating since 2019 that Amazon has become sort of a very big giant and sort of capable of creating some sort of monopoly in the market, which is not right from the business perspective. So Elizabeth has been propagating that Amazon to be broken into two parts. So, and this is what is happening. So I think this is again very interesting. I personally, as a consumer, also look at Amazon's warranty and peace of mind in terms of delivery. And I am not sure whether this is true that they are doing some sort of malpractice, even though Amazon has categorically denied that there is these acquisitions are false. So we will only know when the truth will come out, when there is a probe which is ordered in the US. However, the Indian Trade Association is very adamant, and Reuters has now confirmed. So this is again interesting news from the world of business. Friends, do write in your comments, and if you want me to cover some subject, do write in, and I will catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and today I would like to give my views on the cloud-based collaboration techniques and technologies which are available today. Now imagine a situation where you're running your own large organization with 50, 20 people, and then you're located in one particular city, and you're paying them XYZ kind of salaries for all these people. Now, there could be an instance where you have slightly lower cost, same kind of quality resource available in some other city, but you don't have an office there in that city. So how do you engage with that much better employee who is not located in your home city, but he is located in some other city? The cost of using a better service, better employee may be less, but you will not hire such a person because he is not located in your home city. So I think this is one of the critical requirement that is emerging now, especially when things are at a very high pace. You would like to not get bound by the cities and location, and you still want to basically run your organization. All you have to do is basically find a mechanism where you can communicate with your offshore employee. Now this concept can also go into a business and a client relationship, where when a business guy from your organization has to meet the client, he has to go through the traffic, he has to waste a lot of time taking flights, going from point A to point B, and then eventually meeting a client for half an hour and then come back from that point. So there is a requirement where, in fact, if there is a mechanism available where using the cloud-based collaboration tool, if situation one, when you can hire a person who's not in your home location where your office is located, you can actually find a person who's working from an offshore location, but then he should feel that he is working for your organization in a virtual manner. Secondly, when you want to basically meet your client in an offshore location, then you should not travel, you should not spend money and time in terms of meeting the client. Instead, use the collaboration to discuss face to face with the client, sorting him out, resolving his issues. And if all this is available in a very secure environment, then
your organization can increase profitability because you will not be spending money in travel and other time wastage activities, and your employees can then, when they are dealing with customers, they can actually deal with more number of customers on daily basis. So keeping this in mind, we have launched one software for Indian market. uh, we have actually tied up with a company called BusyDesk. It's a very popular software from North America, and most of the users are in North America, but the product origin is in Israel. And now we want to launch this particular software specifically for requirement where there is a huge client interaction. So I think the companies which are in the wealth management space, who want to service their high net worth clients, the broker community, insurance, and so on and so forth, even before they convert the client, they have to do a lot of discussions with the client. And if there is a new product that they want their client to invest, there has to be a lot of face-to-face discussion. So if your salesperson or the frontline wealth manager travel to meet the high net worth client, he can have 1 or 2 meetings in a day. But using the online cloud-based collaboration from BusyDesk, he can probably have 10. So his time is better utilized. He can resolve more of the client issues face to face, and all the sessions are completely secure. During the conversation, if there is a form to be displayed and client needs any help from the wealth manager, so our tool basically allows step-by-step process where a wealth manager can help client to fill in the form, and the form is also available, and then he can sign off as well from a remote location. So all of this is completely available in a 99.97% uptime kind of a system, which is 6 sigma uptime, completely secure using 128-bit encryption. And this will save a lot of time of your people, your frontline people, as well as wealth management people, and they can actually can become more productive. They can handle more number of clients, so that they don't have to basically go out and meet somebody. They can just handle all the clients activity from their office. Now let's look at the experience on the client side. Client feel very comfortable because he can then choose his time to discuss with his wealth manager, and he can take the particular session on a mobile phone or on a laptop or on a tab, on variety of locations and variety of platforms. And the whole thing is completely secure, and it's completely recorded, and it can be also saved as an archive. So this is something which very latest and something very new for India. And with this, I would like to end this video with a clear message that this is a very good tool, online collaboration specifically for financial services market. BusyDesk is the world leader in this space, and I would like to talk to as many wealth managers and insurance advisors, wealth creation professionals or companies to position this in order to save their productivity and thus increase profitability. Look forward to talking to you. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. And this is a chilly morning in India. I don't know what is going on with the weather. It's been extraordinarily cold. So let's enjoy the cold. However, we have a little bit of uncertainty in our business scenario. People are finding it very tough. And to discuss this matter, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a chilly morning in London as well. We haven't got snow as they've got in the northern part of the UK, but it's pretty chilly here. And it's even chillier on the TV, which is probably part of the subject, the matter that we should be talking about today, CK. Uncertainty. Uncertainty in your life, in your business, in your friends' businesses and life, in what's happening in the world. There's lots of uncertain things that are out there. When it comes to uncertainty, CK, what do you see in your world that's uncertain?
Well, to give you a straight answer, I think the biggest uncertainty that I see is with regard to business, where to invest money, what activities to undertake, which is going to give us the return on investment. I think there is a lot uncertainty around deciding the business processes, who to hire, what to do, what will happen if I invest money on build a team. Will they able to give me result after 6 months? So all of those things are very, very vague at this point in time. And I'm sure everybody are in the same boat. We don't know what is going to happen. And at the same time, the new technology is also going to emerge. And so people are waiting for it, because if I invest a lot of money in the current, scheme of things, it may change after 6 months. So I think it's a very, very uncertain year for the business people, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. But I have to ask a simple question. Is it any more or less uncertain than it was last year or the year before or 6 months ago? Have people become more uncertain because of the environment that's changing so frequently? Or, as we've seen with quite a lot of businesses, they've been very successful in the last year. In fact, some businesses have only started up in the last year. You'd think they would be mad if they started up during the COVID terms, because it is an uncertain arena. And by the way, these businesses are not just all based on PPE or well-being or things like that. They've actually started businesses which have now become, quite global. So what do you think it is really that underpins all this? Is this year any more uncertain than it was last year, CK?
Well, Neville, I think you made a very interesting point, because it is not. It is pretty much the same. In fact, 2022 should be better off than 2021, because 2021 was a total washout if you look at it. But I think I agree with you. The e-commerce is booming. If there are investment waiting to happen in the e-commerce, it is booming. What else is booming from my point of view? The cyber security is booming. Education is booming. Healthcare is booming. So I think the investment opportunities are there, but then many people are not equipped with knowledge or skill sets to leverage these emerging business areas.
Now you've hit the nail on the head, CK. They're not equipped. Nothing's changed, really. In fact, this year has got more excitement than last year. This time last year, people were expecting more of the same. Remember, although we're talking about COVID, it's been around for years. It really hasn't been around for years. It was only early January that we heard something coming out of China. And it was only until sort of February, late February, probably mid-March, that it started to hit the world. And once it hit the world, my goodness, we heard the tsunami, a pandemic. It moved in from a local phenomena into a pandemic in pretty quick time. But again, I expect a lot of people last year thought, oh, this is just SARS. It's going to go away or blow away, just like SARS did in the early 2000s. Well, unfortunately, this one didn't. And it really did hit everybody, because governments were forced, apparently, to do the only thing they could do, and that was to lock down, which meant everybody worked from home. It certainly was an interesting phenomena that we were all looking for. You've only got to go back looking at Harvard Business Review and Inc.com and all these other so-called influencers were saying, oh, it's a lot better if people work from home and we had a different work-life balance, etc., etc. And you can get as much productivity, in fact, more out of 4 days if you give people Friday off. Well, that was all tested in the last 12 months. And we can see that actually, yes, you can work from home. But interestingly enough, even on that score, I've seen businesses in the UK getting a little bit fed up with that. You know, if you can't see it, it's not happening. And that's crazy, isn't it? You know, so that's why we have all these offices that are now people are going back to, despite the fact the government here is saying, if you can work from home, please do. Let's stop the spread, because we're now into the Delta variant, Omicron, and there's probably another one coming along the pipe. That's what we do know. So uncertainty actually is all around us. And it's not a question of the uncertainty that's around us, it's how we deal with it. Charles Swindoll said very famously, and not because he was a researcher, he was a pastor in the States. So he's a priest. And he said, 90% of life is how we deal with it. 10% is reality. So it's how we deal with the uncertainty that is really going to make a difference. And as you said, CK, lots of companies last year went digital. They put retail shops on their websites, and they've really made an impact into their own business. Did they have the money to do it? Who knows? I mean, when it comes to investment, because I want to deal with that one on its head, with my experience of corporate and SMEs, great projects can always be financed. The problem we've got is defining the project, making it so sexy, so rich that you can find an investor. And the funny thing was, last week I was on a conference call, and it was about investment in SMEs. And there were no barriers to entry to people to come on this conference call. And to my surprise, no one had asked what were the funding requirements of all the attendees. In the flyer, it didn't say, you know, it just talked about scalability and funding your business. So it really wasn't talking about whether this was $500 or $500,000 or $5 million. And I just sat on the panel and I asked, there were probably in excess of a couple of hundred people, because when I asked the question, the chat box went bonkers. So I said, can you just put down your funding requirement? And the majority of people that were on that call were looking for between $100 and $1,000. And yet all the discussion for this conference was about big multi-million dollar type businesses. Well, you and I both know, CK, that there is commonality between the two. But the commonality between someone wants $100 and someone wants $100 million is it needs to be a good project. And if I give you, loan you, invest in you that $100, will I get my money back? Do I trust you? Are you going to do what you say you're going to do? Now, there's no level of uncertainty there, is there? Because this is all about you being passionate about your business. And if you really do know your business and you want your business to succeed, then you really do need to tell your audience, you know, not dictate to them, but say, this is what we do, this is how we do it, and this is why we do it. There's nothing difficult about this. But people say, oh, well, I can't do it because COVID's still around. That's just an excuse. Oh, well, I know that person did it over there, but they've got a different business to me. That's another excuse. So we're all very good at writing excuses, but the book of, in some respects, the book of Why I'm Going to Do It is actually quite a small book. It's a very, very thin book, because it's all about you, your behaviors, your purpose, your activity. What are you going to do? And this is where we need to get away from uncertainty. So just, you know, so we need to give people some advice today, CK, to get rid of uncertainty in their life. And I've got loads of things, but I'm going to ask you, okay? Because as ever, this is always an interaction discussion between you and me. This is never a one-way street. What do you think people can do? What do you do to eliminate not just reduce, but eliminate uncertainty in your life?
Well, I think, Neville, what I would do is to maintain consistency in whatever I'm doing today with confidence. Because one thing is for sure that we are already riding on the digital wave, and we know that the Web 3.0 is going to become reality, if not this year, but next year. So there is no point in changing gear at this point in time, but continue with your activities as you're doing on the digital platform. Number two, I think, is related to the finances. As you rightly pointed out, the finance is a key to drive any business. And I think we should put pressure on our governments to create an infrastructure for SMEs. Because at this point in time, all the infrastructure the government has is promoting the large corporates. And they have not changed that. Because the time is moving ahead, industry is very rapidly changing. It is now getting into true industry 4.0, gig economy, and SMEs, because SME is going to drive the world. But the governments of the world are not moving along fast enough. So I think this Friday we have India Business Bunker, and the discussion point would be, do we need an application to streamline payments between SMEs across the borders? Because right now I can do transfers within the country, but across the border is a big challenge. There is no way Indian businesses can engage with the UK businesses and make a payment for their services. And I think this is a big opportunity that UK businesses and Indian businesses are losing out. There could be a lot of complementary things they can work. So I think in terms of removing uncertainty, to answer your question, I think we have to remove the self-doubt which is running in my mind. That is what I'm going to do, because I know for sure I'm on the right path.
That's excellent, CK. And what you mentioned was a micro issue, in other words, very specific to you, and a macro issue, which is specific to everybody. So let's just focus for the moment on the micro, because you, as an individual, we all need to remove uncertainty. Someone said to me recently, I'm hearing so much from the news, it's all bad news. And every time I put the news on, it really makes me feel uncertain about where we are. It raises doubts in my mind. And I just turned around and said, stop watching the news. Eliminate uncertainty. I mean, the news is if it's going to put more uncertainty in your mind, then just eliminate it. Get rid of it. It's almost like having your best friend that's constantly dragging you down. Just turn around to your best friend and say, look, unless you're going to have a decent conversation with me, I don't want to hear from you. Now your best friend can take that. But more importantly, you've got the zapper, as we call it. Turn off the news. Just turn it off. Switch it off. If it's not doing you any good, why are you watching it anyway? Watch a program that's actually talking about the positive sides, or watch a different news station that's talking about, proper journalism, not the sensationalism that we have out there. But let's not get on that hobby horse too often, because that was a real slippery slope. But yeah, just switch it off is my answer to the micro arena. If it's affecting you in a negative way, switch it off, because it can't be very useful. I don't know many people that actually say, oh, I thrive on negativism. Interesting enough, in what we do, that's all we thrive on, because people have got negative attitudes and we're trying to get them into a positive attitude. But on the macro basis, yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And this week's Indian Business Bunker is going to be absolutely spot on, because of all the fintech opportunities out there. One is, some people call it the blockchain of payments. Forget blockchain. Forget all this, these words that are thrown around that a lot of people don't understand. It's literally, when I buy something from you, will I get my money? Will I get my goods? Will you get your money? Are we both happy? Can we go further? I mean, interestingly enough, Amazon is predicated, the Amazon app online, the Amazon.com website is predicated upon you being a real person, making a purchase of a service, and that payment getting through to the supplier. That's what Amazon's all about. And that's why lots of SMEs, particularly in the Western world, have plowed into Amazon, because it just fulfills that very complicated arena. And that's what we need to do. We need to do that across the world. Unfortunately, there's this thing called corporation tax that really is a bit of a problem, and we have to get around that. Not illegally, but we have to get around the problem of the tax situation. But again, in the fintech world, they can do this very quickly. So calling all you fintechers out there, listen to this problem: payments, suppliers and payments. And if you can solve that, particularly for the 1.4 billion Indians that are out there, they've got lots to offer in the world. And even if only 10% are in SME land, you know, that's 140 million, which is a pretty big number. So the moral of the day is uncertainty. You can get rid of your own uncertainty just by looking about what makes you uncertain. Look in the mirror, ask yourself the question, what is it out there that is making me uncertain? And then you can ask the question, why am I uncertain? That's a deeper question. So if you can neutralize the first bit, what is it out there that's affecting my commitment, my certainty of life, then you can eliminate that. Then ask the deeper question, which is harder to ask, by the way. Why am I uncertain? It's very personal. It's a tough question. You might get your best friend to help you answer that, or your business colleagues, because that's what you need to eradicate too. Simple message today, CK, I think.
Yes, Neville, I think thank you so much for giving such positive message. I think most of the people must realize that the gig economy is going to be the reality, and the year 2021, which just passed by, is also known as the year of resignation. So a lot of people have resigned. They are rethinking their strategy, what they have to do in life. And I think the SME arena is going to blow up in 2022. It's just the beginning. And therefore, this uncertainty should be removed from the mind, and each one of us must think in a more strategic manner. So thank you so much. It has been always a pleasure to talk to you, Neville. You have a good Monday and successful one, and we will catch up in the India Business Bunker this Friday, or I will also catch you next Monday as usual.
Thank you, CK. Good luck, everybody. And again, it's completely in your control, even if you don't think it is. So have a good Monday, have a good rest of the week, and make the change.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Hope you're well.
Yes, very good today. And I just want to inform you that 2 days back we had the New Year celebrations in India, although we were under lockdown.
Great.
But as you know, India has many cultures, many religion, and many dialects, and hence New Year falls for everyone, but they celebrate in a different way. But I think one thing in common across all rituals in India, that is there is an annual cleaning that we do because we have to celebrate New Year. So we just call it spring cleaning, and we have just all of us, north, south, east, west, all people have celebrated the New Year. They call it different names. Some call it Baisakhi, some call it Vishu, some call it something else. There are some 10 to 12 different names for this event. But before that, we actually prepare gods to come to our home, and hence we welcome them and we clean our surroundings, we clean our houses, we decorate them, and we welcome the gods. So this is something that we just finished 2 days back.
Brilliant. So this is an annual practiced event then. Every year you do the same thing, and I bet each year you improve on the last year and you say, what did we do last year? Can we improve on it this year? Can we make a bit more noise? So it conjures up that great phrase that I use is practice makes permanent, but it's the right practice that makes perfect. And so we've been practicing, as you said, every new year. So in the last 2 or 3 days, you've been spring cleaning. Well, now, actually, how about spring cleaning your business? How about decluttering what's going on between these things here? I'll have to pull them out these days because they're getting a bit, stuck behind. But decluttering what's going on here, getting rid of the old practices that you've done that have not been that good, and putting in some new practices that are a little bit better. So to do that, any business can do this. And of course, what you do is you start with yourself. So you write down everything you're currently doing, the practices you're doing. You might call it routine that we talked about yesterday, but just write them down and then objectively look at them and saying, is that the best thing to do? Is that the right thing to do? Is that helping me manage my business better? And then you can start looking more directly at your business. And I don't know about you, but what I find a lot is that people they've got a solution for something. And then they go and tell everybody what their solution is. And of course, sometimes it might just hit a nerve with someone out there that's got a problem that sounds like it'll be solved by this solution. And that's when you can have a conversation. But of course, if you've thrown it out there as a solution, but no one's picking it up as that's really my problem, you could shout forever. You can climb to the top of those beautiful buildings in the background there, and you can get a horn out and say, I've got this perfect solution. Anyone want this solution? It doesn't work that way. It might work that way in a street selling opportunity, fresh apples, fresh oranges, because people go to the market. They're all in that marketplace. But when you're a business, it's not going to work. Even in social media, it's not going to work. Just keep bashing away. I've got this solution. I've got this solution. Do you find that a lot? A lot of people just shouting and figuratively, they're putting out some fantastic documents, spending fortunes on pop-ups and things like this, big wonderful boxes and then they label things like this and they say, oh, there's a solution for you. Here's a tablet, take this. Do you find that a lot in small businesses in particular?
Yes, Neville, in fact, I would like to share something which I've been grappling with for the past 2 days. A lot of people are sending these sugar-coated messages. So I'll just put it in a very layman's term. I'm not going to use the language that you're using. I'm just saying it as it is. So these are sugar-coated messages they are sending. And as if this is something great they're doing, And so some messages I ignore and some messages I really feel and tell them, look, please change your strategy. What you were doing 3 years back is not relevant anymore. And surprising thing is they continue to do that. And now I started telling them, hey, go and tell your bosses, this is not going to work out for you. So I just finished telling 2 different people from different parts of the world, hey, please look at it, relook at your strategy. This is not going to work. Thank you so much. So otherwise, I generally keep quiet. But to answer your question, definitely people have so much confusion, have very little imagination.
You mentioned all these wonderful words: confusion, little imagination, little creativity. Actually, they've got lots of imagination, lots of creativity, because they're coming up with these wonderful things, and these great boxes that say exactly what it does on the tin. But the issue is, it's a solution, and everyone appears to be saying, "This is what I can do for you." But we need to work out whether that's working. If it's working, fine. Okay, you may be in a marketplace. If I go to a local farmer's market, I've gone to the market to buy things, so I expect to see local farm produce. I don't expect to see Mont Blanc pens, as we've talked about before. I'm going to buy fruit and vegetables, and I expect them to be fresh. I expect them to look good. So I'm a buyer. I've gone to the marketplace. SMEs haven't really got that opportunity these days, especially they think they have because they're in this digital world. But of course, you end up being a me too all the time, practicing what everyone else is doing and thinking it's the right thing to do. Well, actually, the likelihood is it's not the right thing to do. But only you're going to know this. So, but my advice to you today is we're on the letter P. So, practice makes permanent. The right practice makes perfect. So let's look at the right practice. Solve a problem. What is your problem? If I were to turn around to you, CK, and say, what's the biggest problem in your business? Now, that might sound like a great question, but it's such a big question. If I know you, this is where you know your customer base, you can ask a more specific question. Because if someone answers a specific question, yes or no, the yeses, you can follow up with another one. The no's, you can say, that's absolutely great. You don't need this thing that's out there. So you get a second opportunity to go back and say, you don't need this. And then someone might say, well, what do you mean I don't need this? Well, you've just said, I don't have this problem. So if you're very specific with the problem, then you can get some really good quality answers. Is this making sense? I mean, this is not rocket science, and it's sort of a business 101 arena, but does it make sense? If someone were to come to you and say, CK, do you have this specific problem? Is bandwidth your problem? And the answer is, if it is your problem, then you can have a discussion. If it isn't your problem, then perhaps what I've got isn't for you. So you're being very specific here.
Yes. For instance, I get these emails and certain messages on my profile saying that, hey, do you need leads? Right? Now, who doesn't require leads?
Exactly. Yes, of course I need leads. Give me more leads. I can handle more leads, not a problem.
Yeah, but I think these people who are sending such messages should also know that the person who's getting these the recipient, like a person like me, I'm in this business for zillion years. I know how leads are generated, what effort goes into it, and then in the end, what is the result we get? So if you put in XYZ efforts, you get ABC results. So it's a very mathematical situation. So when you say, hey, do you need leads? So my next question, definitely it's opening up a question and answer session and say, what kind of leads, right? Instead of saying, hey, do you need leads? They can be more specific to basically engage with me. They can say, hey, do you need leads from banks for banking solution? So it's very specific. Then I know exactly I can engage with this person. Maybe I don't have that requirement, but I can ask him, hey, do you have leads in ERP as well? So that is a leading question, which people don't do. They're still seeing, I'm very surprised with the professionals of today. I'm getting those messages which people were sending 10 years back. And I am thinking, what kind of professional these are? They are not learning at all. They're just blindly, hey, this guy so and so, send him this fabricated message. Hey, do you need leads? Hey, do you need that? I don't think that is going to work anymore.
Well, the interesting thing is, it probably does work with because the market is growing all the time. You know, we're in the corona arena. People are dying. People are being born. More people are dying, sadly, because of corona. So we've been very focused on this corona issue. So that's the problem. But like anything else, if you focus on that particular problem, at least you get an opportunity to have a good discussion and a good answer. So as new businesses come in all the time, that person, you know, because I get this all the time on LinkedIn, you know, do you want LinkedIn to work for you? Well, yes, I'm on LinkedIn. In some respects, for an established professional, it gets annoying. All of this continual noise, really, it starts to get annoying. So you're immediately ruling out an established professional. Someone new on there, they're going to say, oh yeah, please, you know, you can help me. And then you find out you've got to pay $397 just to say, you know, yes. And it happens all the time. But if you can, this is where the practice makes permanent. That practice can just continue. And it will work for some people because new businesses are coming in all the time. But in this arena, do you want to be seen as someone who knows what they're really doing and generating, you know, 80% of the business from a good client base? Or do you want to be increasing the client base, but nothing specific over time and just getting new clients and losing them as fast as you've gained them? So this is a question of longevity too. What type of business are you in? And as I say, we're in spring cleaning time. This is about looking at what your business does, why you do it, where you do it, who you do it with. But if you focus on the problem, what problem do people have out there that I can be very specific at solving? And once you do that, you actually start to get a name in a particular arena. So you stop being a me too. You actually start getting a name. Someone says, oh, you've got this problem. Well, I've just solved this problem. Let me introduce you. And all of a sudden, your clients are introducing clients to you because they're their friends. So this getting out of the Me Too era and arena is really important, especially for small businesses, because you need to identify exactly what you do, where you do it. And then all of your marketing can be very, very focused. So if you're a banking specialist, don't think, well, I can get a market in this other arena or chemicals, or yes, of course you can. But if you're a banking specialist, be a banking specialist and focus on the problems that you know are there. And then it makes life a lot easier for you because you've done that spring cleaning. You've decluttered. You're not thinking about new markets because those new markets might be difficult to enter into because you've not got that experience. And yes, you may well have the solution, but move into that market at the right time. Get a name for yourself out there, brand yourself in the right arena. And if you're constantly fixing a problem for somebody, they will tell you how good you are. And that's when you get some really good feedback. Does this make a bit of sense? Hopefully.
Oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, I think I expect my audience and my viewers who are watching this to really engage with us to learn more, because I don't think this is a subject, this subject is nobody's teaching, not even in the classroom. And you know, people who are young professionals will learn under mentorship. So the mentors are doing wrong things not all of them, but some of them are doing wrong things. So your learning itself will get affected. So I think to engage with Neville, I think please do send in your messages. We will help you how to realign, how to re-strategize your efforts, because I think Neville has used very good word called P2. I would use a more cliche kind of a language and say that you don't want to be jack of all trade, but you can be master of few, not one or two, but at least one or few. So I think that is more important. You have to get aligned with the strategy, what is happening. You can't be throwing yourself open for everybody hitting on you. So I think that is what very important.
And this is the real opportunity, because you've gone through that spring clean at home. So don't be concerned about, oh, I got it wrong last time, oh this and because that's self-interest. You're being introspective too much. Be very objective. You know, take a step back from the table and look at it from a distance, and it looks, actually you can see the full extent of the table. Then you can actually work out exactly where you want to be, what you want your business to do. It may not be something you can do overnight either. You know, remember your spring cleaning, it takes a year to do the next one. So this could take a little bit of time, but going back to the phrase of the day, you know, any practice makes permanent, but the right practice makes perfect. And we all want to, perfection is a very difficult thing to even explain, but we're all striving to be better. And if we just take out some of the bad practices we do and put in one good practice, perhaps be a little bit more focused. In other words, focus on the problem, not continually telling people how good you are, then that might be the little ripple that makes a big difference to your business. And it's small things that are gonna work well, because the small things make up to much bigger things. As I say, this is not rocket science, and a lot of people are saying it, but very few people are doing it.
Right.
And the other thing is, get hold of a mentor. There are thousands of them out there. You don't even have to know them, just follow them. Go onto LinkedIn, you know, find out the big names out there. Look at what they're saying. Look at how they're doing things. You don't have to have a personal relationship with a mentor to do what the mentor's doing. You know, you can copy them, you know, in your particular arena. But remember, it's your action that's going to do it. You know, it may not work for you. So what you've got to be doing is practicing, see what happens. If that doesn't work, okay, well, ditch it, do something else, do something else. Then all of a sudden, something will work better. But I've found over my career, advising small businesses and advising, you know, large corporates, is when you focus on the problem, even if it's not your client's problem and it's your problem, you solve it. And it's as simple as that. But you do need that, as I've got in the background here all the time, you do need that can-do attitude all the time. Now, don't beat yourself up, because what you did yesterday can always be improved upon. And if it can't, great. At least you've got a really good benchmark to go and do something else to add, so you do improve upon in a different, slightly different direction.
Neville,
So,
you know, what you mentioned today is very, 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 very critical. I cannot emphasize more on this. For everyone, whether you're a young professional or seasoned professional, I think you have to do your strength and weaknesses analysis and come out with what you want to do for short term, long term, 3 years, 4 years. I think that plan has to be there for any entrepreneur. I think very important. You put it very nicely in very few words, and I really appreciate it. I think it means a lot to me as a professional, what you just said today.
oh, thank you. Well, hopefully, you know, the message is getting out there. And the other thing is, give us some feedback. Let's deal with your problems, because they may be big in your mind, but they're only big because you've never actually solved them. But once you do solve them, once we unlock that problem, actually, it may be all of a sudden that you've taken off one pair of glasses and you put another pair of glasses on, and suddenly you're hugely aware of what's going on out there. And then that gives you the laser focus. I mean, I know that sounds a little bit paradoxical, but the more aware you become, the more focused you can become on improving your business and improving yourself. And now's the time to do it. You know, still under lockdown, day 22 now. Is that right?
22, yeah.
And the rest of the world is under some form of lockdown as well. So take the advantage now, do the right things today, and tomorrow's going to be much better. Always a pleasure speaking with you, CK. Tomorrow's day 23. And the letter Q. That's going to be an interesting one.
That's going to be difficult. It looks like Q is difficult. Not too many things exist which starts with Q. We'll see tomorrow.
Who knows? We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
High five.